In the evening in a high-rise building, someone is suddenly surprised and asks if they have been told about the fisherman, and a worried boy in a business suit is interested in whether it will be tomorrow. The boy with the bag admits that he has never been fishing and doesn't have any equipment for it. He is told, if you don't have any, then buy it yourself, and of course at your own expense. But tomorrow is Sunday. This is Sanada Shiro, he is 24 years old. Before the Senate sits a man in a shirt with a tie. He roughly asks her to repeat the question. The Senate asks if she will be paid for overtime, and he asks again. The main character exits a fishing store, carrying something in his hands and on his back. He says that he hates this job. No matter how hard he works, nobody is satisfied, nobody supports him, and the salary is just laughable. The guy sighs and realizes that he probably needs to look for a new job, because it would be great if he were appreciated in a new place. He sighs again and decides to go to bed early today. Suddenly, the main character stops, bewildered, and a thick smoke appears before him. Behind him are ruined stone walls, from which smoke is also rising. The main character sees the ruined walls of the castle and the open gates in front of him. The boy looks up in surprise and doesn't understand where he is or if this is really a castle. He asks with excitement in which country he is and what is happening here. Sanada realizes she's suffocating and thinks, this isn't one of those situations where someone dies in their sleep from exhaustion or ends up in another world like in some absurd manga. The main character does not believe in what happened. It seems to him that it is impossible. In the morning, he woke up, met with his boss and colleagues. He sighs and looks ahead. Then they got into the boat and started fishing. He managed to catch a flounder. The flounder said that it was a magical creature, and the boy was very surprised that the fish was talking to him. Suddenly, a black hole opened in the sea, and it pulled the boy inside. The boy falls to his knees and realizes that all of this has been known to him for a long time. He has ended up in a different world, and this is not even reincarnation, but simply teleportation. Suddenly he looks ahead and decides to wait. Since he doesn't know anything for sure yet, he continues to move forward, carefully examining the walls, which are destroyed in some places. The main character slightly smiles and says that maybe it's just some other country, like Germany. And suddenly he freezes in place. Something flashed right before his eyes. It turns out to be some kind of spear that someone has stuck into the gap between the bricks and the wall, and next to the main character stands a group of armed people in armor. All these people surrounded Sanada, pressed him against the wall. He raised his hands up. They hold spears at the ready, the tips pointed straight at him. One of the knights with a sword in his hand points at him and says that martial law has been introduced, and asks Sanada if he is not an enemy of the royal army. The man in shock asks again, "Is this the royal army or the enemies?" Says he doesn't understand anything. Sanada, bewildered, confesses that he is an ordinary employee of a Japanese company. He asks him, please, not to kill him. The knight stands calmly in front of the boy. The man in armor smiles maliciously. He says that you are a valuable person. Of course they won't kill you just like that. After that, he hands 5 to another knight and says that everything is okay. He raises his helmet, and it turns out to be a woman. She smiles and tells Sanada to relax, because she's just joking. Although it all depends on whether he can satisfy them. Suddenly, the girl grabs the boy's hand and says that he's going with them. The main character is very surprised by this. Suddenly, he recalls what he couldn't understand before due to fear. But now it sounds to him like a foreign language, although he strangely understands everything. And it's only now that the main hero notices that all these knights are actually girls, discussing among themselves that they also deserve a reward. The boy realizes that he will be able to find a way out. The captain is asked if they will try to escape if one cell were empty, but the main character is firmly held and not released. The Sanada tries to break free from this grasp. He shakes his hand. The girl looks at him discontentedly. He realizes it hurts her and looks at her in confusion. The girl sighs and asks the boy if he just tried to escape. She asks him not to worry, and then squeezes his hand tighter, causing him to cry out. The girl tells him that nothing bad will happen to him if he listens. The boy is amazed and can't believe that the person in front of him is really a woman, because where does she get such strength from? The main character is locked in a room with a window and closed doors. A girl in a shirt appears in front of him and hints at what he needs to do. 2 other girls are watching, and one of them tells the captain that it's her turn next. But the second one disagrees, insults her, and insists that she should be the next one. Both girls stop right in front of Sanada and enthusiastically discuss what a pleasant smell the boy's hair has, as if it smells like flowers, and they want it too. It's then that Sanada realizes they're talking about shampoo. The captain smiles, but she reminds him again that she's not going to wait long. Don't make her wait. Later, the boy is asked what happened. The main character recalls that the kendo equipment had a very strong smell. Kendo is a Japanese sport. Its armor is similar to protection for kendo, but why does it have such an unusual smell? Suddenly, the main character feels nauseous, and he vomits right on the girl. She angrily tells him that now he has problems. The girls realize that he has soiled the captain's daughter. The girls ask him not to do so, but at the same moment one of them kicks him in the stomach, because of which he falls. The main character is lying on the floor. He's shaking and having trouble breathing. One of the girls asks the captain not to break him too soon. She says she wanted everything to be nice. Suddenly, she grabs his cheeks with one hand and angrily asks if he dared to insult a woman. She threatens to beat him until he cries and apologizes. The girls gathered around the boy, who was tied up and naked, and discussed that his face was a 7 out of 10, but his body was wonderful. The main character ponders that. Now he says everything he thinks. Though once in school he also said something similar about one girl during a swimming lesson. The boy mentally apologizes to Yoshida, because now he finds himself in the same situation. Now he understands how important his words were to her. And the girls, meanwhile, do not stop discussing his appearance. The girl asks the boy not to worry, because they will do it with the help of magic, until she gets enough. The boy wonders, what if he returned to his world? Then he suddenly remembers the words about magic, and asks if she just spoke about magic. The girl stretches out her hand, and a glowing circle appears on her palm, which she directs straight at the boy. Suddenly, she grabs his head and says it will be fun, and he should try it too. Unexpectedly, he feels the magic passing through his entire body. The main character realizes that he has no choice at all, and whether it's magic, he can only watch everything, because it's this Kamala that brought him to this world. Suddenly, a group of people rush into the room. A man with a displeased look asks the girls what they are doing here. One of the girls says that he was wandering around the castle courtyard, and they detained him. It's a routine interrogation. She gets angry, asks about the interrogation and patrol again, scolds them, and then orders them to return to their posts, and the girls leave. The boy looks at her in surprise, and she tells him to get dressed. The boy understands with relief that she apparently is not going to torture him. The girl calls for someone to come in. The one who enters turns out to be Princess Christy. She enters quietly. The main character is amazed that the real princess is in front of him, and notices that her hands are handcuffed. The main character wonders why such an important person ended up in prison, and is amazed to see her in prison uniform. He thinks she is extremely beautiful and refined. Her hair shines as if it merges with the light. He is convinced that she is completely different, a real lady from a wealthy family. Suddenly, the main character is amazed because the girl starts talking, indignantly asks how they dared to keep her, the heiress of the royal family, in such a terrible hovel. Her face is full of anger. The main heroine realizes that she is very evil and often behaves capriciously. The princess was explained that, on the contrary, it would be impolite to keep the voivodess from regality under house arrest, but all security measures should be taken. The princess says that the eastern garrison is still holding on, and it's not worth thinking that it's all over. When she's asked if she's still holding up after the fall of the royal capital, the girl angrily replies that everything would have been different if General Houston hadn't betrayed them. The main character is astonished to learn that she is a warrior princess. The girl was informed that there were only 3 days left until the execution. She should ask this man for help. Maybe he can support her. The boy is shocked that he will not be released. The girl sighs and says that everything is very bad for her. The main character stands nearby and waits to see what happens next. The main character tells the girl that she seems to be in a not-so-simple situation. The girl gets scared, and the boy asks her what happened. Then he wants to ask her something, and the princess looks at him in surprise. The girl tells the boy that he can address her informally, because she is a captive princess, and now it makes no sense to talk about her status. The main character says he has a few questions. The girl allows him to ask them, and the boy asks where they are now. She replies that they are in prison, and calls them fools. After that, the main character stands silently in front of her for some time, and the girl awkwardly apologizes. She tells him that they are now in Rigault, the royal capital, and then asks if he was brought here from somewhere else. The main character believes that he was brought here, or even sent by a place, but in fact, he says that he is not from this world. The girl is surprised, and Sanada introduces himself. He is 24 years old, works for a terrible company, and at the demand of his awful boss, they came fishing. The boy tells how he got into a fishing boat and barely coped with seasickness. Despite this, he managed to catch a fish that Suddenly, the girl hugs the boy, and the main character asks her in surprise why she did that. The girl advises Sonat to stop, because this guy is actually delirious. It seems he has experienced something very scary. The girl asks how they dared, since he's only 17 years old. He can't be older than her. The main character wonders if all of this is even real, a world where magic exists, so he decides that she will believe him. The princess tells him that his clothes and family should be decent. It's no wonder that such a conflict affects his psyche. She hugs him and asks to sit like that together until he calms down. The main character enjoys the moment in her arms and recalls that at first he thought she was volatile, but in fact she is a very kind person. But he still doesn't understand how to react to being perceived as a child. The girl asks the boy if he's not ashamed. It looks very cute. The girl, with a sweet smile, asks him to calm down, assuring him that she won't do anything bad to him. Then the main character lies down, and the boy thinks that nothing is terrible. She will just probably interrogate him. After that, the princess asks the main character what happened to him. Sonato ponders why he's worried, since the situation is not critical at all. Now the main character needs not passion, but information, so he calmly explains to the girl that everything is under control now. The main character asks the girl if there are any men here, because since he arrived in this country, he hasn't seen any. She confesses that she thinks they are hiding, because otherwise the imperial soldiers might kidnap them. The boy was also surprised that there were no men among the soldiers, just like her. The girl tells him that men can't be soldiers, but he seems not to know that either. The boy agrees and listens carefully to Shasina. In their country, women also serve in the military, just like in the Lurgid Empire, their enemy. She says that men do not know how to use magic and are physically weaker than women. Here, men are considered the weaker sex. The main character understands this and is amazed, because he considers himself a weakling and is afraid that he won't be able to survive in this world. The captain angrily announces that the interrogation is cancelled. Everyone returns to patrolling. The girls in the back think the captain looks pitiful, but the second girl even likes it. The main character is Sanadan Shiro. He is 24 years old and works under very harsh conditions. Today is his day off, but his boss forced him to go fishing. He sits in his boat in the middle of the water. The boy sighs and thinks it's some nonsense, and the flounder asks him for help. Sunita is shocked that the fish is talking to her. The main hero joyfully reports that he was the first to catch a fish, and the fish in response promises to fulfill one of his wishes. The boy looks at his hands and thinks about how he wants to become a master, learn various things, and this slightly cheers him up. The fish shows that this is indeed a true wonder of creation. This is what Sanada Shiro strives for. The main hero wonderingly asks where she knows his name from, and what kind of wizard he really is. Suddenly, a black hole appears in the water, and the main character falls off the ship right into it. As he falls, he screams, and it's exactly that scream that transports him to another world. The main hero recalls the princess's words, that men cannot use magic because they are physically weaker than women. Men are considered the weaker sex. The boy is in shock when he realizes that he has entered a world where everything is controlled by women. The main hero asks again, and says that the flounder gave him magical powers, and he is a real man. She is interested in where he is from, but asks him not to tell her about the other world. The Sonata says that he is from a country called Japan. She wonders, because she has never heard of such a country. Where is it located? The girl apologized, because apparently it's too hard for him. Let him tell about his country instead. Senata understands that he is now lagging behind her. He will give her the most intelligible answer. The main character explains to the girl that it is an island nation, surrounded by the sea, in which about 126 million people live, and the state itself is economically strong, with a developed industry, science, and technology. The princess smiles and again asks about the island country, but when she hears that there are 3 times more people there than in their empire, she takes it as a joke from another world and starts laughing out loud. She thought he was just joking to lift her spirits. The guy says she misunderstood him, and she apologizes. The girl says that there are only 3 days left until her execution, and she is glad to spend this time with him. The boy understands this, and the princess tells Sunita that he won't be killed, but will be forced to work and may be given to some noble, or sent to the border as a pioneer. Sonata asks the princess if she can use magic to escape if it becomes possible. She's definitely in the top 5 in magic, but with these cuffs, that's out of the question. These are special shackles that completely block magic. He can't even physically enhance himself. He is now no different from a weak man. The boy says that if they manage to remove the handcuffs, will they be able to escape the pursuit after the escape? Hard to say. The princess apologizes because his current problems have partly arisen because they allowed the empire to invade. She asks for his forgiveness once again. The main hero waves his arms and says that only those who caught him and that fish are to blame. He suddenly remembers that the fish told him about the magic of creation. If he can use magic, he can help. But how does it work? The girl says that young people initially think a lot about themselves and study their characteristics. Known fact. The guy ponders himself and can conduct self-analysis if he calmly looks at himself. He mentally turns to the Kambala and asks how to use magic. Maybe you can just exclaim status open like it happens in manga? Tsunade begins to speak, and suddenly a table appears with a list of his skills and the level of each one. The girl is surprised that the boy suddenly made a sound of surprise. The boy himself is in shock that the panel really appeared. The main hero, in shock, mentally asks himself if this is indeed the magic of creation, i.e., the place did not deceive him. He is also surprised that there is a search function here. He wonders if he will ever be able to create something like a panacea, but for now, it's impossible. He also notes the production time. The main hero is amazed that it's already been 247 years. He would have died long before he could create anything. The princess anxiously asks Charo how he feels. The main hero exhales with relief and tells the princess to look here, pointing to the board. But the board passes through the girl, and she looks at the boy in surprise, asking what exactly she needs to look at. Also, Nada looks at the girl in surprise and wonders if she sees this screen. He tells the girl that she also seems to be able to use magic. The girl looks at him, and the main character realizes that she has made a pitiful face again. He already wants to put an end to this. Then the princess hugs the main character tightly again, and he realizes that this is what they were waiting for. She seriously asks him not to talk nonsense, because she understands. When you possess magic, sometimes you want to escape from reality. But Sonati needs to pull herself together and keep herself in hand. He understands that if things continue like this, the princess will stop communicating with him. She addresses him by name. The princess calmly asks the main character if he has already calmed down, because it seems that the guy is starting to get nervous. The girl suggests that the boy rest a bit. She will lie down now too, the boy agrees, and the girl lies on her back and closes her eyes. The main heroine realizes that she dozed off, and he is already standing right in front of her, waving his hand and saying goodbye. She thinks that he has started his show again, and decides to watch it. While there is time, he opens the panel. Through the barred window, light is visible. The main character looks at the panel and ponders what would be the simplest thing to do from everything he has read. So, the conversation will be about water. It concerns food production. Water can be obtained from oxygen and hydrogen, which are in the air. It can also be obtained as drinking, clean water. 1 liter of water can be made in 30 minutes. The main character ponders how much time production takes, and whether this time can be reduced. He wants to try, so he stretches out his hands and tries to imagine everything in his mind. The main character feels something very similar to a pulse or breathing, but still it's something else. He wonders if that's what magic feels like. The boy continues to hold hands with his eyes closed. By the way, he doesn't know any spells or anything like that, so he's not sure if he can do something instinctively. He activates creation magic, and some kind of energy starts to appear around him. Then the boy looks at the panel again, sees that the water production time has decreased by several seconds, and this figure continues to drop. Behind her, the princess sleeps, and the main character realizes the timer has already been launched. Only 21 minutes are left. The main character believes that after activation, production somehow happens on its own. The panel has become smaller, and it seems that his participation is no longer needed. The guy stands up and looks down, realizing that his vomit is still on the floor and starting to smell strongly. He looks for something to clean it up with and notices a bucket in the corner. The main character looks at this and realizes that it cannot be used, because it is intended for natural needs. The boy thinks with dissatisfaction that it's very dirty here, although he's also bored here. If they don't leave quickly, they might catch some infection. He looks at the panel and wonders if there's anything else here besides a panacea, such as a vaccine or antibiotics. Suddenly, he realizes that he can make penicillin. It is indicated that it works for 47 hours. Should he just eat it? The main character looks at the panel with the banned drug production and ponders what conditions need to be met in order to unlock this possibility. There are 16 minutes left until the production is completed. The boy realizes that when the water is already ready, he can make a rag or a mop. The production time of a rag is a whole 6 hours. He realizes that without materials, everything will drag on for a long time, so it would be better to use something else. Saneda turns around, looks at the sleeping princess, and decides to act. There are 8 minutes left until the water appears. After that, the main character takes off his pants and ponders what he is doing in such a place. There must be a real panic on the boat now. It disappeared so suddenly. Sonoda wonders if this will be recognized as a marine incident. Today is a holiday, so the insurance may not cover it. The main character holds his underwear in his hands and thinks that his parents are probably worried about whether he will be able to return home. The boy realizes with disgust that he will have to wipe his vomit with his own underwear. Suddenly after this, the princess wakes up, sees the main character without clothes, and asks if he is crying. The hero is surprised by such a question. The main hero uncertainly explains to the girl that everything is not as she thought, and she raises her hands with handcuffs up. Suddenly she comes up from behind and hugs the boy, because of which Saneda got embarrassed and called him cute. The girl asks the guy if he tried to support her when she was on the verge of life and death, and he realizes that this is exactly how she perceives it. The princess says that there is no need for that. The main character is confident that he understood everything correctly, and responds to her that it's not hard for him, he just feels sorry for her. The girl is surprised by such a response. The main character ponders what he was trying to show himself as a good guy as much as possible, but what he actually thought of. The girl tells him that he is simply charming. The girl shyly tells Sanedi to act because she is not against it. She puts her hand under his shirt. The boy is surprised at what is happening now. The main hero looks at the princess in amazement and thinks that he would never have believed that this day would come. The girl looks shyly at Sonata and says that she's a bit tight, so she asks for help. The boy happily agrees. At this moment, he receives a message that the water is ready. Now you need to choose a place where it will appear. The main character gets nervous, tries to remove this panel, and decides to just pour everything out. He points to the place with his hand, and water simply spills onto the floor. Saneda understands that to create water, he needs to have some kind of vessel. But after this, he decides to put off his thoughts about magic. He is now trying to focus on the present and looks at the bewildered girl, thinking that she is like a completely different person. After all this, the girl lay down next to the boy and said that she liked everything, so that he would call her Chris. The boy lay silently next to her. She calmly closes her eyes, hugs her, and says that now she doesn't regret anything. The guy gets up and looks at the girl, thinking she's talking to him, as if they're in love. It's hard not to get attached after something like that. The main heroine cannot believe that she is to be executed in 3 days. He looks at her as she sleeps. The guy thinks about what would have happened if they had managed to remove these handcuffs. He is convinced that they would have succeeded. The main character has been sitting in jail for the 2nd day. The girl asks him to move a little. He looks at her in surprise, but agrees and gets up. The girl takes a fighting stance and kicks out the leg of the bed. Having broken off a piece, she carefully examines it, holding it in her hands. The main heroine is amazed that she is capable of this, even with blocked forces. What has she come up with? The girl says that maybe it's because they spent the night together that she decided not to give up. So now she's asking if that's really the case. The girl with a serious face shows a part of the bed and says she's going to use it to cut her wrists. The main hero looks at her in wonder after these words. The girl explains, if you remove the handcuffs, she will be able to use magic. Healing magic is unlikely to work, but she can cauterize the wound with fire magic and stop the bleeding. So, with the first strike, she will try to break as many bones as possible, and then she needs him to tear off the remaining skin and flesh. The guy trembles and asks the girl not to hurry, because he can definitely remove these handcuffs. He looks at the panel, which shows that there are almost 2 hours left until the end of production. The main hero realizes that there are about 2 hours left, and with tears in his eyes, he says that he will help with his magical powers. The girl understands that he can use magic again, like a human. The guy holds the girl by the shoulder and asks to wait another hour and 57 minutes. The girl thinks that something is completely wrong with him. Chris agrees with the boy and says that one way or another they will escape tonight. She thinks that at least he should sleep. The girl tells Sonati that they have 2 hours, and then they act according to her plan. The boy agrees with her decision. The girl tells the main character that 2 hours have already passed, but the guy objects and asks to wait another 27 minutes. She asks him how he knows what time it is if he can't hear the bells. He points to his wristwatch and says he can tell the exact time. The girl looks at the watch in surprise. Suddenly, she slaps a piece of wood on the table and yells at the boy to finally stop fooling around and give up. Let him hold this sharp piece so he doesn't move. But the main character doesn't give up and asks Chris to wait a little longer, because he himself doesn't know what to do. How to make her wait another 27 minutes. The girl screams that this is the only way out. The guy is shouting at the girl to stay with him for one more night. She is surprised and asks what he is talking about, since it's not the right time for this. The main hero trembles and tells Chris that he is scared, he won't be able to do it. Let her cheer him up, the girl understands this. The princess confidently tells the boy that she will give him this courage, and Sonata understands. His way worked. The girl throws the guy on the floor and asks if he doesn't mind, because the bed is broken. The guy awkwardly says that the stone is cold. Chris tells the boy that he will warm him up now, and the main character notices that he is indeed getting warmer. Suddenly he asks her to stop, because everything can end too quickly. He looks at the timer and realizes that he needs to hold on for another 22 minutes. Then the panel beeps, and the boy lies down, breathing heavily. He realizes he's been lucky because it ended on time. Good job. The girl asks if he's finished, and he responds affirmatively. Chris says it's time to get ready, but the boy interrupts the girl and asks her to show him. He holds out his palms, indicating that he wants to see it right there. A metal object falls straight onto the open palms of the main character. The girl is very surprised by this and asks if it appeared out of thin air. Sonata thinks that she is just shocked. In fact, the main character has been working on this since yesterday, using creation magic. With the skills of a master, he made thin grooves on the steel. The metal stick suddenly disappeared from the window, and the boy explained to the girl that he did it on purpose to remove the handcuffs from her. Now she is even more amazed by his magical abilities and is simply shocked by what she saw. Suddenly the girl becomes serious. She realizes that this can mean only one thing. He is actually a woman, but the boy denies it, because she has just checked everything herself. In the room, a rustling is heard. The main character cuts the handcuffs on the girl's hands and says, "A little more. Try it yourself now." The girl tries, and she manages to free her hands. The girl looks at her shining hand in surprise and says that the action of the magical protection has become weaker. She turns to Sonata. "Well done, boy." After that, the girl directs a magical impulse into her hand, and the handcuff breaks. Then she stretches out her hand to the side, from where the energy is coming. Energy strikes just by the doors. After that, a cough is heard. The guard lies on the floor, and the guy asks if he's sleeping. The girl says it was some kind of sleepy fog, so he just passed out for 6 hours. Then the girl asks the main character to step back. He agrees, and the girl is about to do something with her foot. After that, she gets on the bed and breaks it in half, which greatly surprises the main character. The girl squeezes a piece of wood in her hand and says she's getting physically stronger. As always, she tells the boy that it's time for them to leave. Then the girl's hand fills with magical energy, and she jumps into the air, which greatly surprises the main character. Chris jumps up to the window, and with one blow breaks all the remaining bars. The main character says it's unbelievable. Chris asks Sonata if she's surprised. Not everyone has such magical power. The girl laughs. The girl is the first to climb out the window, stands on the street and stretches out her hand to the main character. He is amazed at how strong she is, as she pulls him out with one hand. The main character looks at himself, spreads his arms to the sides, and realizes that he is finally free. Chris repeats after him. The Sonata follows the girl and cautiously peeks around the corner right into the eyes of the guard. He realizes it's too late to retreat. But did he do the right thing when he decided to follow her? The girl explains to him that ahead is a chapel, guarded by people on all sides. She says that underground there is a secret passage that will help them escape from the castle. She will take care of the guards herself, and he should wait. Suddenly, the girl rushes straight at the enemies and quickly deals with them. Santa thinks that maybe it would have been better for him to stay in prison, but the main character remembers what those night girls did to him, and realizes that it could have been even worse. Chris calmly opens the door. The main character, Jerry, follows her and realizes he has to be by her side. Together they end up inside, right in front of some statue on a pedestal. Then they open a secret passage in the floor and go down there. The boy is amazed when the entrance closes behind them. Priz says that this passage begins near the foot of the bronze statue in Monson Park. From there they will head to Philip's fishing harbor. The main character scrolls through names in his head but gets confused. Chris explains. They will buy a boat there and sail east. Now he understands everything. He looks at the size of the Sonata and realizes that he will again find himself in the open sea, just like it was in his world at the last moment. The main character, Chris Dreamer, tells the girl that the sand is already very hot. Sonata barely gets up, opens her eyes and says it's very hot. They are sailing on a wooden boat. The girl stands confidently at the bow of the vessel. Now the main character remembers everything. He realizes that he was carried away by the current. The boy looks around and sees Wherever he looks, there is water everywhere. It's because of this that he hated the sea after he escaped from the castle through an underground passage. They reached the fishing harbor, where they were spotted by Imperial soldiers several times. But each time, Chris instantly dealt with the enemies and stood over the bodies of the defeated in such a terrifying manner that she seemed like a real demon. Then they stole a boat from a fisherman and triumphantly sailed away at 3 o'clock in the morning. He mentally apologizes to the fisherman. The wind fills the sail, and the hero asks the girl if she knows how to steer the boat. This is the first time he has seen a boat with a sail. The girl turns back, smiles, and again asks how to steer the boat, as the current carries them further, and here they are. When she said she was going to steal the boat, he decided she would manage, but the main character was greatly mistaken. He suddenly hears the sound of a notification from the panel. A message appears on the panel that the water is ready. The main character immediately understands this and shows where the nightlight will appear and where to pour the water. Sonata thinks that seawater can be turned into drinking water in just 5 minutes, so they are definitely not threatened with dehydration. Also, salt can be extracted from salt water. It only takes 2 megapixels, although this gives little experience. Thanks to the creation of the file and pot, it is the category of tools that has developed best in it. He ponders whether to try baking bread again. This requires 6 megapixels and an hour of time if you use salt and water. A total of 50 minutes, much faster than in real life. So, MRs that are not restored during production will be restored at a rate of 1 megapixel per minute. If only salt and water are used, it gradually begins to understand what's what, and very soon he will move on to a new level. He will continue to do what brings him benefits. The hero tells his companion that the water is already ready, and the girl thanks him for it. She smiles and jokes that, apparently, they are still alive thanks to him. Probably, he is her guardian angel. The Sonata imagines herself as an angel and wonders what kind of guardian she could be. The girl replies that she is very cute. The guy realizes that her words are affecting him like nicotine. He starts getting used to them. He thinks, maybe he's really cute. Suddenly, Chris calls out to him loudly. The main hero is amazed, and the girl joyfully exclaims that she finally sees the island. The boy reacts quickly and asks where they are. Nothing can be seen around, but the girl grabs the oars and starts rowing very quickly. Sinan is impressed at how quickly she's doing it. The boy realizes that there's something ahead. It's actually an island. The boat moored to the shore, where palm trees grow, behind which a dense forest and mountains are visible. The main character and Chris are lying on the sand. He says it's a real tropical paradise, and the girl agrees with him. Suddenly, the girl jumps up, and this surprises Sonat, while Chris finds himself at the same level as the food on the palm. She lands with fruits in her hands and tells him that his magic to create things is good, but obtaining food is more important for survival. Sonata realizes that these are the same quirky physical abilities. The boy holds 2 fruits and says everything is fine. It's necessary to go into the shade. The girl follows him. Chris reports that it's necessary to survey the surrounding area. If there are people there, you can ask where they are. And if it's a deserted island, it's worth being prepared to meet terrible monsters. The boy is amazed at what she said about monsters, though what else was he expecting? This is a completely different world. Something behind makes a strange sound, and the boy notices some kind of strange substance. The main character asks in surprise if it's really a slug. The girl clarifies if he has seen a slug for the first time. The boy confesses that he saw it, but only in pictures. The girl asks again, and he explains that he only saw it in photographs. She wonders if these are photos with slimes. Sonata is interested in whether they are dangerous. The girl explains that if you get too close, the animal can hiss and spray a person with a grassy liquid. If you don't wash it off right away, the skin will start to prickle and irritate. He understands this. Slugs are harmless creatures. They feed on human waste and garbage. In short, it's better to just leave them alone. Sonata agrees with this conclusion. The guy says he thought you could go around the whole island if you go along the shore, but the forest comes right up to the water. The girl asks the guy to jump, and he asks if it's her. Then the girl, carrying the main character on her back, jumps very high, and the boy is scared of this, and she asks him to hold on tighter. The main character in the horror movie asks if they can't just walk on land, and the girl replies that it will be faster that way. The guy wants to object, but suddenly gets very scared and asks his friend to be more careful. The main character hits his head on something and steps back. Chris asks him, "What happened? Did you say something?" Suddenly, the guy hugs the girl tighter, which surprises her. She calls him a rascal and says it's too early for them to relax. The main hero screams and raises his hands, apologizes to the girl, and she slightly smiles. They're already on their way, and the main character says that they've just left the forest, and ahead of them are thick thickets. Chris fills both hands with magical energy and warns Sanada not to come any closer. The girl makes a sharp movement with her hand, as if cutting through the air. The boy wonders if it's really a gust of wind. He wonders if all of this is really happening again. And suddenly they find themselves in front of a cliff. The girl jumps over the walls, carrying the boy on her back. Then he notices that she doesn't even use her hands. The main heroine thinks that her magic is a deception. She realizes that they spent half a day going around all these monsters. He waves some kind of stick at something. If you put everything together, it turns out to be an island with a circumference of about 25 kilometers. It's uninhabited. There are no signs of people. In the center there is a small mountain, less than 200 meters high. There are no monsters here, only slugs, but a lot of vegetation. The girl suggests eating because she is already hungry. The boy says look here and points to the food drawn on a sheet of paper. The girl is surprised that the food is drawn, not real. She asks if he did that too with his magic. That's cool. The guy agrees and says it's his first time, so he can't vouch for the taste. But he tried his best. Once again, he shows himself to be a good and hard-working guy. The girl is surprised and says it's very cute that he likes Chris's reaction. She suggests that when they finish eating, they go together to explore the mountain. Sanada agrees. They are walking along the mountain, and the girl says that a cave will be needed for them. They are already at a sufficient distance from the river, so it will be convenient to get to the water. The main character says that there is only stone here and nothing like a cave. The girl fills her hand with energy and says that then they will have to do everything themselves. She strikes the mountain with her hand. The girl starts hitting one by one and destroys the mountain. The boy looks at this in shock and says he's going to the beach for water and food. The girl exclaims that she understood him. The main heroine carries fruits and thinks that it was a stone hand. Her magic is really scary. The girl smiles at Sanada and says that he is quick. She has just finished too. The main character enters what his friend has built and looks around in surprise. Benches and a table have appeared in the room. Everything was even. The girl asks the boy what he thinks about it and says that this place should be enough. The man says that this is more than enough. There are over 50 square meters here. She even managed to make a stone table, chairs, and even a bed in such a short time. The girl's cheeks flush, and the main character realizes that Chris is embarrassed by his words. The girl sits down, and the boy asks what they plan to do next. She replies that it's the same thing they talked about on the boat. She thinks they were washed up to the southeast, so if they head east, land should appear. Then they can join the border guard at Bawanda Castle, although she is not certain. According to the latest information, the forces of the Bavan Citadel inflicted a powerful blow on the Imperial Army, forcing it to retreat. They are now on standby, but she can definitely say that the confrontation is still ongoing. She calmly explains to them that behind the strong walls, there are fertile fields and large supplies that will last for 10 years, so if they hide there, nothing will threaten them. The main hero understands. If Chris herself says so, then everything will be exactly all right. But the boy thinks that they need to go and gather leaves for their bed now. The main hero stands at the entrance to the cave and looks at the girl who walks with a confident gait. Chris turns around and says that while she's gathering palm fronds, she'll take a look at the river. Maybe she'll spot some animal that can be eaten. She says with a smile that for energy they need something more than just fruits. The main hero with a smile says that he will look for plants from which he can make bags for collecting fruits. The main character, after some time, finds a liana. Now he plans to make a bag out of it for harvesting crops. It can be worn on the shoulder or on the back, and the work will take approximately 8 hours. When the bread is ready, he will receive 6 experience points. After that, he will make a harvest bag and work a bit more to level up. The main character is very happy about this. Sanada realizes that now he will be able to do even more different things. He ponders what it will all end with. These thoughts do not give him peace, and he thoughtfully looks into the sky. The main character tells his friend that he has already returned. The girl has already gone to bed, and they can rest here quietly. The guy realizes that there is only one bed in the room, and Chris had immediately planned for them to sleep together. But this only delights him. The girl says that it's a real bed, not like the ones in prison, so she's very proud of it. The guy approaches the girl to talk, but she abruptly interrupts him. She says she couldn't catch anyone, apologizes for giving false hope for dinner. The girl says that as soon as they leave the island, clashes will be inevitable, so everyone needs to be vigilant. She assures that it will definitely happen tomorrow. The boy again addresses the girl by name. The main hero asks the girl to leave him here, and Chris is very surprised by his words. Suddenly the girl realizes what he meant, and asks Sonat what he is talking about. The main hero says that he is of little use in battle. He will only hinder her. Chris is very strong, but even with such strength, she was captured. If she also has to take care of him, then at some point she may lose. If the boy improves his magic, he'll be able to make a good boat or even other things that are useful in battle. But she can't just sit and wait for that. The main hero promises the girl that he will cope and will be able to do everything necessary. So he asks her not to look back, but to go east and continue to think only about her kingdom. Suddenly the girl starts trembling, bites her lip, calls the boy by name and is already about to hug him. She hugs him tightly and crying asks for forgiveness. The main character calmly hugs her back in response. Then the night comes. The main hero lies in bed powerless. The girl sits nearby and tells him that he has become very brave, and what he did surprised her. The guy believes that it is thanks to her advice that his skills have improved significantly over the past few months. The girl says that she has never seen a guy taking the initiative before, and asks if it's not too much. Suddenly, the guy receives an audio message. Chris asks what's going on, and Suneda replies that he's just finished making a bag to gather things. Suddenly, another notification arrives, and the boy says that he's finally leveled up. It's great news, but he still can't see anything. He notes that he now has more action points, so he can do what was previously inaccessible, but new skills it did not give. The girl asks him how he feels about it. The boy says that instead of 6 loaves for breakfast, there will be 9. The girl is delighted because now they will have a full breakfast. The girl tells the boy not to rush, although maybe the boys recover faster in bed, and they both start laughing about this. Night falls. The main character and Chris are in a cave. The boy says that tomorrow will be a tough day for them, so he suggests going to sleep. She agrees. The main character tears off a branch with fruit and puts it in an already filled basket behind his back, showing that this is quite enough. The boy thinks they don't even know how far this place is from land. He's sure she'll have enough water and food for a week. If she needs at least 2 liters of water per day, then for a week she'll need 4 bottles. The boy also learned one interesting thing while picking fruits. It's almost impossible to do without a knife. Picking by hands is very hard, but he still doesn't have enough magical energy to create a knife. In this case, the knife made of split stone does well and greatly simplifies life. He believes that to make it even more convenient to use, it should be made of polished stone. The girl turns to the boy. The girl drags the body of a huge animal and tells the boy that she killed it with a magic arrow, but she doesn't know how to dissect the prey. The boy is amazed at how big it is and asks if it's not a boar. Chris tells how she sucked all the blood out of him, but maybe she wasn't trying to do that. The man thinks she's some kind of princess, so it's no wonder she can't do anything herself. Suneda says that he can handle the fish, but he doesn't know how to skin and gut such a large carcass. The girl offers to try to do it her own way. To do this, she needs to go to the stream, and she raises her hand over the body of the boar. The girl strikes with a handful of magic and cuts the body of the boar in half. The main character, in shock, returns to the girl and says that first, the skin needs to be removed and the organs extracted. The girl understands what's being discussed and begins to dissect the carcass. They stand before a large pile of meat and realize there's not enough salt for everything. Then, they decide to preserve the meat by smoking it. Thick smoke is coming out of the wooden building, and the main character Chris silently watches this. The guy thinks he asked Chris to cut down a fallen tree, and from it they easily made a box. It turned out great. He also asked her to use fire magic. He told her that he was fine and everything would be okay, but it would be hard for him without her. The next morning the girl stands in the boat, and the main character helps her load all the necessary things. The girl sighs and says that they have arrived. She asks Suneda if everything is okay with him, because the previous night he seemed tired. The boy replies that he is perfectly fine. Chris tells that she was with a man on top for the first time, and she even liked it. He was really amazing. The guy asks the girl to stop. Usually people don't talk like that at such moments. He addresses Chris by her name. The main hero with a smile wishes the girl good luck. She tells him to take care of himself and jokes that she would have taken him hostage with pleasure. The boy waves to her and hesitates whether he wants to be a hostage. Then the boat sails away. The boat is moving further and further away from the shore and eventually completely disappears over the horizon. The main character watches as it sails away. The guy says that now he will have to find a flint to start a fire, as well as a pot, a fishing rod, a mirror, soap, and a razor on his own. Now he has a lot of things to do. He needs to keep going in the same spirit and quickly pump up his skills. He is confident that he will succeed. The girl lies powerless on the shore, and the main character in shock asks Chris if she has returned yet. He asks if she had a shipwreck, but the girl denies it and says she just wanted to see him. So she quickly defeated the Empire, restored the kingdom, and immediately set off here, although she got a bit tired. Sonata wonders how she managed to do everything so quickly. The girl tells him that she has already handed the kingdom over to another person, and offers him to stay on just for the two of them. Chris tells Sonat that she is very hungry, and suggests trying the sea star soup. She asks the boy what he wants to start with, and he touches her, and says that she is very wet. In fact, the main character touches the slime with his hand, and a characteristic sound is heard. He looks at it in confusion, and suddenly the slime shoots at him. The main character screams because the slime gets right into his face. The main character finds himself completely drenched in this liquid, and starts wondering if he has suddenly fallen asleep, and then convinces himself that he just had a dream. The boy looks up at the sky and realizes that Chris is gone, and he is left alone on this big island. A sound comes from the forest, and the main character, frightened, grabs the sword that Chris had previously taken from a soldier at the fishing harbor. Nearby, a bonfire is burning, which Chris also lit. The main character looks into the woods and realizes how scared he is. He comes to understand that he has relied too much on Chris. It's a good thing he's already making a fire starter, just in case the fire goes out. The man looks at the doors and realizes it would have been better to make a real entrance. He recalls the boar that Chris killed and understands. If such an animal had attacked him, the chances of survival would have been slim. It takes Flint about 8 hours to do this. He doesn't dare go into the woods at night to gather trees. The sword is too heavy for him to swing, but its mere presence reassures the boy, and he asks if it will be like this every evening. Then the boy hears some noise from the forest again and starts thinking about what it could be. And that's when an idea strikes him. After all this, morning comes. The guy wakes up from the notification, stretches, and says it's already noon. He was so scared that he almost didn't sleep until morning. The main character starts preparing as early as this evening. He will be able to sleep peacefully, because the list is already ready. Sonata looks at it and thinks that the thing is really beautiful. A true masterpiece, if you will. If the sword turns out to be too heavy, it can always be remade into a spear. The sword is missing a tip, which he uses as material, and a novice like him won't be able to wield such a sword anyway. A light spear would be more suitable for him. Sonatina is now training with her new weapon. The main character is going to use this as a walking stick. When he enters the forest, he still has one unresolved problem. The man stands in the forest, looks ahead, then touches the tree and ponders whether this tree is suitable. Then he applies magic to check the suitability of the material. Then the main character wonders where the thing has gone, but it suddenly falls on his head from above. In an hour, the main character decides that from now on he will always think before turning trees into material. Then the main heroine hears a notification and realizes that she is already ready. He chooses the door as the place where she will appear. Instead of doors, plywood is installed. These are not real doors, but rather an imitation of them. The main character stands in front of it with pride. The guy opens this and thinks everything is okay, but actually he should have put it on the other side. The main character walks along the shore with a spear in his hands, eats a banana, and looks out at the sea. He ponders what else might come in handy, perhaps realizing something new. The main character looks at the sky and suddenly realizes that he hasn't eaten rice in a long time. He decides to look at the panels and realizes that he can cook rice. But for this, more than just bread is needed. Cooking the rice will take 2 hours. Suddenly, a wave washes a seaweed onto the shore, and the boy realizes it's kombu seaweed, which is used for sushi. He decides, if I don't try it, I won't know what it tastes like. He still decides to try it. He thinks he can use magic to make dashi out of this. It's a Japanese broth. If he succeeds, then tonight's dinner will be onigiri with kombu. Finally, a real Japanese dish. The guy also understands that he missed me very much. It seems like he never had this in his life. The main character thinks that Japan is very far away. 5 days have already passed. Senada is still on the island. The boy laughs and says that just a bit more, just a little, and he's almost done with what he's been waiting for so long. 3 days have passed since Chris left, and during this time the boy hasn't been distracted by anything and has finally almost finished the task. His creation magic has reached the 3rd level. The main hero is very pleased with this and proud of himself. Now he was given not only more mana, but also a new category was opened, the production of golems. He immediately gets down to business, and in just 48 hours the first golem will be ready. Now he is not alone. He calls his friend and calls him his faithful assistant. Before Sonata appears a stone golem. It is one of the mass-produced small models. Smoke bursts from the golem, the boy waits, and the golem with a rumble begins to turn back to him. The main character thought it would look much more complicated. The boy looks at him, and then they both stand at the edge of the precipice and look straight out to sea, standing side by side. He looks significantly better than his moai statue. Sometimes his eyes glow green, and he can also lift things weighing up to 500 kilograms and still smile. The main character ponders what exactly he needs to name. The name Oiva sounds like a curse. He also muses about Evastia and Stonisha, but the main character realizes that his golem is a man, and from today on, he will be called Evo. He asks the golem if this is a normal name. The Sonata points to the cave where he lives. Now he wants to show him the whole island and invites him to go along with him. The golem steps heavily, and the boy thinks he's being silent, but he's pleased because he has someone willing to listen to him. They arrive at the location, and Sonata explains that it's Crescent Cove, a special place, the very spot where they parted ways with Chris. It's only been a week since he ended up in this world, and only now is he starting to understand what's going on. This is not Japan at all. He's explored this place a bit, so now he understands what's what. He asks the golem if it's listening to him, but the golem suddenly walks off somewhere, and the boy looks after him in surprise. Golem points into the forest, and the boy asks if he really wants to go there, just into the forest or maybe the other way. He asks about the southern side of the island and realizes that it's impossible to get there. It would have been possible to get there by boat or somehow else, but they don't have a boat. Then he points to the sea, and Sonata realizes that he has just been born and is probably curious about everything around him. Suddenly, the main character notices something on the horizon and realizes that it's a ship heading straight for them. He wonders if it's just a coincidence, for the ship is sailing closer and closer to their island. What kind of strange ship is this? Sonata notices a ship on the horizon and thinks it's heading straight for them. The hero hopes that these are good people and orders his friend Iwao to quickly return and defend the cave. A young man decides to stay and watch the ship. He urges on his slow friend Iwao, who is lingering behind. The hero hides in the bushes and sees a boat being lowered from the cutter. He realizes that someone is going to land on the shore. The hero notices that everyone on the boat is women. He pays attention to the fact that they are dressed not as soldiers, but as fishermen. Sonata is horrified by the thought that they might be pirates. The pirate has a serious and determined look. She looks at the shore with a slight smile, as if she's thought of something. The captain orders one part of the crew to moor the boat, another to check the river, and all the others to go with her. The assistant tells the captain that they were lucky to stumble upon an unknown island. She agrees that it's the perfect place to hide. The Senate is amazed to realize that it is indeed pirates who are looking for a new refuge. The hero anxiously thinks that now his neighbors will become criminals. The captain gives the order to go on a reconnaissance mission. He starts to panic because he thinks they will eat all his fruits, and now he won't be able to go fishing. The boy realizes that his cave will soon be discovered, and suggests to Iva to set up an ambush on the mountain while the pirates have not yet sailed away. Having decided to leave, the hero suddenly comes across one of the female pirates. They are both struck by the unexpected meeting, and seem to have frozen in place. The entire pirate crew was astonished to see a real man before them, as they were convinced that the island was uninhabited. Pirates surrounded the hero. The hero is frightened and warns them not to approach, or else the stone golem will get angry. The pirates are delighted that he is a real man. The woman says the man is a real find, and orders her team to attack the golem together. The captain strikes hard, and one of the pirates immediately flies to the side and loses consciousness. The captain looks at her team with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Next to her, her assistant stands calmly. She angrily shouts at her subordinates. The captain apologizes for frightening him and asks him to calm down, promising that he will not do anything bad. She explains that they will leave as soon as they collect water and meat. The main character thinks that the captain seems like a good person, but he's not so naive as to just take her at her word. After all, he used to work for a shady company. He says that water can be taken from the stream and meat can be obtained by hunting a deer, goat, or wild boar. The captain thanks him and once again promises that he will not harm him. The stone golem Ivao stands at the entrance to the cave and feels relief, because now he is safe. The pirates are recovering from the fight. One complains of pain, another asks if she is all right. One of the pirates is angry with the captain, calling her a hysterical woman who loses self-control just because they wanted to rest a bit. They discuss which of them has a strong captain, but they don't understand why she would want to play at being a pirate, since there are rumors that she used to be a naval officer. One of them smiles and says the guy wasn't that bad after all. The other one laughs and adds that she would have wrung his neck herself. Meanwhile, the hero in the cave feels that they are being talked about. They say the captain thinks he's better just because of his good looks. One of the female pirates doubts if her friend is serious and asks who told her that. A friend laughs, hoping the guy survived, and says that the captain only likes the weak. Suddenly, their assistant Janice appears and asks reproachfully if they really think of themselves as weak. The pirates of shock jump up when they see Janice and Babel and start panicking, justifying that they were just joking. Janice calls them fools and asks what will happen if the captain hears them. She says she understands their feelings since they finally managed to break away from the fleet, but she thinks the captain behaved rudely. The pirates immediately agree with her, nodding their heads. That's exactly how everything was. Janice thinks the captain lacks flexibility, so she came up with her own secret plan. The hero orders his golem Iwao to attack the enemy by throwing a stone. The golem slowly lifts the rock, and the hero realizes that it's moving too slowly to effectively attack from a distance. He realizes that now he is a real tank, and he needs a shield. But he sees that creating a shield will take as long as 18 hours, and will require a lot of mana. Santa decided to postpone creating the shield, because if he needs something else, problems may arise. He decides to make something simpler and crafts 4 wooden torches. A young man lights one of the torches and is amazed, because it burns much brighter than he expected. He sends you outside to stop the uninvited guests, and you notice that although the lighting is simple, it is very convenient. The hero receives a message that his tool crafting skill has reached level 3. The overall level of magic had almost reached 4, and usually that would have pleased him. In this situation, he sits in his cave and impatiently waits for the pirates to finally sail away. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise from the street. He looks out the window and sees that an explosion has occurred on the shore. The Sonata started to panic, thinking that these could be pirates with a bomb or a cannon, and is afraid that he will have serious problems. He decides that it's not fitting for him to be a laughingstock, and he needs to at least somewhat increase his defenses in order to feel safe. The hero sees a man noticing someone near the entrance to the cave. A young man shouts loudly and asks who's there. The pirate captain sleeps peacefully. One of the pirates bursts in and yells that they have big problems. The captain asks Janice what happened. She looks serious, apologizes, and says that something terrible has happened. On one of the pirate's hands, strange spots are visible. The captain asks in horror what happened to him, and suspects that it is some kind of disease. On the shore lie 4 sick men. The captain is worried because if the cause of the illness is on this island, things are very bad. They shouted that they couldn't just leave them like that, and then sternly ordered Janice to shut up, saying that if they stayed, they would perish here. Cecilia suggests converting one of the cabins into a hospital room and sealing it hermetically. She tells the patient to hang on and notes that he is in pain. She turns away resolutely, orders the patient to sit down and says she will take her to the boat. The sick pirate, feeling guilty, quietly apologizes to her captain. A female pirate attacks the captain. She stabs the captain in the back with a dagger. Cecilia turns around in horror and asks the saleswoman what she is doing. Suddenly something invisible throws her aside and she screams in pain. She realizes that it was a gust of wind, the only thing that could have pierced her magical defense. Before her appears Janice with a sly smile and calls out her name. She says with a sneer that they've decided Cecilia isn't suitable for the role of captain. Janice says joyfully that the captain has understood everything correctly, and now she is doomed to die here. But the captain angrily asks if they really think they can defeat her. Cecilia, a blazing flame. She creates a strong fireball in her hand. The merchant screams in horror, as it's her signature move. Cecilia unleashes the full force of her fiery blast, and a bright flash erupts all around. A cloud of dust rises from the explosion. The traders start coughing and can't see anything, and the captain disappears from view. Janice screams at them in anger not to attack, because in such confusion they will only hurt each other. As the smoke clears, one of the pirates notices with irritation that their captain has escaped. But Janice says she's been beaten up pretty badly already, and she's going to die soon anyway, so it's better not to fight. She orders them to return to the ship and tell everyone that Cecilia and her dogs have picked up some strange disease. Janice smiles with cunning, introduces herself as the new captain, and gives her first command. Her first task is to destroy her allies. A stone golem with a torch in its hand looks out of the cave. The hero cries out, "Who's there?" A wounded pirate woman emerges from the bushes. The Sonata, in a strict voice, punishes her to stop and asks what she wants. The girl barely lifts her head. Cecilia admits it's a bit cheeky, but as a pirate, she still asks for his help before passing out. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking when she suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Gallum notices that the girl is injured because she is bleeding. The hero realizes that this does not look like deception. Having cast aside all doubts and fears, the hero confidently exclaims that none of it matters. He asks Iva to help him, deciding to take the wounded girl to his cave. In the cave on the bed, the girl writhes in pain, clenching her fists tightly. The hero notices that the wounds on her thigh and back are much worse. The girl reluctantly admits that she was betrayed by her own subordinates. The young man panics and realizes he needs to act. He sees that applying bandages will take 35 minutes, and he still doesn't know how to make medicine. The girl says she has no medicine, and now she's using all her magic for reinforcement. But it's not the same as healing magic. She says she has more strength than an ordinary woman, and if she's lucky, she'll survive. Sonata sees that the wounds are very serious, but she doesn't give up. The hero firmly promises that he will definitely help her. Cecilia apologizes for the whole situation. He introduces himself as Shiro. Sanada and the golem are called Iwao. He says that first, the bleeding on the thigh needs to be stopped. Shuru asks her not to move and says that to examine the wound they will have to cut her clothes. Golem hands him the already cut pants. The hero is frightened that the wound is more than 10 centimeters, although there is almost no blood from it. Cecilia explains that due to her physical strength, she is still alive. Otherwise, she would have bled out a long time ago. She asks to have her thigh bandaged to stop the bleeding. He applies a bandage and says that's all he can do to help. Sonata doubts that the homemade bandage was applied well enough, and thinks that the wound should be checked later. He is worried that she might have fainted. He creates another stone statue. The first is to guard the house, and the second is to gather food and water. He has doubled his defense, and his creation magic has reached the 4th level. He is happy, even if he only got more magical energy. He looks at the sleeping Cecilia and thinks, if it's not time for her to wake up yet. You're welcome, Cecilia, everything's fine. He can't bear to look at himself in this state, so he decides to shave with his 3-blade razor. Suddenly he notices that she has already woken up. She asks if he peeked. He starts panicking and tries to justify himself, saying that if she gets nervous, the wound might start bleeding again. Cecilia blushes and hides her face in the blanket, while Cian quietly asks if she's all right. Cecilia covers her mouth with her hand in shame. She screams in dismay, covers her face with her hands, and apologizes several times. The girl apologizes for peeking and asks him not to come close to her. The hero does not understand what she is talking about. Having calmed down, she admits that she didn't even suspect that unwanted body hair meant anything to him. The hero, smeared with shaving foam, repeats her strange words in utter confusion. Suddenly he realizes she meant shaving. He compares it to peeking at a girl. He decides to quickly finish shaving, but Cecilia screams again because she can't bear the sight. She screams at him to stop and says that's not something you do in front of a woman, and he thinks it's kind of cute for a pirate. The senator hands her a glass and says it's mango juice. She gratefully accepts the juice. He explains that she hasn't eaten in a long time, and this juice is very nutritious. Cecilia says with joy that it's very tasty, and feels the power filling her body, adding with a smile that the mango triggered the second Yuhu. The boy asks her if it hurts. She replies that it hurts a little when she lifts her arm. He offers her something to eat. She refuses because she feels awkward, but the boy says that the wounded are not allowed to talk. Cecilia thoughtfully pronounces his name and says that it is very beautiful. The main character says he's hearing this for the first time, because his name sounds very masculine, and he doubts it's suitable. He says she is driving a wedge between them. The girl denies it, but Sanada thinks to herself that her reaction is wonderful, and that it's very easy and fun to embarrass her. She, completely flustered, tries to say something, but gets tangled up in words. Sunita sees that she has fallen asleep, and decides that it's because of the juice in his jokes. He thinks that she needed it most of all. He decides that she won't be able to eat solid food, so he needs to cook her some porridge. He also thinks about making a bedpan. A young guy ironically thinks he has turned into a nanny, and reviews his skills. They have noticeably grown. He likes good results, and he believes that the 5th level with new categories, such as medicines, will appear soon. Sonata realizes that if she creates another Iwao, her ability to create golems will improve, and she will be able to manufacture a golem of a different species. He postpones the preparation of chala, because for Cecilia it is more important to have food. He wants to go fishing. 6 days had already passed since Cecilia found herself in the cave. The hero says it's time to change the bandage. Cecilia replies that the wound has already healed, and there's no pain at all. He sees that from the wound only a small scar remains on the side, and, as she says, it's almost nothing. The girl shows him with joy that she can move freely and demonstrates her strength. She sincerely smiles and says that he helped her a lot, and she needs to thank him somehow. The hero says awkwardly that there's no need to thank him, as it's enough for him that she promised not to touch him or rob him. She smiles and says that he doesn't have anything valuable anyway, and offending the poor is not in her rules. Cecilia offers him to go wherever he wants, and even to share with him the hidden money. Sonata recalls that she had planned to stay there to work on her creation magic, and hadn't even thought about leaving the island. He awkwardly asks if she will marry him. Cecilia exclaims in surprise that he's a fool, explaining that it's an entry in the family book, not some actual place. She, all bewildered, asks him if he's serious. The hero apologizes and says that her reaction is very funny. She threatens to hit him with a knife if he says that again, even if she is poor. He decides that since they want to build a boat, she should teach him how to sail it. The girl agrees with pleasure and says that if he lends her a knife, she will make a boat in a day, and they will sail. The Sonata is worried if it's ready, but the girl assures, with her magic everything will be quite simple. He notices that there are no more pirates. She thinks they have forgotten about her and have already left the island. The hero agrees that she is right, but just in case, he suggests checking the beach. The young man believes that to survive, one must be cautious and always be on the alert. He smiles and thinks it's just madness, fishing under the protection of 2 golems, and feels like a real VIP person. Cecilia yells to him that she's found a good deck for the boat, and this somewhat surprises him. She effortlessly carries a huge pack on her shoulders. Sonata in panic screams that her wound is going to reopen. She calms him down, says everything is all right, and uses magic on the log. She lights the log and then easily cuts it into pieces and says that this should be enough. Sonata understands that she set it on fire to make it easier to cut, and now it seems logical to him. He realizes that she can actually build the boat in 1 day, so he decides to prepare dinner and writes down the recipe. The young man caught a large fish, but realizes that at his level of skill he can't cook it using creation. He explains that it is a white fish, similar to cod, which Chris called anima. The Sonata tells a recipe: roll the fillet in flour, fry with garlic and olive oil. Then he adds onions and water, stews, and before serving puts tomatoes and seasons. The soup with Nemu is already ready. He invites her to dinner and calls her dear. She, surprised and embarrassed, shouts that they are not married yet. The Senate asks if she likes it. She responds by mumbling with a full mouth and continues eating. He jokes that he could be her dessert, and again makes Cecilia very nervous. She blushes even more, keeps silent, and doesn't understand at all what's going on. This young fellow had never seen anyone fall on their nose, which was bleeding, simply from excitement. He believes that people here are completely different, and calls her innocent Cecilia. The magic of hero creation has reached the 5th level, and now he can also create potions. He is upset that the production of medicines has stopped due to low indicators, but happy that bread production has improved. The next day, Cecilia smiles and says that he already knows the basics and can move on. She joyfully announces that they will see this now. The heroine can't believe she built a boat in just 1 day. Cecilia says the water is calm, and they will go around the island. He gazes at the island with admiration, and says that he sees it so clearly for the first time. Cecilia asks if the island has a name. He replies that he doesn't know because he has just shipwrecked here. She suggests naming the island Sonata, but he gets scared and refuses, considering such a name unsuccessful. He remembers his friend and names the island Monte Cristo. Cecilia asks who Chris is. He replies that she's not here anymore because she had to attend to some important matters. She silently understands him. The Sonata with sorrow hopes that everything is all right with her. They approach the rocks from the southern side. Cecilia warns him not to swim too close until he learns to handle the oar well. Cecilia says that this place is like a secret harbor, and if the water were calmer, one could hide a boat here. The Senate asks, "What happened?" She replies that she thought she saw something like a ladder deep in the cave. He believes it's man-made. She suggests checking, warning that it will suck in. They swim into the cave, and the water grows calm. Cecilia lights a fire in her hand and directs it forward. They notice the old stairs made by humans. The girl says confidently that they need to go there. Cecilia says that there are no signs of monsters here, but we still need to stay alert. Sonata grabs her out of fear and says he needs support. She smiles, calls him a coward, and reassures him that everything is okay, after which they continue on. They reach the top. Cheryl wonders where they are and assumes they are somewhere south of the cave. He thinks that if they go south, they will end up here. The young boy had never been that far into the woods before. A young man suggests going to the forest to see if there are any fruit trees growing there. The girl agrees, but asks to be careful and follow her. He notices something beyond the forest and is amazed, because he had not even suspected that there was something there before. The hero looks at the enormous structure with amazement and cannot understand what it is. Before them stands a huge ancient entrance. Shiro initially doesn't believe that such a building was here, and thinks it's some kind of ruin from South America. but then realizes he's wrong. Cecilia looks at this structure with delight and laughter. She joyfully exclaims that it's a real dungeon, and she hadn't even imagined that she'd find an untouched dungeon in a place like this. The girl tells that the dungeons are filled with monsters, traps, and most importantly, there are a lot of treasures there. The hero asks how she knew it was a dungeon. As she opens the gate, she replies that she guessed it through the magic she felt. He panics and asks her to wait and begs her not to say that she's going there. The captain replies that it wouldn't even occur to her to go herself. She seriously says that she needs to do something before that. Shiro thinks that she craves revenge. Cecilia agrees and says that they will get what's coming to them, since they have her ship now. He believes that revenge won't make her happy, but if she needs it to move on, then so be it. The hero says that at first, to get off the island you need to build a ship. She agrees that this is the right idea. He offers to sell the goods and promises to return her to the sea. She again wonders and asks him again. The young man thinks that she can build a ship, but she won't be able to make the sails needed for long voyages. She wrote that it doesn't matter to her if she finds out about his magic, because she's a good and sincere pirate, and I don't think she'll do anything bad to him. The girl with a smile asks if she can return to this island after she gets her revenge. He gladly agrees. Cecilia suggests celebrating this with mango juice. The girl says she wants to assemble a team faster and explore this place, because the reward is very big. The question is not whether it's worth dying for. She says that for real treasure, a woman is ready to risk her life. He thinks it's disrespect. She says she won't go with someone who tries to behave strangely with her. Shiro says he appreciates her concern, but if he likes girls like that, he won't mind if she tries. He says he likes beautiful women, but he is also not against a quiet lady of about 30 years old. Cecilia smiles and says she would be glad if you let her stay here again. She's not ashamed at all. He agrees with pleasure and offers to build a hotel so that her company can stay there. The girl is delighted with the idea of the hotel, says it's a wonderful idea and sounds really cool. She promises to pay him well and is already waiting for her return. The hero thinks that opening a hotel for guests on the island is a good idea. Cecilia noticed with annoyance that it took her a whole 4 days to build the boat. He is surprised that she is dissatisfied, as he thinks that 4 days is quick, and worries whether the boat will withstand the waves. She calms him down, saying that it's just an inland sea, and at this time of year there are no strong winds here. The girl confesses that she never thought she would meet a man who knows how to use magic, and is curious about how he will make the canvas. He says he will do it with magic and immediately creates a huge canvas, impressing her with its strength and fabric quality. Cecilia frantically screams his name. She is amazed by such a big sail. The girl is unconscious. Gray panics and tries to lift her, apologizes and calls her by name. She notices that he has made several water barrels and realizes she won't be able to repay him for all his help. Shiro recalls how he used to only be able to make clay pots for Chris, and is delighted that his magic has become significantly stronger. She reports that the upload is already complete. The young man says that dinner is almost ready, and invites her to sit down at the table and try some wild boar and turnip borscht. They are sitting by the fireplace and eating soup. She says with a smile that she can no longer eat his dishes. Shiro promises to come up with something new on the menu by her return. Cecilia happily says she will wait. He agrees. He wonders if he has put her in an awkward position, and decides to treat her seriously and with respect today. Suddenly he kisses her on the cheek, and she is simply amazed by this. She is amazed, starts stuttering, asks what he is doing, and loudly screams his name. He smiles and lies that it's a prayer for a safe journey that they do in Izu. Cecilia, blushing, says it's nice, and there's always something new and unexpected with him. She confidently and with a smile exclaims that she will definitely return. He cries back to her that he will create a place where both the soul and the body are healed. Cecilia screams that next time she will surprise him herself. She will do everything and come back right away. He screams back that he will carry out her order. He looks at the flock of seagulls in the sky and mentally asks them to take care of her on the way. The hero looks up at the sky and sadly remembers Cecilia and Chris himself. He hopes that everything will be okay with them. He looks at his characteristics and notices that his creation magic is already at the 6th level, and he now has 309 megapixels in reserve. Shiro decided to create a new golem to somehow diversify his life. He's been lonely since Cecilia left. The guy decides he can only do one thing, so while he will work on the streets. It's raining heavily, and his sons are already preparing to build a farm. But he himself doesn't want to work in such weather. He watches his golems working silently in the rain, and they seem lonely to him. Shiro understands that golems do not have feelings, and in fact it is he himself who feels lonely. He realizes that the stream has become murky, and now he will have to drink rainwater. The young man ponders making himself a water reserve. The Sonata stands in the doorway, listening to the rain and smiling, because it seems to him that it resembles music. He ponders that there is absolutely no entertainment on the island, and starts looking for something to do. Suddenly an idea occurs to him. He is certain that he will be able to do this if he creates golems. He imagines that over time he will be able to create moving golems of any shape, for example in the form of Cecilia and Chris. Shire thinks it's a good hobby that will help him forget about loneliness. He is looking forward to it. 3 days pass. He finishes writing a new column and calls it EWOW number 3. Now he feels more confident. He learned to create even more golems, and now can make stone golems in the form of people. He is thrilled with the new opportunity and already wants to create such a golem to announce they have a new family member. A new kind of gallium that has become more similar to a human, works diligently in the field and helps others. Shiro notices that the days are passing unnoticed, even though his golems are doing all the work in the field. At last he decides to create a new special column and names it To Appear. He gazes at the little, agile Gallum with wonder, disbelieving his eyes. The hero notices that the Gallum is very agile and more similar to a monkey than a human. Since the golem resembles a stone monkey, he decides to name it Goku. He says that thanks to his flexible fingers, Goku will be able to perform delicate work that Evaio couldn't do. It's been almost half a month since Goku's appearance. He has finally finished the sign for his hotel on Montecrist Island. Now it proudly reads, Shiro's Hotel. He looks at his work with pride and confidently states that everything is now ready for Cecilia's return. The hero looks at his hotel and hopes that it now looks real. He sadly thinks that now he is waiting not only for Chris, but also for Cecilia, and that Chris is unlikely to return. Shiro gives the golems a day off, but one of them just won't budge. He looks at the manual and understands. The golem has run out of magical energy. It needs fuel, just like any other machine. The hero lays his hand on the shining circle, and Gaul is once again filled with strength, showing its might. He realizes that it took 50 megapixels, and now he will have to replenish their stock from time to time. The boy is looking for a way to restore magical energy, but he realizes that the potion is only suitable for humans, and golems need a magical stone. He is in horror. Finds out that he can't create magical stones. Shiro doesn't understand at all how to obtain them. If it were a game, he would get them by defeating monsters, but on his island, there are only snails that clean the water and decompose garbage, for they are a part of his daily life, and they even grow along with his waste. He feels a strange closeness to them. Eliphas recalls how they swam alongside him in the river, and realizes that the animals have already grown accustomed to him. She wrote that he is not yet able to hunt slugs, so they will have to wait for the magic stones. He thinks about animal husbandry, mentions birds and goats, as well as how to catch them. Suddenly he notices unusual birds in the sky, which he had never seen before. He realizes with horror that it's not birds, but pterodactyls flying straight at him. Shiro sees people flying on them, and wonders what such a thing exists in this world. The youth orders Iva to be on standby, strengthens the defense and says that it seems the enemies are looking for a place to land. He hides in the bushes, preparing to meet them, worried that they may have found his cave, and hopes that they are good people. A rider on a pterodactyl tries to calm down her favorite, telling him to behave quietly. She turns to Louisa and orders her to be on the alert, because it is unknown what the forest is hiding. The captain warns the team that the river is dangerous during unloading, and asks them not to forget about it. She doesn't see any signs of enemies, so she decides to head to the field they noticed from above, thinking that if there are people anywhere, they would be there. Shiro notices that their wild and strict captain is very different from the pirate with a good appearance. The hero hides in the bushes, watches them and thinks, these three don't look like bad people. He decides to approach them and shyly greets them. The strangers look at him in surprise. One of the tarot cards takes flight in fright, and as a result the hero falls to the ground. The girls apologize for the unexpected visit. They introduce themselves, saying they are a team conducting a survey from the Lurga Empire. The hero is in shock, as the Lergoa Empire is hostile to Chris Sima. The captain introduced herself as Lissa Milano. He decides that they want to talk, so it's okay. He introduces himself as Shiro and says he lives here alone. The team is shocked and can't believe he lives here alone on this remote island. He says he ended up here as a child, but in reality he's hiding that he escaped from prison with Chris. They are admiring his new clothes. He lies that pirates and merchant ships sometimes appear here. Some of them sympathize with him, saying that he seems to have been jinxed because a man on the ship is considered a bad omen. The captain asks if the tax inspector has been here. He is very surprised by such a question. Alyssa explains that this island belongs to their empire, and therefore he is now her subject and must pay taxes. Another girl calms him down, saying that nobody will spend money on this road because it's unprofitable. She replies that it's up to the authorities to decide. He says that even if they come, he still doesn't want to pay taxes. The girls say they are tired and haven't eaten since morning. Shiro is delighted and invites them to come in. He joyfully shouts to all of you that these are guests. They are very surprised to see the golems. Shiro explains that these are his golems, and everyone goes inside. The girls see the sign Hotel Kiro and can't believe that there is a hotel on the island of Monte Cristo. He invites them in, saying they're the first ones, and one of them, Liana, jokingly hits him on the arm and asks if she's his first girl. The captain makes a remark to her, saying that she hasn't seen her husband in a long time. Alice adds that she is uncomfortable when people look at her son like that. Shiro was amazed when she heard from the captain that in this world, children are raised by their father, and the husband takes care of the son. They are drinking tea with citrus fruits. Leona asks if they can order food, and he confirms that they will pay themselves. The captain says they have only water and dried meat, but if the guests' food is better, they agree. He thinks they should be surprised. He stands proudly in his kitchen and thinks, now, at last, the day has come when it will be used for its intended purpose. The hero is delighted that these are his first clients, and tries to welcome them as hospitably as possible. The hero thinks about what to treat his guests to. He decides to warm up yesterday's bread and add the fish he caught himself to the soup. He smiles thoughtfully, wondering if a woman becomes a witch after 30, but immediately corrects himself. After all, they are already charming. Having thanked for waiting, he serves the guest dinner, fish fried in cream butter with garlic and fish potato soup. The guests really like the food, especially the bread. The captain thanks them, says that everything looks wonderful, and her friends are enjoying the treat with pleasure. After the first bite, everyone falls silent. The hero asks with excitement if everything is okay, because he is afraid that the dish did not taste good. Suddenly, all the guests in unison say that the dish is very delicious. Liana gladly admits that she has never tasted such delicious bread before. This reminds the heroine of Chris's words, who said the same thing, that bread can be compared to food from a royal palace. The girls are curious about how he baked this bread, and whether he has his own wheat field. Meanwhile, they continue to eat the treat with appetite. He says that the sailors sold him wheat. The guests rejoice and say that they will gladly buy more if he wants to sell. Liana looks at him with sparks in her eyes, tenderly calls him Shiru-chan and proposes to marry him. She insists seriously that she's not joking. He brushes it off and says that she probably clings to every guy she meets. She shyly admits that yes, it's true. But this time everything is different. Shiro says that it's very pleasant, but he likes genuine people like Louis-san. The girl became flustered and turned red. Another team member jokingly calls the bewildered girl the hostess. The hero does not understand why he was called the mistress and wonders why they are addressing him. The girls tell that they saw a building similar to ruins to the south of the tavern and ask what it is. They decide to go explore the ruins and ask Shura-chan to wait for them in the evening. The hero with regret understands that he won't be able to hide this place from them, and apologizes to Cecilia for them finding out everything. He carefully examines the copper coin of 100 lemons with the profile of Melissa II that was given to him. Shiro realizes that the dinner cost 500 lemons per person, and this is the first time he has been paid in foreign currency. He decides that if the guests stay overnight, they need to be well entertained. He decides to cancel the production of 3 shields for his electronic golems, because he thinks that there are more important things now. Shiro understands that now he needs to do something most important, despite already having spent 168 megapixels. A young man shouts loudly, giving an urgent task to his golems Iwawi and Goku, and announces a general assembly. The task for numbers 1 and 2 is to clear the territory, and for Goku and number 3 is to build a stone kamato to heat the water. He orders them not to let him down and to show, as he says, the incredible views. The team returns from reconnaissance and loudly reports that they are already in place. They joyfully report that they have found the entrance to the dungeon. He meets them with a smile. Before them lies a large stone basin under the open sky, which is tended by its golems. The girls wonder if this stone basin has always been here. Sonato smilingly confirms that he did it, but actually thinks he prepared a dish for tired clients. Liana says with a smile, "What's the difference? A bathtub is a bathtub." Relaxing in the bath, she admits that she never even imagined that she would be able to bathe in such a place. Alyssa recalls that it's already been 3 months since she was at a public bath in the imperial capital. The youngest of them notices with joy what a pleasant smell the water has. Chiara says that they added not only petals but also grass. He thinks that Louise is one of those people who appear smaller in clothes than they actually are, and asks if they like the water temperature. The captain replies that it's warm here, but just as it's needed. She feels how fatigue is receding, and says that it's wonderful. Liana, with a smile, asks Shirochka to rub her back. Intimidated, he quickly leaves, justifying that he went to cook in order not to get into an awkward situation. She wrote such things that if it weren't for those two, he wouldn't have resisted temptation. But he needed to be careful. The young man sighs with relief and realizes, everything is fine, no matter how you look. He understands that his eyes are a real gift. The young man tries to look calm and doesn't show emotions. He calms himself down, says he has already mastered his emotions, and now can cook dinner. The hero lies alone in bed. He can't fall asleep and stares at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. He thinks that dinner is already over. Everyone has dispersed to their rooms, and he's just lying. But now he's going to tell the whole truth. Shiro confesses that he is waiting for someone to burst into his room, and tries to calm down because he is embarrassed. He admits to himself that he would not have refused 3 girls at the same time. A young guy looks at the girl who is sleeping and thinks what a cute sleepy face she has. In the morning, he gets upset because no one has come, and decides that everyone is too serious. He decides to go wash himself and notices one of the girls who is already washing by the stream. Captain Milano wishes him a good morning. He greets her in return, and she notes that today is wonderful weather for flying. He asks if they are heading back already. She confirms and explains that the message about the dungeon is the most important thing right now. She says she can go home earlier because her working mom is really struggling, and he understands that she really wants to see her son. Alyssa says that from time to time she needs to remind her son of herself, because otherwise he might forget what his mom looks like. She informs him that a team of 100 people will be monitoring the study, which surprises him greatly. Shiro panics, thinks there's only room for 4 people. She reassures him that the soldiers will stay in their own camp. He says he can only prepare what he served yesterday. Alyssa responds that this is quite enough to leave even the most fastidious officers satisfied. She apparently says she's a knight, and he's thrilled because he believes dragon riders are the real elite from another world. The main character believes that Liana and Louise are also part of the elite. Alyssa says it's hard for him to talk about it. He doesn't understand what's going on and asks in surprise what it is. The hero prepares a delicious breakfast for his guests, an omelet, bread, pickled mushrooms, and sausages. The guests are delighted with the breakfast. It looks just wonderful. He believes they have a long road ahead of them, so they need to eat well. Shiro is glad that everyone liked it. After breakfast, the guests ask for seconds, and he smiles, realizing he had worried for nothing. The captain asks how much they owe for the hotel. One of the girls says that for a night and 2 meals, the price can be from 4,000 to 6,000 lemons. The hero starts panicking because he realizes he doesn't have that much money, and asks the captain to lend him some. But then he notices the magic stones. He is told that these are magic crystals that are used as money in the capital, and they also provide energy. He finds out that the price of the stones depends on their size. 1,500 lemons per tree, 100 lemons for D and mono. Shiro says with relief that in that case he doesn't mind getting paid in magical stones. As soon as it touches the stone, the conditions for creating medicines and magical devices immediately appear. He understands that without contact with stone, it would have been impossible to initiate new productions. Liana indignantly shouts that it's unfair, and she also wants to pay with magic pebbles. He admits that he was happy because he saw the magical stones for the first time. Liana shyly extends her hand to him, and he agrees to take it. She tenderly pronounces his name and looks at him with love. Shiro hands the captain a bag and asks him to take it as a keepsake. Another girl is indignant. Why? It's all because of the captain. But he replies that it's for her whole family. Besides, there are mangoes and bananas from this island. The pterodactyl with pleasure eats mangoes and bananas, and this delights his rider very much. The hero adds that he left a beautiful and rare shell as a gift for her son. The girl gratefully accepts the gift and says it's a nice souvenir. He smiles, waves goodbye, and says that's all. The boy told Goku and Iwaz that now they will have a lot of work. That's why he decided to create another Goku. An exact copy of the first one, who could act simultaneously with him, take on some of the responsibilities and help cope with the greater load. Also, when the research team arrives, they will be lacking personnel on the Golem side, so Shiro decided to create a few more. Moreover, it would be useful for him to continue releasing golems one by one. But at the same time, he had to think about food, because soon the use of magic could be completely banned. The boy was not doing well with fishing, and he decided that maybe it would be better to try to catch a goat. After all, even if he could create milk with magic, there were moments when it didn't help, like now. The next day, Shiro approached Iwao and proposed that they pave a path to the ruins south of here together. Goku tasked them with gathering fruits. Shiro was confident that the exploration team would appreciate the easy and convenient path to the dungeon without having to go through the cave, and that they would be grateful for such help. To be honest, he really hoped that the expedition members would appreciate his generosity and care for the common cause, start respecting him and even admiring him. At last, on the day of departure, the captain warned him and urged him to be especially careful. Moreover, the woman emphasized that there were many young girls among the soldiers, and assured that they would definitely pay attention to him and want to please him. A similar situation happened with Liana, who also showed affection. The young man sincerely enjoyed such attention, understanding that he was liked by others, and was pleased with the opportunity to make friends and arouse sympathy in the charming travel companions. He decided that he would be satisfied if the Empire's soldiers took action themselves, and he wouldn't run away, but would bravely meet them face to face. Eliza noticed that the guy had a lot on his plate and reminded him that he had probably noticed Liana sneaking a peek at him in the bathroom last night. Shiro replied that she had enough worries of her own. The captain thought it would drive the girls mad, so he asked that his golems always be nearby, and a wall was built around the bathroom. But the boy thought he was starting to like being watched and decided to make a hole in the wall, because he believes that a well-thought-out design is an advantage of his buildings. Among 100 girls, he liked 40. He dreamed of being loved by absolutely everyone, and apparently had already completely forgotten that he had barely avoided trouble not so long ago. Golem's first and second were filled with determination to fulfill their mission and do it as best they could. Having planted the bulbs widely, and soon strong shoots grew out of them, which turned into dense green foliage. Then the boy drew a line on the ground with a stick where the women's dressing room was supposed to be, and confidently ordered the boys to immediately start digging a pit. The giants immediately got down to business, working quickly and in harmony. They resembled a perfect machine. Each of their movements was clear and precise, so they did everything without a single mistake and in the shortest possible time. Subordinates sincerely rejoiced that they successfully completed the task, feeling satisfaction from the work done and pride in their skills. Smiles shone on their faces, showing joy and relief that the mission was accomplished perfectly and on time. Shiro glanced at the magic panel and noticed that after creating the third Goku, his target and creation skills had risen to the 3rd level. Delighted by this, he decided to move on to the next important task. The man set out on horseback to feel the freedom of movement, to admire nature and breathe in the fresh air, resting from the daily hustle and bustle. He was glad that he could even create horses, warmly greeted Silver, and thanks to this, everything became much simpler. He arranged a toilet on his own, made a good road, built a bathhouse for officers, and a wooden hut with a smokehouse. Moreover, the boy prepared many different spices, significantly expanding his culinary capabilities. It's already been 10 days since the island has been actively preparing for the arrival of the group, ever since Captain Milano and his team left from here. He was still worried about when the research team would finally arrive, and suddenly he noticed a flying beaver in the sky. Shiro saw only one wyvern in the sky and wondered who was riding on this winged creature. Captain Milano or Louisa, and he decided it would be better to see Louise. So he decided to hide just in case. Suddenly he realized that this person was not that familiar girl at all. She landed and began to remove her helmet. It was Liana, who was genuinely delighted to see the young man who had come to her. She hugged him tightly and confessed that lately she had been living only with thoughts of him. The little girl solemnly announced that he now had an important message straight from the Empire, and immediately handed him a surprise she had prepared in advance, beaming with a pleased smile and genuinely rejoicing. She said with a smile that if the gift didn't suit, it could always be used as a simple rag. Shiro was simply stunned when he realized the girl was asking him to put this on. It was so thin it was almost transparent. The assistant waved a sheet of paper energetically, while the young man calmly rested on a chaise lounge, obviously enjoying the moment of silence and tranquility. He recalled that Liana had come only to deliver a letter, and it had already been more than 2 weeks. It seemed that the scientific group had indeed been supposed to arrive here by sea, but the ship had not arrived yet. So, the man entrusted the day shift to his reliable assistant nicknamed Wonder, being confident that he would cope with this task perfectly. He has recently learned to create at the 9th, the highest level of mastery. Now he knew how to create special metal golems, the hunters, which were distinguished by their great speed and agility. Goku milked the goat, carefully pouring the fresh milk into specially prepared dishes. Goku and Chudas showed great teamwork. Together they caught a goat, which they lovingly named Yuki. Now the guys always have fresh milk, so they have even more opportunities for cooking and making drinks. Thanks to this, Shiro could drink iced coffee with milk whenever he wanted. He also learned to skillfully make ice. Thus, a large friendly family gradually formed, united by common interests and mutual support. So, today the Golem fleet looks like this. 5 specimens of the EWOW model, 2 machines from the Silver series, 2 miracle units, as well as 6 modified to the Goku version. Shiro thought that there was nothing more pleasant than spending a hot day in the shade, leisurely enjoying fragrant iced coffee with condensed milk. He recalled the name of the head of the scientific group, apparently Lotta Grem, a young girl from an aristocratic family, about 20 years old, who probably became an officer thanks to influential relatives. He hoped that this girl would be kind and not too strict. Suddenly, he heard the barking of a dog and wondered if it had found new prey, since he had forbidden them to hunt. Suddenly, the boy realized that the noise was coming from the beachside and decided that the long-awaited ship had finally arrived. He quickly jumped onto his horse and rushed to the shore, with his faithful dog running alongside. The boy looked into the distance, where through the morning fog, the silhouette of a ship could be seen slowly sailing towards the shore. Shiro was glad that the guests had finally arrived. There were supposed to be many charming women at the party, maybe even a future lover. It seemed like his happy future was just beyond the horizon. The young man hurried to the bathroom to tidy himself up and appear before the guests in the best possible way, showing his neatness. Because the first impression is very important. Having put on the suit created with the help of magic, he wondered for a moment whether to try on the gift from Liana, but decided to leave it for later, sat in the carriage, and drove back. From the large ship, they began to lower boats filled with people into the water. As the boy pulled himself together, he noticed that the guests had already reached the shore, and then immediately recognized the familiar armor on them. Shiro immediately realized that before him were Imperial soldiers. It was easy to give them away by the characteristic armor and weapons, which immediately showed that they served a great power. In the next moment, he was overcome with icy fear, as terrifying memories of his days in prison suddenly surfaced in his mind. He again relived the interrogations and brutal abuse he had suffered at the hands of these people. His heart wildly pounded, his mind froze in panic, and the faces of his tormentors again appeared before his eyes. He explained to Silver that he feels okay, just a bit nauseous, because the event really scared him. It would be better if Chris came and helped him calm down. Recalling Leon's history, Shiro remembered that after Chris arrived at the Citadel, she took the army under her command, and it seemed that serious problems had begun in the Empire. He felt sad when he realized that he would now have to receive Imperial soldiers, and apparently, they were completely different people from those who fought against the princess. Inside him, contradictory and tangled feelings arose. One of the female soldiers carefully stepped onto the wooden floor of the pier. The boards beneath her feet creaked softly, adding even more tension and mystery to this moment. Having seen the girl, the young man immediately drew attention to her tall stature and athletic build. She looked confident and strong, a true leader. He thought that before him was either an experienced officer or Laudagram herself. He said that guests are always welcome on the island of Monte Cristo. The boy introduced himself as a local resident named Shiro Saneda, and perfectly understood that the girl was about 20 years old. Although she looked 30, the girl sincerely thanked him for his attention and hospitality. Behind her stood another very beautiful girl, who with her charm and attractiveness seemed to attract everyone to herself. Her gentle appearance and smooth movements forced everyone to pay attention to her. She noticed that behind him a little girl suddenly appeared, about 150 centimeters tall, and he admitted that calling her a bun was wrong, although she really had round, attractive shapes. He thought she was pleasantly plump, but at the same time quite slender, and assumed that this was probably Gramsam's companion. In her opinion, she looked more like a peaceful civilian than a military one. The tall lady, realizing that she was speaking with Shiros, confirmed that she had received a report from Miladina. She introduced herself as the captain of the exploration group, a little girl Lotta Gramsama, and politely asked to be treated with respect. The young man froze in place, as if the ground had been pulled out from under his feet. Shock ran through his body, his heart beat faster, and his eyes widened in amazement. It seemed that everything around him had turned upside down, and familiar reality had lost its contours. A soft female voice introduced herself as Diana Lane, the captain's assistant. She said the commander was tired after a long journey and requested permission to rest at a local hotel. It was only now that the boy realized how wrong he had been. He admitted that he was glad to meet her in person. His face shone with genuine warmth, showing his openness and kindness. Every time you looked at her, the girl obviously blushed. Grem confirmed that she was also pleased to meet and turned away. She noticed that the captain, contrary to expectations, did not behave condescendingly towards ordinary people at all. On the contrary, he was modest and delicate, tried not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, and behaved restrainedly. The carriage rolled softly to the hotel, pleasantly swaying on the soft springs, filling the air with calmness and coziness. During the carriage ride, Diana turned to the captain and said that the report had mentioned the Galumi, but no one could have thought that a local boy would help find a good place for the camp. Everyone thought the task would be easy. The girl agreed with the adjutant's opinion. Shiro wondered if she was just not used to communicating with men, or if she really felt awkward. But having such a high position, most likely she just didn't want to go to this distant island. However, her behavior seemed pleasant and kind to him, so he didn't draw attention to it. Upon arrival, the young man noticed that it was hot outside, and suggested that the soldiers take the opportunity to refresh themselves and wash off the accumulated sweat. The girls amazed us with how the proposed cooling method worked. The guy assumed that, apparently, no one in Lergoa used wet towels. The captain touched her face with a wet rag and felt a pleasant coolness. Diana understood the main idea of the method and approved of it, saying that the feeling is very pleasant. Grem added that the sweat seems to dry faster. For Shiro, it was like how the General Affairs Department head, Mr. Suzuki, wipes himself with a wet towel. He invited the girls to help themselves, offering cold coffee with various syrups, and told them not to be shy. The captain immediately took him up on the offer, and took a big gulp of the drink. A young man asked if his guest wanted more, heard a brief yes in response, and a compliment about the taste of the drink. He was surprised, because before that he had hardly heard anything from her except brief answers, and decided that delicious food was her real weakness. But he understood that he needed to be careful and not overfeed the girl. Diana was interested in how he got the ice and where the cool towels came from. The boy replied that the sailors who used to come to the island had brought all this, and he kept the supplies in the basement. Indeed, there was a saleswoman, and the ice was stored in a special double-walled barrel. The adjutant asked to warn her if more ice was needed, and promised to make the necessary amount with the help of ice magic. He thanked him widely and asked if he could apply for help again when he had free time. He received a clear consent. Moreover, the officer made a good impression on him, and the course of events cheered him up. All his work and meticulous preparation were not in vain. His skill of magical creation reached level 10, opening up new possibilities and prospects for him. Now Shiro can create a wooden bird gallium, mainly for reconnaissance. Such a bird will be able to track prey and even deliver letters, like a postal pigeon. He decides to name his invention Cuckoo, and immediately gets down to a new design. Of all the options, the production of weapons is the possibility of creating weapons that existed in his former world, including both firearms, and chemical, and nuclear, and biological weapons. The ability to repair makes it possible to restore any item. A broken plate, an expensive watch, or even a car that has turned into a pile of junk. Both of these abilities require a lot of mana, so Shiro is unlikely to be able to create or restore everything he wants. He seems to prefer a quiet and measured life, and even having the ability to repair things, he has to spend his resources wisely and economically. The soldier did not hide her admiration, seeing a handsome man who turned out to be a local resident of this remote corner of the world. She could not believe that such perfect male beauty was hiding and working on a small island like a hidden pearl. Diana strictly ordered her subordinates not to disturb Shiro, explaining that he was a valuable ally, and asked to make sure that everyone took it seriously. The soldier added that there would be no problem if the boy himself agreed to communicate. The deputy added that love will not harm anyone, but if it interferes with the performance of official duties, the guilty will be punished. Then she clarified whether such conditions suit Latte herself, and the captain confirmed that everything suits her. Having heard the approving words from the leaders, the first girl was delighted with the captain's order, and the second asked her not to seek special privileges. Looking at them, Grem realized with sadness that for her this sincere conversation about love was something completely alien. The girl thoughtfully looked out the window, immersed in sad reflections about the endless sky, and the captain realized that the matter was not at all that she didn't like men. It's also true that at the balls she occasionally attends, no man even approaches her to invite her to dance, all because of her short stature. And when she's near a man, she somehow can't focus, and everything flies out of her head. The girl asked Yahoo if she wanted to try something like horseback riding. Yahoo replied that she thought this man was very gentle, so they would probably just talk about music and other things. The captain watched these conversations, slowly sipping her coffee, and she realized that such topics are usually discussed by popular girls, and she doesn't understand anything about it. At least regarding his hobby, Graham will be able to talk a bit about his passion, creating model sailboats. In her imagination, she saw a refined ship that confidently and beautifully cut through the waves of the open ocean, filled with courage and inspiration. Such a sight gave delight and admiration at first glance. The girl thought that reproducing the beauty of sea voyages in miniature was a very refined hobby, but for some reason, representatives of the opposite sex knew little about it. But she realized that sooner or later she would still get married not for love, but out of calculation. Later she realized that even this might not happen, and then she would probably have to stay alone forever. Suddenly she was distracted by excited voices asking what to do next. Diana explained in detail that the unit had decided to spend the night at this hospital, was already preparing to stay here for the night, and asked Lotta if she would join the others, wanting to make sure the commander supported this place for rest. The captain is convinced that a separate house for accommodating large groups is much more convenient and practical than a cramped ship's deck or unreliable tents, in which it is impossible to fully rest and gain strength. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten the guy's name, and added that she had no problems with communicating or hostile relations with men. On the contrary, Graham suggested that maybe something good would happen that would bring positive emotions and impressions. The girl straightened up sharply and loudly stated that she also wants to stay here. She confidently squared her shoulders and firmly decided, this is her choice, and she has no doubts. She will act as she sees fit. Meanwhile, in the house, preparations are underway for an important event. They are waiting for honored guests here. Zero officially announced that the honored guests, the captain and Lane, as well as 6 loyal assistants, will receive separate housing in a large house, where everything necessary for a comfortable stay will be provided. He explained that dinner would be exactly at 6 in the evening, and the Goku Golem team would first check each room to make sure the beds were comfortable. The team of Iwawi's golems will be busy preparing the bath before dinner, and Shiro himself will go to gather fresh flowers and healing herbs for a relaxing bath. He has already instructed the Miracle Group to go with him and help gather the necessary plants. Looking around, the boy noticed how different the people gathered here were. Some openly examined him with curiosity, as if they had seen a strange animal for the first time. Others behaved calmly and politely, and there were those who resembled playful beasts and did not follow any order at all. She realized that it was unpleasant to watch such a spectacle, but he took it calmly, believing that everyone has the right to behave as they want. The main thing was that everyone behaved decently, no one showed aggression or bullied, and there were very few weirdos among the guests. The majority of people turned out to be quite adequate and well-mannered. The young man reported that the sauna was already ready. The guy anxiously asked where the captain was, worrying about her safety. Diana advised that if he really wants to know the truth, then he should look where the girl is now. Not hearing a response to the knocking, he carefully opened the door and entered the room. Lotta Graham slept soundly on the wide bed, sinking into the soft pillow and snowy sheets. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized that the captain was extremely tired after the long journey and had fallen into a deep sleep, completely forgetting about the whole world. His face had become childishly naive. The usual seriousness had disappeared, and it looked soft and open. The quiet noise immediately tore the girl out of sleep. She sharply lifted her head and with bleary eyes looked around, not understanding what had happened and where this disturbing sound was coming from. Feeling guilty for entering without permission, the young man immediately apologized. He explained that he had knocked at first, but hadn't heard a response. Then he said that the bath was already ready for her and offered to escort her there. Shiro saw on the bedside table a small wooden model of an old sailing ship. The girl was clearly surprised. A shadow of fear flashed on her face, and her lips parted, as if she was afraid to reveal her secret passion. Then he returned to Latte Graham and noticed that she was initially surprised, but quickly took control of herself. After a brief pause, he confessed that he admired this model, as it embodied for him the romance of distant travels and the beautiful history of navigation. She noticed that this time there was no reaction, and decided that the girl didn't want him to see it, so she apologized and explained that she had just seen something like this for the first time. That's why she was so impressed. She asked if he was interested in it. The boy confirmed that it was indeed so, because he had never been on a large sailboat before, and knew that men were forbidden to board. The captain understood and considered it a shame that such rules existed in society. The boy believed it to be true, but if he had been on the ship, he would probably have been seasick. The storm frightens him, and he may not have withstood the rocking, but he likes to watch the ships. Greta confirmed that she likes it too. The guy added that in this regard, the models are great. You can plunge into romance right at home, and also beautifully decorate your room with them. The captain agreed with this. Cheryl wondered if he wasn't talking too much, since the girl looked indifferent and probably now thought he was a weirdo. The guy apologized for his infatuation and offered to escort her to the bathroom, politely trying to smooth out the awkward situation. Graham agreed, showing that she had nothing against it, and they headed there together. The girls well understood that everything they had heard was true, and the sauna turned out to be a wonderful place to relax, helping to unwind and regain strength after a busy day. They noticed that the man had his legs sticking out and burst out laughing, genuinely finding it funny, while the man himself became flustered and intimidated, trying to understand why the soldiers were reacting so loudly. Diana was also very bewildered, trying to say something, but only helplessly opening her mouth. She blushed like a fish that had found itself on the shore, and yet she tried to restrain her emotions after such an unexpected turn of events. She strongly advised against provoking the staff, but unexpectedly found herself at the center of attention. She was being carefully looked at from head to toe, and this caused her mixed feelings and confusion. The young man was sincerely convinced that this girl had a special beauty that set her apart from all the others, enchanting with her refinement and natural charm. While everyone was staring at his leg, he realized that it was not acceptable for men to show their shins here, so he apologized and pulled down his pant leg. The girls quickly explained that they are the only women here, and if someone notices such liberties, it will be a serious problem for them. Then the guy immediately blushed and immediately apologized for showing his bare leg. The soldiers panicked, and the captain hid underwater. Grem began to tremble noticeably with excitement that overwhelmed her. Her heart was wildly pounding. Her hands were slightly shaking, her breathing became more frequent. Her eyes widened with anxiety and uncertainty. Then our adjutant noticed that Lotte was very nervous and fainted. Shiro suddenly realized that probably it was his fault. After all, he rolled up his pants and showed his tongue. He thought she should be pulled out of the water and cooled down as soon as possible. The girls asked the owner not to disturb her unnecessarily because of her wet clothes. The boy quickly ran away, shouting that he was going to change clothes. One of the soldiers thought that something was wrong with him, maybe he was autistic. Diana doubted that he had done it on purpose. She didn't believe that anyone could consciously do such a shameless thing. She considered him naive because he lived on a remote island, so it was quite natural. She asked the captain if everything was all right. The girl replied that everything was fine, just a little surprised. Grem had never seen men's legs so close, pale, with sparse hair, and he stuck his tongue out at her. And she had hardly uttered these words when she again felt weakness, swayed and lost consciousness, frightening everyone around her with her sudden condition. The soldiers were talking lively at the table, emotionally discussing some important topic, and actively gesticulating with their hands. One of them reported that the preparatory work would begin as early as tomorrow. The captain agreed and ordered the area to be surveyed and a defense to be prepared. Shiro recalled that he had served them skewers of goat meat for dinner, so they would have something to snack on during the meeting. Goat meat was a staple dish in the Empire, and it could even be served as sashimi. He felt that one piece of meat was particularly tasty, but he lacked the courage to cut it off, and his pants were drying, so he threw on a simple sheet. Yahoo read that the size of the dungeon was just as indicated, and it wouldn't take long to prepare everything. The young man assumed that the soldiers would first, most likely, set up defensive barriers at the entrance for safety, and only then very carefully begin to open the passage. The captain asked how long it would take to dig the moat. She was told that they had 50 earth mages and 46 water mages, so the job would take 2 days. The captain agreed with this and ordered everything to be completed in 2 days, inquiring if there were any other questions. Shiro realized they were planning to use magic to create a moat around the area, and thus get rid of the monsters escaping from the dungeon. He also noticed that the calm grandmother, when she got down to business, became very determined and strict, although being a guardian wasn't a bad thing. He thought that an awkward situation had arisen in their bathroom, but he hoped that now they would become closer, and asked if she would like another cup of coffee. Grem immediately said that she would have another cup, and slightly awkwardly smiled. The young man suddenly felt as if some invisible wall had arisen between them, which did not allow them to get closer, although it seemed that they were close enough. Graham-sama thanked him for his hospitality and treated him to food: 10 kilograms of wheat flour, 1 kilogram of butter, 5 kilograms of dried corn, 20 eggs and 6 chickens. It was very generous of her, and he felt like he had to repay her somehow. Remembering that the captain loved sweets, the boy initially wanted to bake a cake, but then he recalled the models of sailboats and decided to make something interesting, because he hoped she would like it. The commander woke up, and her adjutant was just combing her hair and getting ready. The military gathered for breakfast in the large hall of the house, loudly communicating with each other. exchanging impressions and plans for the day, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Shiro noticed that some soldiers were already in uniform since morning, while others were not. And although the uniform is the same for all soldiers and officers, each person has a different character. Laneson clearly belongs to the serious ones. He imagined that a girl suddenly appeared before him. The adjutant asked what was wrong with the master, because he was nervously looking around. The boy, slapping himself on the cheeks, replied that he was just glad to see the island so lively again after a long silence, and the captain was eating pancakes. The young man, looking at her, thought that she was very cute, like a little hamster, and offered some more seeds, but the commander replied that she didn't want them. He personally asked Graham to let him watch how they would build a moat around the dungeon today, because he was curious about how it was done. The girl asked in surprise why he needed it, but the boy replied that he was really interested, although a questioning expression still remained on her face. Cheryl seemed to be looking at him as if he were some strange animal, and began to wonder if men in this world weren't interested in such things. Graham called him a weirdo, and as they departed, he sincerely wished them a safe return home, mentally escorting each of them with warm words of support and care. The boy exclaimed with joy that he would come to them as soon as he finished cleaning, and the captain smiled and approved of this idea, adding even more lightness and good mood in the morning. Now he decided that it was time for others to get down to business. Full of energy, he began to assign tasks. The first one cleans up after breakfast. The second and third have to make and clean the beds. The fourth and fifth will clean the bathroom. And the sixth one he will have to wash the toilet. And finally, the young man will prepare a pudding for dessert, and the gift for the captain is already ready. Pudding is a simple dish. It's easy to make for a large company, although it's hard to choose the right temperature. If you add vanilla, rum, or orange liqueur, the taste will be even better. He wondered if it was possible to make vanilla with magic. He wanted vanilla ice cream, so he decided to ask the officers to prepare the ice. He was going to stay in the bathroom until the pudding was ready, and gave the order to prepare the dish. The boy lay in the bath with lavender oil created with the help of magic. He liked to start the morning with such a pleasant bath, and the scent of lavender was simply enchanting. He felt like he had become a bit more feminine since that guy had appeared in this world, and he thought that could also be a result of the teleportation. Or else Shiro doesn't even notice how he starts behaving like the ideal man he imagines in this world. He instructed a subordinate that when the pudding was ready, he should let it cool and then take it to the cellar so that the dessert would keep its shape, and was already going to visit them at work himself. He also thought that if he were in Japan now, he would already be on his way to work. At first, he was curious about how everything would turn out. But now, finding himself in this world, he felt whole. Shiro couldn't exactly explain why, but inside he felt an incredible sense of calm and harmony, perhaps simply having grown accustomed to the new surroundings and accepted them as his own, becoming a part of this unusual world. As the soldiers went to work, the captain thoughtfully walked alongside, lost in his thoughts about him. She thought him silly, but in reality he was very handsome, and she was curious whether such men really existed. The girl knew that he cooked well, wasn't afraid to clean or wash dishes, and such men are usually modest and quiet. But Shiro is not like that at all. He also doesn't resemble an annoying or harsh businessman. However, he was fascinated by the models of sailboats. Graham supposed that maybe it would be easier for her to talk if such a man was next to her. Even if they were not destined to marry due to their different social status, he could have become her lover, and she imagined hiding him in the basement and not letting him out. They would spend their days together, talking, building models of caravels, galleys, and galleons, and enjoying the dishes he cooked. Everyone noticed that the captain also wanted to take part in the battle in the dungeon, but she didn't understand what it was about. Diana noticed that Graham rarely smiled, and it was pleasant to see that she was full of motivation. Becca Pitton instantly focused and got down to business, but suddenly remembered that she had left the map of the island at the hotel. Graham apologized, adding that she had forgotten something, and asked the adjutant to give the order instead of her. Diana said she would send someone to call her, but the commander categorically refused, because she had secret documents in her room. What's even more interesting, along with the documents in her bag, were her favorite books about love. She said that everything is fine, and she would go alone, and then return immediately. At this time, Shiro was calmly enjoying his bath, relaxing in the water and diving into pleasant thoughts. After bathing, the cold water refreshed him well, and he thanked Ewa for her help. His mood was wonderful, so he simply decided to go to Peru like that. A breeze from the forest passed through him and added even more strength. The young man walked with a slight swagger, completely relaxed and calm, as if every movement brought him pleasure. He suddenly collided with Graham and felt a slight shock from the unexpected encounter. The girl looked at him with wide-open eyes, and on her face were reflected both confusion and surprise, creating a unique expression of genuine astonishment. The boy immediately apologized and said he was very sorry, because he thought everyone had already left. Graham replied that it was her fault, because she had forgotten something. She quickly apologized and fled, feeling her face burn with shame, hoping the girl wouldn't faint from excitement again. The captain quickly ran to her room and immediately vividly recalled the recent events, trying to remember everything accurately while the memories were still fresh and clear. Having finally calmed down, she settled in comfortably, allowed her body to relax, and gradually got rid of all the tension. Graham understood that the soldiers should have already started working, so he decided to air out the room to destroy any possible evidence. But she decided that she still needed to take the documents to her electronic backpack. Suddenly, Shiro approached her and she invited him in. He apologized for the situation and came here to thank her for the food the captain had brought yesterday. The hostess said there was no need to thank her, but the young man added that he had done it just for her. In the chest, there was a real treasure. Small figurines of each soldier, made with incredible precision and meticulousness, as if they had really come to life. Grihem was surprised to see her figurine among the others. Shiro explained that he wanted to put them on one of her sailboat models. The girl wondered why he made them just yesterday. The boy replied that he had molded her figurine the night before, and the others he had prepared earlier. She asked what he was molding from, and he replied that it was clay. Then she inquired about the paints, and he said he used pigments. Further, he added that he made the figurine himself, but the man on the ship, apparently, was not the best idea. He also asked her if it didn't seem to her that this might look strange and even a little scary. The captain replied that she had nothing against it, and he was delighted, adding that the size of the figurine perfectly matched the scale of the sailboat model. Shiro apologized for taking so much time and noticed that she was in a hurry. So she asked if she had managed to get everything she needed. The boys quickly galloped back, sitting on a spirited horse, and the wind blew through their hair. Graham realized she couldn't stay out of it, thinking her subordinates would be talking about her. But inside the girl herself, there lived a desire to be closer, to feel the warmth of strong male hugs, to trust with her heart, and at least for a moment allow herself to be weak, forget about everything and just plunge into feelings. Gray gently wrapped his arms around her waist and tenderly pulled her towards himself. The young man was glad he had done it, and Operation Riding had been a success. He had taken precautions beforehand, but was forced to call for help from Silver's first mate, as the second mate had vanished in an unknown direction and was far out of reach. Embracing the girl, he felt her tender body gently pressing against him, filling him with warmth, calmness, and cozy joy, and confidence and happiness appeared in his heart. The boy decided not to come too close, so as not to violate the captain's personal space. Meanwhile, Graham was dreaming of how wonderful it would be to feel strong male hands nearby, a reliable shoulder and protection that would save her from any difficulties. The young man suddenly bewildered the girl with an unexpected question, and she became alert, trying to understand what he really wanted. He told her he had asked her to put his figurine on a model ship, and asked if it was okay, if it was taboo, even if it was just a model. Graham pondered this. The captain replied confidently and decisively, emphasizing that this was her ship, her world, and only her rules applied here, so there could be no restrictions or forbidden actions. The young man had already noticed from afar the magnificent ruins that towered amidst the thick thickets, like a ghostly memory of a glorious past, and enchanted the gaze with their mysterious antiquity. Soldiers worked diligently, digging a deep ditch. They were in dust and sweat, struggling with fatigue, all for the sake of a common goal, to strengthen the defense of the fortress. They were amazed to see the boys rapidly approaching them, and this made the soldiers' hearts beat faster. They had a feeling of news or changes that were about to happen. He shouted loudly and sharply to continue working. His confident voice made it clear. Now is not the time to linger. Every moment counts. Every second was important to have time to complete the important task. It was clear to Shiro that no one had planned their trip with the captain in advance. The girl simply jumped off the horse and explained that she had asked to go with her herself. The guy was convinced that there was such a strong and noticeable closeness between them that it was enough to just look in order to understand the depth of feelings. He was tormented by why she stubbornly continued to deny and justify everything, although it was all so obvious. He also saw how the soldiers used magic to dig a deep moat faster. With the help of spells and magical energy, it was much easier for them to work, and things were moving much faster. The young man approached the captain shyly and asked if he could approach the workplace. She kindly allowed it, but emphasized that he needed to be very careful, to carefully monitor the movements of the workers and what was happening around. The girl activated the magic circles, and the earth immediately rose up. Shiro was impressed by this, and the other woman said it was just the beginning, and decided to show what else she was capable of. The land smoothly rose into the air, and the young boy joyfully clapped his hands, but the second soldier disapprovingly hissed and advised the first one to be more modest and not show excessive self-confidence. The woman created a huge crack in the ground, and the young man called her skill incredible, while the other participants were shocked and angry to see such powerful magic. The girls immediately started competing, showing each other their skills, who's faster and stronger in landing, and Shiro exclaimed that it's incredible. Diana added that thanks to the owner, they are now moving much faster, and the captain agreed with her. Shiro realized they were showing off their skills in front of a member of the opposite sex, just like they did in his past world. He also believed that the soldiers deserved a reward, so he decided to organize a snack for 100 people. Then he mounted his horse and said he would be back soon, which surprised Graham. The young man showed how to put a large pot on the fire. Then he explained that water, sugar, salt, and syrup should be added there. All this needs to be brought to a boil. Further, the essential oil of citrus will be added to the mixture. It will add a light aroma. As soon as the liquid changes color and bubbles appear, immediately remove the pot from the heat. Take another pot with cold water and cool the first pot in it. When the mass has cooled enough and can be handled by hand, remember it. Give it the shape of a cylinder, cut it into pieces, and everything is ready. Shiro loudly announced that he was back, brought them salt candies, and told what he had heard. It was useful to take sodium during work, so he offered the captain to try one. The girl added that it was delicious and smelled like lemon. The boy explained that he adds citrus to them for flavor. Grem thanked him for his care. The boy decided to treat the soldiers to sweets. They gladly took the treats and sincerely thanked him. Having distributed all the treats, he set out to look for the others from the unit to make sure no one was left behind. Nearby was a woman familiar to him, who, seeing him, smiled broadly and was glad that he had returned. Shiro explained that these were salty candies, and if you eat one in the heat, you'll have more strength. The soldier thanked him and decided to take one, but the boy noticed that her hands were dirty. He cheerfully and amiably suggested that the girl open her mouth and say the magic word, as if hinting at a game and at the same time providing a convenient way to try the treats. He inquired with interest if she had enjoyed the treat, receiving a confident yes in response, after which the other girls were simply impressed. Cheerfully uplifting everyone, the young man said that there would be enough sweets for everyone, and began carefully putting small candies into each person's mouth, generously sharing the mood of joy and positivity. All the soldiers stood in line and patiently waited for their turn to receive a tasty treat that would be directly placed into their open mouths. Shiro realized that he had already given everything away, but then he noticed that there was still a lot left, and he suggested holding, as he said, a second round. Diana told the owner that they were grateful for his attention, but that it was enough, as the soldiers were too focused on him and had begun to forget about their work. The young man asked if candy was really such a rarity in the Empire. The adjutant replied that candy was nothing special, but she added that such a ritual, when a man feeds a woman from his hand, happens very rarely, because it's a special moment that's worth writing about in novels. He apologized profusely for having grown up on the island and knowing nothing, although in fact he knew everything. Diana knew that he wanted the best, but the guy realized, because of him the work was going slower. Shiro decided to act wisely, to leave the treats for later, to distribute them after the work was completed. This is how he wanted to avoid unnecessary interruptions and maintain the morale of the soldiers. He asked to continue working, sincerely promising that as soon as the trench was dug, he would get even more delicious sweets that would add strength and lift his mood. The girls gladly agreed to the terms of the agreement, enthusiastically returned to intense work, united by a common desire to complete the task and receive the well-deserved reward, filled with optimism and hope for a quick payoff. Shiro hoped that such an approach would help make up for lost time, and the captain fully agreed with him. The boy decided to treat Grem to another candy, but she was clearly embarrassed. But then, having gathered her strength, the girl hesitantly stretched out her hand. She felt awkward, but she really wanted to try something new, so she struggled with her shame and curiosity. Shiro sincerely admired her touching shyness, finding in it a special charm that revealed new sides of her character. The soldiers quickly directed streams of water into the deep ditch, filling it with moisture. Thus they created a strong water obstacle that further protected the fortress from enemies. The young man felt real pleasure when he saw the finished ditch and the girls who were treating themselves to sweets. rejoicing that the task had been accomplished, and he himself had become a part of the joint work. Eval's team helped build the towers, and Shiroi decided it was time to cook dinner and return to the hotel. Eval's team finished their work and received thanks for their help. The captain turned to the cook with interest, expecting a real gastronomic pleasure, and asked what was for dinner tonight. The boy realized that this was the first time Grem herself had started a conversation, and replied that the main course was tempura with dorado. The girl didn't even know what tempura was. He explained that tempura is a dish that is coated with dough and fried, and it's especially delicious when freshly cooked. When the man walked into the tavern, one of the women bluntly said that she would like to take him home with her. Others also started to loudly agree, saying that they perfectly understood her. He was good-looking, cooked well, and that was incredibly attractive. Grem seethed and looked angrily, getting annoyed that everyone was so openly discussing who she liked. But everyone was afraid that he might cheat, because there was a great demand for such men. One woman suggested making him a common husband for the time of the official visit, and the captain immediately became noticeably nervous. Diana added that she had heard from Milano that his subordinate had tried to marry him, but he had refused her. Another soldier realized they were talking about Leanna, a girl who was always the center of attention among the boys, and it was exactly her, because she herself said that this was only the first round. Grem thought that Shira could seem like that, but he didn't believe that she would betray. She was thinking of how to take him home, and jokingly imagined that if she were a witch, like Alyssa Milano, she would simply fly away with him on a broom. Laughing at her own notions, the girl realized that sometimes she lets her imagination run wild. She comes up with funny and slightly naive stories that, although they seem amusing, bring joy and lightness. Shiro already had connections with the residents of the empire. No one could have thought that he was acquainted with the warrior princess Regalda herself. The young man thought about Cross's fate with curiosity, warmly recalling the bright moments of their joint journey, filling himself with pleasant memories and hopes for a meeting with his dear friend. Soldiers gathered in a tight group greedily looked at the ready food, dreaming of finally eating to their heart's content and resting a bit after a hard day, as they were expecting a delicious dinner and time to regain their strength. Shiro informed everyone present that it was tempura with dorada, and specially warned, "The dish is very hot, so you need to be careful not to get burned." The girls were simply delighted, for the first time savoring an extremely delicious dish that opened up new culinary sensations for them, and even more lifted the festive mood of this evening. They noticed that the tempura was crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside, and assumed that tempura of sea scorpion could be the most delicious dish in the world. Shiro wondered if this wasn't Tokugawa Ieyasu, similar to a tanuki raccoon dog. The women ate zealously, even sweated from such diligence. It looked funny. He liked to watch the girls devour his dishes with appetite and pretend that they were very tasty. He decided to cook tempura again if he catches shrimp or squid. This time he advised to eat it with salt, and you can also add tuna flakes and make tenzuyu, a special sauce for tempura. Diana officially warned the owner that after dinner they would have an important meeting. The guy was completely bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, but he was told that he had also been invited to this meeting. The adjutant asked him for a service, because during the storming of the dungeon she wanted to borrow his stone golems. The boy asked if by the word kamen they meant Evao, not Goku. The girl confirmed that he had understood correctly, because the large iron shield standing outside actually belongs to Evao. The guy asked if they really want you not to be in the front rows. Diana replied that they are just trying to minimize losses, although for him it's the risk of losing golems. She also wondered if she could count on him. Shiro understood that Evao could be recreated, but still had doubts and thought it wasn't worth talking about human life that way. So he replied that he would take the magic stones for the golems, and for himself, he wanted a separate reward. The captain agreed, and as a reward gave 10,000 lemons in cash, magic stones for 5,000 lemons, and 3 kilograms of frozen beef. The young man was surprised by such a large offer, and he said that he couldn't take so much. Grem replied that on the contrary, they were offering too little, and she wanted him to agree without objections. Shiro decided to agree if she insisted. To be honest, he was more pleased with the beef than with the money or the magical stones. He already had dried tuna slices, soy sauce, and sugar in production. There were also eggs, onions, rice, and even red wine that Leona had brought with her. Simply put, the guy can cook beef and think about how long he's been eating such meat, and, of course, he needs a large serving. After brief deliberation, the young man decided that he would certainly agree to take 3 kilograms of choice beef, wonderful magical crystals, and a considerable sum of money. because he understood that such gifts would be a good investment for him and would significantly replenish his supplies. Golems came to life and quickly got to work, moving thanks to mechanical energy and clear commands. They performed tasks accurately and helped to quickly achieve the desired results. There were 6 stone golems with large shields in the army, 8 elite battle mages, and 4 towers, each with 3 fighters sitting in them. A huge number of ordinary soldiers lined up along the edge of the defensive ditch, standing tightly together and preparing for any danger. Diana clearly and distinctly ordered to immediately start the operation to take the dungeon, gather troops, and prepare everything necessary for a decisive offensive in order to successfully complete the main task. The soldiers undertook a difficult task, to open the large gates, exerting a lot of force to do so. Young warriors strained their eyes into the darkness of the tunnels, subconsciously waiting for the danger that might be lurking there, ready to strike suddenly. Now the only companion of the brave warriors was the disturbing silence, which seemed to ring in the ears and inspire real fear. Having felt a brief relief, he quietly withdrew, as if he had thrown off his chest the burden of fear and anxiety, barely noticeably enjoying this moment of calm that allowed him to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. Suddenly, from the depths of the cave, a frosty, eerie gaze of an invisible creature emerged, shining with an ominous light, hinting at the danger that was about to burst out of the darkness of the underground. The enemies turned out to be huge monsters that instantly rushed into the attack, sweeping away everything in their path and showing terrible strength and aggression. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The monsters hit Golem number 2 hard. He flew back, and his large iron shield was torn from his hands. Shiro knew that Yihua wouldn't be able to lift more than 100 kilograms, and the monsters were getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, the monsters, like enraged wolves, moved swiftly forward, shouting, threatening, and sharply calling the defenders to battle. The loud voice of the commander ordered the soldiers to go on the offensive. They bravely met the danger, showing courage and professionalism, even in the most difficult conditions. Magical attacks gathered into one powerful wave of force and light and poured down on the enemies in an avalanche, breaking through their defense and shattering their strong fortifications. The battle turned into a real spectacle of magical battles. Monsters immediately crumble into ashes, symbolizing the victory over the first attackers, showing how well the chosen strategy worked and how strong the weapon is in the army of defenders. Shiro was truly impressed when he saw that his large iron shields, which seemed almost indestructible, had been damaged. Diana politely asked the owner to quickly fix the golems, place them along the edge of the battlefield, and order them to act according to the battle plan. The young man, frightened by his own reaction, sharply grabbed the captain's hand, and this immediately caused an expression of surprise and concern in the adjutant, who was watching everything, not hiding his emotions. He awkwardly apologized for not being able to keep his feet, stood uncertainly, because due to the tension and stress of the fight, he couldn't normally stand upright. The girl, smiling shyly, asked if everything was all right with him. The young man wondered why her voice was trembling too. The man explained that he needed to lean on something strong so as not to lose his balance. 2 young women confidently took him under their care, securely supported him and helped him to settle in comfortably, so that he could recover his strength and calmness sooner. Shiro suddenly felt a twofold courage in himself, so he immediately ordered Iwao to return to the ranks, thereby raising the army's morale and showing an example of true bravery and determination. The soldiers reported that there were no signs of danger and suggested going to protect the inner part. Diana asked the owner to let the golems into the premises, and they will follow him. Shiro was surprised that he was also being taken along, but the adjutant explained that only he could give them orders. Grem gently took his hand and quietly whispered that there was no need to worry. They were nearby, and nothing threatened his safety. This created an atmosphere of calm and trust that helped him calm down. The army cautiously moved deeper into the dungeon, gradually exploring the lower levels, climbing stairs and carefully examining every nook. Behind the doors, monsters resembling huge lizards suddenly emerged, but the army quickly responded and defeated them with precise blows in a matter of seconds, ensuring safety and free passage. Overwhelmed with horror, he screamed as terrifying monsters appeared out of thin air. They pounced on the expedition members, and the research turned into a real battle for survival, full of deadly dangers. Ram emphasized that so far their group had only encountered fairly weak monsters. The boy was impressed by this news. The captain added that the further they go into the dungeon, the stronger the monsters become. Diana confidently called the golems down the stairs to help push the group forward and protect the weaker members with their strength and solidity. In a calm and friendly voice, Graham suggested that the young man relax, assuring him that he was being protected by a reliable team. She added that in fact she and Diana have a special magical gift that stands out even among the strongest warriors, and if it remains between them, it will be safe. Shiro thought that this was indeed the best, and agreed to stay. He understood that Grem had promised to protect him, but the air was almost gone, and there was a strange smell everywhere. It was some kind of gas or the same poisonous slime. The young man told the captain that he felt extreme weakness and soon lost consciousness. The girl immediately called Cheryl to the sick person. The captain asked his subordinate to cure him. Shiro thought it was just his dreams, but in his mind a stereotype of a healer was firmly established. Huge eyes shining like stars, a beautiful figure that attracts glances, and a gentle nature that can melt any heart. It would be ideal for him if she pitied him and wanted to help heal his soul. But reality turned out to be cruel. The girl abruptly cut off his dreams, roughly saying that he should come to his senses and stop daydreaming. She added that if she dies, no one else will be able to control the golems. The young man considered her words to be cruel, but at the same time, he understood that she was a kind person who would always come to help. Cheryl said that now everything would be easier, and it seemed that her heart was beating a little faster. Then the girl applied the healing hand magic, which helps the body recover quickly. She asked him not to worry, as Shiro would soon get much better. Grem carelessly asked her if it was really necessary to touch the patient. The healer replied that it was necessary, because studies had shown magic works better when applied directly to the skin. The captain understood everything and apologized. The young man felt that the unbearable nausea was really passing, but the girl continued to touch him. He was very surprised and thanked her, as he really felt relieved. Cheryl added that it's not all. The treatment is not over yet, and now they have the most important stage. The captain considered her subordinate to be a very skilled healer, but the boy himself understood that it was not about his skills. She just found it interesting and fun. In 3 minutes, Shiro said to the girl with joy that thanks to her help, he felt much better and felt more cheerful and energetic. Sherry was truly delighted when she heard such pleasant words of gratitude. The soldiers began to slowly come out of the dungeon, carefully looking around. The owner was surprised that it was already evening. Diana added that they had managed to take control of the first floor with almost no losses, and this was made possible by their joint work. Sero replied that Ivanos' team had done the hardest part of the job, and thanked them for their great work. A young man suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to prepare dinner. Grem told him not to worry. She said that their cook had already prepared dinner, and he should eat too. She also supported this idea, as he wouldn't refuse, and thought it was nice to not have to cook sometimes, although cuisine was still more to his liking than crawling through dungeons. On the table lay bread, cheese, fried pork, boiled potatoes, and beans with a large amount of butter. While others were laughing, the owner thought the food was filling, but not at all tasty as before. The red wine seemed very sweet, and he thought that sugar had been added to it for better preservation. The pork with potatoes was quite salty, so they tasted good together. But after the guy drank the wine, he burst out laughing loudly. This greatly surprised all those present. Laughing, the guy loudly stated that there were only beauties around him, and he perfectly understood that he was the only guy here. Moreover, he first explored the dungeon and found there 3 treasures: a golden ring, a golden bracelet, and an ancient magical book. One of the soldiers suggested a toast to this, and the captain visibly worried. Shiro reassured her, assuring that everything was under control, since he had such situations at home. As he said, it was simply simple. Nothing special, he said. Graham just didn't understand what this asphalt was. Diana told the owner that she was counting on his help tomorrow, and asked if he would be able, hinting that she shouldn't drink so much. The young man grabbed her hand and added that if she asked, he would even go into fire, water, or dungeons for her. With a wild look, he exclaimed that Shiro Tsunade can transform into anything. The girls asked if this means that his favorite girl is adjutant. He didn't understand what was being talked about at all, and he was indignant out loud, assuring that he was not like that at all. Then the guy added that actually he wasn't like that, and Lane's son wasn't the only one he liked. He really also liked Grem-sama too a lot. He said loudly that he likes the agitator and what juicy watermelons she has. The girl did not understand which watermelons were being referred to, but he liked the captain because she was very cute. She was glad that he called her cute. The young man also liked Cheryl Sand, who under the pretext of healing magic touched him, but he thought that she actually just really wanted to touch him. However, he decided not to be offended and hugged her. She called him an angel, and Chris used to say in his memories that he was probably her guardian angel. The boy suddenly burst into tears, and Grem anxiously asked what had happened. Shira drained a huge mug of wine in one gulp and asked the captain not to stop him. because he had a special reason to keep drinking. The girl asked him who occupies a special place in his heart, who he is thinking of now, saying such words, and asked to share a secret to show his true feelings. The young man said that when he ended up in this world, he was confused, but it was she who helped him find himself and gave him her love. Grem understood what love was and asked where that special woman was now. The young man burst into tears and said he would never see Chris-sama again. Shira asked the captain if he could cry a little. The girl replied that it was perfectly normal, and he could let out his tears as much as he wanted. The boy continued to cry and clung to the captain's wife, feeling her warm hands gently stroking his hair, calming and supporting him. Taking a deep breath, the boy felt how fatigue gently enveloped his consciousness with calmness. Slowly closing his eyes, he plunged into a sweet sleep, forgetting all the worries of the past day. Diana knew that this man had a past, and apparently he had lost a wife or a loved one. Grem agreed and became interested in what kind of person Chrisama was. The military woman thought it was a common name, and she also became curious about who this woman was. The captain understood that it couldn't be left like that, so he decided to take him to bed. The adjutant looked at her, hoping she understood. Nothing could be done with him while he was drunk. Grem shouted that she was stupid and said that he himself would never have done such a low thing. Diana, defending herself, explained that she also hadn't intended to do something like that, but if she was the only one to be told, false rumors might appear. She perfectly understood that it was not about them at all, but said it just in case. The captain liked the idea. He agreed with the assistant, and then she suggested doing it with everyone except Cheryl. Grem carefully took Shiro in her arms, which greatly surprised the entire squad. One of the soldiers, upon hearing the phrase "carry together," thought he would be carried by his hands and feet. Then they asked if the captain was tired of carrying him. Having opened the door and stepped inside, they realized that it was his room. The team thought that there was too much of his smell in the room, and the bed looked like it was meant for only one person to sleep in, although they decided that they would all fit there together. Grem told them to move, and the man began to open his eyes, still hardly understanding where he was. He was told that it was his bed. He decided that it was time to sleep, as there was a lot of work to be done tomorrow, and kissed the captain. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. They stood as if rooted to the spot and looked in amazement at what had occurred. Graham was amazed, and Shiro bid Chrisama good night. While she was trying to understand what had happened, the boy had already fallen asleep. Diana said it was time for them to go, adding that they shouldn't linger in his room for too long, and then drew attention to the latte itself. Grem requested to inform everyone in the unit that he was strictly forbidden from being given alcohol, and those who would violate this ban would be severely punished. The adjutant understood the order and believed it was indeed right. The captain ordered the golems to guard Shiro while he slept. Waking up early in the morning, he immediately felt an unpleasant pulsation in his temples. The headache quickly intensified, turning into a real horror. It seemed that every moment was like a strong blow, causing nausea and dizziness. The boy asked Goku to bring him a glass of water, and got a painkiller made with the magic of creation. Having thought widely that nobody had used this remedy the way he intended, he decided that it would help with a hangover, and apparently was going to test it on himself, so he quickly threw the pill into his mouth and washed it down with a glass of water. But suddenly he was glad that the pain had passed in just a few seconds, and it even seemed strange to him how effective this remedy had turned out to be. Then the boy decided to refresh himself and splash around in the cool river. The headache had already passed, but the nausea remained. He understood that his levels were still too low to create stomach medicine. He also really wanted to take a shower. Then Shiro decided to launch the shower into production precisely, and suddenly Grem appeared from behind the bushes. He greeted her with a good morning, and there were no signs of the previous day on his face. The girl turned away, also wished him a good morning, and then went to wash in the river. And after that, she quickly ran away. The boy realized that she was trying to avoid him. Diana wished him a good morning and asked if everything was okay. He replied that, in principle, it was. She took it as a good sign that today he would again be in command of the Yu-Ao squad. The girl was glad that he was ready for her sake to go into fire and water, even to prison. The adjutant couldn't believe that such a man would say that to her. She considered herself lucky and added that if she were 10 years younger, she would have seriously thought about marriage. The man barely remembered that he might have said something like that. The woman thought about what he said yesterday. Diana was surprised that the owner didn't remember anything, and decided that he had been through a lot. She also added that Chris was very similar to his late wife. These words sent a chill down the man's spine. Shiro was worried that he might have said something about Princess Regalty and the enemy of the Empire, and was anxious about whether everything would be okay now. He was also curious about why his interlocutor had decided that he had a wife and that she was already dead. Diana said that if something was bothering him, he could share it with her, and she would support him. The boy realized that he seemed to be pitied, and he also hadn't said that Chris was the princess of regality, so he asked Diana if he had done something wrong when he was drunk. The adjutant replied that he had behaved improperly and kissed Grem, mistaking her for his late wife. The man convulsively grabs his head with his hands, falls to his knees, and desperately starts beating his fists on the ground, trying to overcome the panic that has gripped him. He himself did not understand what he was doing, and now it became clear why she was avoiding him. It seems he needs to apologize to her, and if she gives him a chance, maybe they will leave him alone for a while. He just hoped that the other soldiers did not know about it. Yet that same day, he was approached 3 times with the message that, apparently, nobody around cared about his fabricated drama. But he couldn't come up with a good excuse to refute it, so he decided to leave everything as it was, hoping that everything would be okay. Meanwhile, the EWO team slowly moved further into the dungeon. Shiro approached Grem and said that it's not quite on topic, but he has a small request for her. He wanted to invite Wonder Number 1 to join them. He was curious to find out how strong this wonder was in battle, because in words everything is clear, but in a real battle it's better to check. The captain agreed. She added that with one monster there would be no problem, but when a big battle began, they had to retreat. They couldn't risk the golems, except for the US unit that protected them. The young man accepted her request, thanked her, and told the first one to try and do his best, and the second one to escort her. The squad moved slowly forward, entering the dark depths of the mysterious dungeon. Diana reported that they already control the first underground floor and will continue to explore the labyrinth. Shiro thought it was some kind of physical labor and ordered Iwawi to move on. The labyrinth itself underground reminded him of an underground shopping mall in the center of his city. Shiro noticed that they encountered monsters both in rooms and right in the middle of corridors. But so far they had only come across groups, so real wonders were still ahead. Diana asked how he was feeling, and the boy replied that everything was fine, and it seemed to him that he was already getting used to it. But he added that if a fight starts, he will be afraid to go further. The adjutant considered this quite normal, because men do not possess magic. The boy agreed with him, and meanwhile work on Wonder Number 3 was already underway. Diana thanked the subordinate for the report and asked the owner to send a message. He ordered a wooden golem cuckoo, which resembles a bird, to deliver this document to the troops upstairs, and he himself set off on the road. Shiro realized that they had been investigating this place for a long time. Diana explained that they were carefully checking everything, because safety was the most important thing for them, and Latha-sama wanted to minimize the number of victims. And although at first glance she seems not very sociable, in reality, she is kind and values her subordinates. The commander realized that it was precisely because of this that the unit had such a high combat spirit. Agethan ordered the troops to stay in place and be ready at any moment. Graham asked him to leave, and the young man was surprised that she had spoken, and even felt a certain attention in this coldness, because everyone thought he was a widower. Then she added that now it was necessary to focus on work. Then Shiro ordered Iwao to prepare for the attack. As soon as the doors open, move forward immediately, holding your shields at the ready. Opening the door, he saw an empty room, but suddenly he noticed an ocarina on the floor. Shiro initially thought it was a bright ostrich. Graham added that there's only one monster here, and if he wants to test his strength, now's the time. The guy understood this and gave the order to Miracle Number 1 to move forward. The young man looked anxiously after the golem, worrying about him. The soldiers knew that both were very fast, and no one could strike. But suddenly the movements of the cockatrice became slower, and everyone shouted that the wonder worker now had a chance to win. The golem struck the enemy hard on the neck. The enemy was instantly defeated. Shiro was overjoyed that his invention had won, and asked for the captain's opinion. Grem said that it had turned out not bad, and it can be considered that he is worth 3 fighters. The young man knew that officers were stronger than ordinary soldiers. The girl explained that it all depended on the person, but one officer could handle 3 to 5 ordinary soldiers. The young man was glad that Miracle could be even stronger than an officer, and that surprised him. Shiro understood. Even having 2 miracles, if 2 officers were to attack him at the same time, there would be no chance. He decided to come to terms with this, because the captain controls his people well, and everything seems normal, but he doesn't fully trust them. There are strange characters among them, so Shiro decided to increase the status of the golems. According to his status, he needed to create 3 more units in order to increase Golem's production level. The young man understood. If he added 2 more to the 3 already being made, it would take at least 5 days. If he continued to make toys, there would be no time left for anything else, unless he could repair something. He restored a severely damaged plate in just 10 seconds. No scratches, no cracks. It took 76 magical units to do so, though making such a plate would only cost 24. Even the signs of use disappeared, so magic affects time. If that's the case, then the large expenditure of magic is entirely understandable. Shuro understood that he could repair things using creation magic, and even those that were made without it. Now he was thinking about how to use this to his best advantage. The boy suddenly noticed that Miracle was limping. He thought it might be due to some metal shard, but in fact, it was just minor scratches from that fight, which made Miracle favor one leg. The boy realized that his creator might not have even noticed it. Having decided to act cautiously, Shiro put off the repair of the metal golem until later, to deal with it after the team's return. Having seen how much magic was required for the repair, he was shocked. To fix the golem, it would take as much as 720 energy. The man thought the repairs would be expensive, but he had no idea they would be that costly. Moreover, the walls looked damaged and creaked. Grem pinned the feather of the defeated monster behind her ear, as an ornament. Then she informed the owner that the basilisk meat had already been brought to the kitchen. Shiro thanked her and asked number 1 to wait. She said quietly that she needed to create 2 more golems, but considering the state of Mirakuru and Evao, it wouldn't be easy. Upon returning to the kitchen, he saw a stunning picture. A huge carcass of a fresh cockatoo occupied almost half of the entire room. The young man was not sure if it was possible to eat this meat, but it seemed to him that it tasted like chicken, so he decided to share the carcass. It was also clear that the feathers from this bird were sold very expensively for decorations, but the feathers had already been plucked. He found out that among the fashionistas in the capital, it had become fashionable to decorate hats with basilisk feathers, so he ordered the meat to be taken to the basement, and then he wanted to ask to have it frozen with the help of magic. Now the guy decided to cut the meat into thick slices, marinate it for half an hour in a mixture of soy sauce, sake, and grated ginger. Then add potato starch, mix well, and fry in oil. Dinner was already ready. They served vegetable soup on a cockatrice broth and meat of this same wonderful creature. The girls wondered if it was the same tempura that was recent. Having tried it, they were pleasantly surprised by the taste. They really enjoyed the soup. It was delicious, warming the soul, and the flavor of the broth was vividly felt. Shira noticed that the cockatrice broth turns out to be even more rich than chicken, and together with vegetables adds a special flavor. I decided to cook ramen in a cockatrice broth. The broth itself has a fairly rich flavor, so soy sauce will perfectly complement the dish. And then the boy decided not to dream about Shasha anymore, but he knew for sure that the fried meat of the quail with onion would go perfectly with it. One of the soldiers noticed a strange smile on his face and wondered what he was thinking about. Shira replied that he was thinking about a new dish, and added that he wouldn't give it to Diana when he cooked it. Diana asked him about the task for tomorrow, and the boy immediately became noticeably intimidated. The boy asked not to involve him in reconnaissance, because he checked Iva and noticed that they slightly slower raise and lower their hands, i.e., not in the best shape. The adjutant decided that this was a problem. The captain was convinced he was right, because up until that time everything had succeeded only thanks to the owner, and that was already a miracle. But an even greater surprise was that an ordinary person had gone down into the dungeon. The military agreed that it was true, and Shiro apologized, saying that he was just not made for battle. Grem refuted what he had said earlier and thanked him for his help. Diana apologized for putting too much pressure on him. The guy replied that there was no need to worry about it, and the commander thanked him on behalf of the entire squad. She said that everyone does what he wants, and decided to start acting herself. The soldiers immediately got to work and started building something, fulfilling the boy's request. Shiro thought that everything looked cool, so they would be able to take a shower. Grem was pleased with his mood and recalled that they had once bathed together, so he wanted to try it too. He asked if she was sure. The servants prepared water for the master. One of the spherical golems was heating the water, while the other 2 mixed it with cold water and poured it out. When the water reached the desired temperature, the main character stepped under the shower and thought that the water pressure was perfect. He congratulated himself, as now he had another advantage, a luxurious shower with settings, and as he soaped his hair, he couldn't help but praise himself for such a choice. The boy stood underwater and thought he could have made a water heater with the tools, but now he had other things on his mind and was trying not to worry about it. Shiro set out to sea with his guard dogs and started fishing. It seems that's how he spends every day now. The guy was already returning to the house, thinking that life had become more boring since he stopped going to the dungeon. Suddenly, knights with bags and a chest came out to the heroes and inquired about his affairs. The knights waved to the boy. Kero told them they had done well, though he himself looked in wonder at their battered battle armor. The knights went further, saying goodbye to him, and the young man in response only thanked them for the good work and introduced them to Cheryl, who sat at the table completely exhausted. Shiro recalled how he had praised the girl for doing a good job, and she had agreed with that. Shiro said that there were more wounded, and the healer was barely keeping up with helping them. Shiro quietly added that Yuao's vanguard had disappeared, and therefore there was no support. His interlocutor approved of his words. Cheryl laughed and said it was a usual thing, and they did such work without the help of men. The girl continued to assure that no one had died, and most of the injuries could be cured with magic, so there was nothing to worry about. The boy remembered his guard dogs and their acquaintance with the night girls. The girls wondered if another miracle had occurred, and the dog barked in response. Shiro said that he had already been here when he woke up and thought that he couldn't tell them that he created them with magic. Captain Grem asked where he could have come from, to which the boy suggested that they could have come from the mountain, and this surprised the other girl. Later, the boy recalled how he created yet another, the fifth wonder. Shiro noted that he had managed to increase golem production, as planned, and now he can create a new species. The guy called up the spec sheet for the new mermaid, a 6th-level golem that was supposed to be created in 49 hours. The main hero was delighted and eagerly awaited the appearance of a new type of golem. He replied that it was time for a cute little mermaid. 2 days later, the boy was able to create a new golem with a fishtail. The boy looked at the galuma as it twitched its tail. He examined it closely and said that it was indeed half fish, with the upper part being human, but the whole body was green. The boy replied that this creature was more like a newt than a mermaid, and yet he still liked it. The horse golem and the round one together carried the Triton to the sea and threw him into the ocean. Shiro told the Triton that from now on his name would be Sema, and gave him a trident. The main hero recalled how recently he had taken a trident and dived into the water with it, but a soldier found it there, and everything ended in a real mess. The boy ordered Semi to swim and catch some seafood for a side dish for dinner. After that, 5 lobsters appeared on Shiro's table. The guy couldn't believe such a catch and decided to cook the lobster in a creamy sauce. The hero stood by the stove, frying the meat with onions and oil. They say that the shells will make a wonderful broth. The girl walked into the kitchen, having smelled the delicious smell of food. Graham opened her eyes, smiled, and said she had returned because she couldn't pass by the appetizing smell. She commiserated with the girl and announced that there would be lobster for dinner. The girl joyfully said that she adored lobsters. As the girl watched the golems, the boy thought that their conversation was like a dialogue of a married couple. He jokingly suggested that maybe in a week she would stop being cold with him. Graham asked what the golems were cooking, and the boy replied that the base was already ready, and now they were making lobster paste. The hero held out a spoon with pasta to the girl and asked if she wanted to try it. The girl looked around and with curiosity opened her mouth, clearly wanting to taste the pasta. Graham replied that the food was very tasty, but the guy handed her a bottle and offered to drink white wine. The girl refused. Rem categorically refused and told the owner that he was not allowed to drink. The boy awkwardly agreed with her and bowed sharply, apologizing for that day. The girl replied that it was an accident and asked him not to worry. Graham got embarrassed, looked away and said that she didn't care anymore. The boy thought the girl looked cute, and she asked why he was staring at her. In response, the boy just waved it off. The girl put her hand on her heart and asked if the boy was glad that she had finally started talking to him. Shira smiled and said that when they had first arrived on the island, Lane had spoken for all of them, so now he was satisfied. Graham didn't understand and looked away. The girl thought for a moment and realized that she had indeed always tried to avoid the owner's gaze. Graham replied awkwardly that she wasn't very good at communicating with men, although she had always wanted to overcome this insecurity. Shiro noticed that if she was talking to him now, then she had probably gotten used to him. Graham agreed and said with pleasure that now she could talk to him, and she even enjoyed it. The boy smiled at the girl and mentally exclaimed that he was incredibly happy right now. Golem pulled out a hot deco from the oven, and the boy put into a mold lobster with white sauce and pasta, after which he sprinkled everything with cheese. Shiro told the girl that after this, the dish needs to be baked in the oven, and it will be ready. Graham smiled and added that the boy cooks well, wondering if his father had taught him this. The boy replied that his parents have a restaurant and he learned to cook from them. The girl looked at the boy in surprise, thinking if he was not joking. The owner told the girl that the bath was ready and offered to help, asking if she wanted a back massage. Graham was outraged. The girl asked him not to speak like that anymore, because he touched a completely different matter in his conversation. The boy apologized and said it was just a joke. The owner said goodbye to the girl and wished her a pleasant time in the bathroom. The guy thought about Graham's honesty, which simply has no boundaries, and he became curious about what Chris would say to his proposal. The hero began to imagine how he would look if he went into the bathroom with the girl. The guy remembered how he hugged Chris and smiled. Shiro decided that the girl had used it as a bathing towel, and he imagined that picture. The boy was confident that everything would be just as he imagined. The hero returned to the kitchen and thought that he liked Graham's attentiveness and persistence. He recalled his previous world, where boys who knew how to be a little persistent were liked by girls. The hero remembered the girls and thought that with Chris it was interesting and fun. But when he recalled Graham, he felt that he could have fallen in love with her. The guy smiled, raised his hand to his chin, and wondered what it would be like if he were a trapper or a local man. But suddenly came to his senses. The guy realized that Graham would never bother him on shift. The hero looked up at the sky and decided that there was no point in overexerting himself. Living a calm, measured life and helping people who stormed the dungeon was quite all right. After all, for him now the main thing was to expand the tavern, not to search for love or romance. The boy, with the help of magic, grew new plants from the gallium. Graham sat at the table with his eyes closed and smiled calmly. The hero looked at the girl and realized that she was tired. The boy started trembling and said that it had already been half a month since the research team arrived, and there had been no serious losses. But the study of the dungeon was going hard. Today they stumbled upon large doors behind the first floor, and behind them were many monsters. But as he heard, they all defeated them, made a report, and won. The girl, not understanding who the owner was talking to, asked who he was talking to. The girl added that today they had to deal with over 100 insects. The boy imagined an insect and loudly asked her not to tell the details, because he didn't want to hear it. The girl was massaging her shoulder and asking for forgiveness, saying that she was also afraid of them and didn't really get along with them. Ro came up from behind and grabbed the girl's shoulder, saying that she was tired and sometimes she needed a break too. The guy started massaging the girl's shoulders, Yu replied, and he asked her to relax her shoulders and added that everything is fine. Graham was embarrassed and said it was nice. The boy thought how soft and tender her skin was, and smiled. Shiro jokingly noted that the girl's shoulders were actually stiff and offered to massage her clavicles to improve lymphatic drainage. The girl agreed. The hero warmed up the girl and said that in the last half-month she hadn't taken a rest once, and asked why she wasn't resting, as he was sure that even soldiers get tired. Graham reluctantly agreed with the young man during the massage, thinking about how pleasant it was to feel the softness under his fingers, and to enjoy the process himself. At that moment, Lane burst into the room and informed the owner that the red sauce had run out. The dark-haired girl looked at the owner and her captain. Lane brushed it off, waved her hand and said something about meat. Greymar wiped her hands and awkwardly explained that it wasn't what you'd think, but she romantically replied that it was exactly what Lane had thought. Lane looked away and trembled. The young man smiled and said that he was just giving her a massage and hadn't done anything that the captain could get angry about. Lane understood the guy, and in response, he promised to give her a massage too. The girl shyly agreed, though she tried not to show that she liked it. The hero smiled and asked what had happened. Lane fidgeted, and I explained that she had brought the meat of a red boar that they had found in the dungeon. The red boar is a monster that lives in the dungeons. Its meat tastes like pork and game. The owner thanked the girl and wondered what to cook for dinner. The young man sincerely rejoiced at the existence of the edible monster, because otherwise the researchers would have long since eaten all the animals on the island. The boy asked the golem to take the meat to the basement and handed him a basket. The boy approached the commander and caught her attention as she pondered the red board. The young man said that next would be a back and heel massage. Graham was intimidated. Shuro suggested going to the end and replied that he had already prepared dinner, and the time did not limit them, and he could also offer his room with a bed. The girl wanted to joke about it, but the boy added that it was part of a medical procedure. Graham asked Diana if it was true, and she agreed. The guy praised himself for being able to convince the girls and promised himself that he would give Lane a nice massage. When he invited her to his room, he decided to cancel the sixth wonder that was already being prepared and come up with something else. The night had passed, a new day had begun. The boy watched the rain with pleasure. The boy thought that even if it was gloomy in the morning, it was pleasant to know that the body oil would run out today, and the little golems would uproot the weeds. The boy thought that now he had a lot of golems. 6 round evos, 8 small Gokus, 5 wonder dogs, 2 sea otter ponies, 1 duck cook, and 1 fish similar to Sama. The hero did not stop at what had been achieved and remembered about his other things. A magic lantern, a lamp, and a stove. What fascinated him the most was the production of magical devices in a world without electricity. Household appliances that run on magical energy or magical stones have become an indispensable part of everyday life here. The guy thought about what to choose, a mixer or a blender, and finally made up his mind. He admitted that he had thought a little, but everything is already ready. He added that he hopes the girls will return soon. Grihem sighed, walking down the corridor, and remembered yesterday's massage. It seemed she had really enjoyed it. The girl remembered how she did it last night and continued the massage. She was told that, as he had thought, the girl was tense like a stone. But today, he was going to completely relax her. He lifted the girl and started massaging her back. The girl felt pain, but at the same time she liked the feeling of breaking bones. The main character offered her to rest, and then said that Lane would be next. Grem looked ahead, ashamed. Lost in thought, the girl decided to check on Diana, as she had been very quiet. Diana Lane fell asleep with a smile on her face. Twitch Girl was surprised that she was even drooling in her sleep. The girls, as they returned, exchanged glances and each thought about her own things. Later on, a raspberry pudding with red bourbon jelly appeared on the table. The night girls tried this pudding and were delighted with its taste. Shiro asked Graham and Lane for a minute and asked how they were feeling after the massage. Graham replied that she woke up today in a good mood thanks to him. Lane said that she felt so good that she fell asleep. The boy put his hand to his mouth and whispered a request to tell no one. As he passed the bottle to the girls, he said that today there was something special for them. Massage oil helps regulate the flow of fluids in the body, cleanses the skin, fills with a pleasant plant aroma, and enhances the relaxing effect. The girls awkwardly started asking what the bottle was and what these special services were. The young man with a smile replied that he would like to give them a massage with this oil. The girls were taken aback. The girls began to imagine what an oil massage could be like. The girls began to object when the guy explained that there was nothing indecent in this medical procedure, because the aroma of the healing herb simply helped to relax and relieve fatigue. The girls' faces immediately became serious, and they agreed that the aroma was indeed pleasant and effective. They liked it. The boy replied that he would wait for them in his room after dinner, suggesting to start a little later. The young man said it was the right decision and asked if everyone understood. Grem, though not fully understanding, replied that everything was clear to her. The main character said goodbye to them, thinking that this was a great opportunity to help those he really liked, to rest himself and have fun. The guy laughed and got a little embarrassed, imagining how everything could unfold further. Shiro embodied the sixth wonder, apologized, and said that it was thanks to this sacrifice that his life became better. He also promised that next time he would bring him into this world. Graham was already in her room, pacing back and forth and muttering something to herself. The girl didn't know exactly when dinner would be, and she was worried. If she came too early, it was bad, and if she was late, it was also bad, because she couldn't keep him waiting. The girl felt embarrassed and didn't know what kind of massage she would get today. Inside, she felt warmth and a slight tingling, but tried to convince herself that it was just a medical procedure. Grem understood that if he was going to use the oil, she would have to undress, and she said loudly that she couldn't do that while unpacking her things from the suitcase. The girl began to scatter her things, thinking that there was nothing scary if the man saw her naked. But to be in old underwear was a completely different matter, and this already made her think. In front of the girl lay 3 sets of new underwear made of pure white cotton, with a pattern of strawberries and in blue and white stripes. She wondered which one was the most beautiful and the prettiest. The girl didn't like the 2 old options, so she chose the third, new one, because she thought it was the best. Ram looked in the mirror and saw that they were too tight, but she could no longer change anything. The girl remembered the owner and his kindness, thinking this option should work. Grem entered the boy's room, saw Diana there, and asked if she was ready. The girl agreed, replied that there was no need to prepare anything. Grem was surprised by Diana's carelessness, because she had always been responsible and should have understood that they would have to undress in front of Shiro. The young man met the girls, holding a towel in his left hand, greeted them and thanked them for coming. Shiro said they would start with Graham and asked Lane to also change, offering to leave her clothes in the basket. The girls obeyed and started undressing. Diana was dressed in lace underwear. Graham got a bit confused and said that she couldn't believe that a girl like her had hired her. Diana replied that with age comes wisdom, and she is ready for any situation. The main character wishes the girls to rest their souls and bodies and just enjoy the moment. Ram agreed, and Shaylee crawled onto the bed when the boy asked her to do so. The girl lay down and closed her eyes. The guy didn't expect the girl to lie on her back and was taken aback, not knowing what to do next. The main hero realized that he was to blame for everything that had happened, and if she was comfortable, he didn't want to disturb her, but decided to act as it turned out. Shiro smiled, poured oil on his hands, and said that he was starting a massage. The guy started rubbing the oil on the girl's body, asking if it didn't hurt her. Ram got confused and replied on the contrary, that she was satisfied. The guy just silently smiled and enjoyed the view from above. Shiro pondered. When he imagined the women of this world, who calmly walked with their breasts exposed and weren't ashamed of it, he understood that there were many such girls on the island, especially in the heat. But for him, this was a real test that he would like to end as soon as possible. The boy leaned over the girl and decided to enjoy every moment. Shiro said he felt like the girl was tense and wanted to lower his hands further down. He asked Grem to warn him if there was a place he shouldn't touch. Grem agreed and told Shiro to do as he thought necessary. The main hero rejoiced and promised to put his whole soul into this matter. The boy turned the girl over and continued to massage her legs. Graham recoiled and clutched at her flushed face. Having finished, the boy sat down on a stool and, while the golem poured him some water, said wearily that he had managed. Both girls fell asleep next to each other on the hero's bed. As the guy quenched his thirst, Lane woke up and told Graham to wake up, adding that the massage was already over. The commander sharply rose and, slightly flushing, exchanged a glance with the host. The guy smiled and said it seemed like she had rested well during the procedure, and asked how she was feeling. The girl tried to say something but got confused and couldn't utter a word. Turning away, Graham replied that she was fine. The boy thought the girl looked cute. Len replied that she felt fine yesterday, but today she feels like she's melting, and asked to repeat this procedure when possible. The girl added that the soldiers wouldn't find out about it, but she's still uneasy. To this, Len wrote that everything is okay, and they will repeat it when they get tired again. Graham began to get dressed, buttoning up her shirt, and felt awkward. The hero realized he was losing them, but was confident it wasn't the end yet, and held a glass in his hands, not changing his expression. The man decided that the time had come, and called to himself a golem named Goku. Goku held a tray with 2 glasses, and the man offered the girls cocktails. Shiro took a glass and immediately determined that it was rum mixed with pine juice and syrup. Graham wanted to say something, but the man interrupted her, adding that there was rum oil in it and asked not to worry. The girls tried the drinks and said they liked them. After that, they had a second and third glass each. Shiro was delighted to see that the girls liked the drink. He decided to add the cocktails to the secret menu, and even made a shaker afterwards. The girls exchanged a few words and glances, already blushing with excitement. The girls went to their room. The boy saw them off with his gaze. Shiro was upset that his plan hadn't worked, and with tears in his eyes, he finished his drink. Looking at the starry night sky, the boy stood next to the golem and realized that he just lacked the courage to take the first step. He sighed sadly. The sun was high when the main character sailed on a boat in the sea and met Simon. The hero greeted his friend and said that today they are going out to the open sea, raised his fist to the sky and joyfully exclaimed into the wind. The man looked at the shore, noticed Graham and Lane and greeted them. He invited them to join, and wondered if they had a day off today. Later, 3 people sailed on a boat with the wind, and they were helped by the mermaid Galom, who became a real engine for them. The girls were surprised by the speed of the boat. Lane told the hero that she couldn't believe he was using a golem as an engine, and compared their boat to a speedboat. The boy thought for a moment and recalled that the maximum speed of Sima was 64 kilometers per hour, so if he created more such golems, he would be able to travel much greater distances. Meanwhile, Graham was enjoying the fresh air and, closing her eyes, turned her face to the wind. The boy interrupted her and asked how far the island was from the nearest land. The girl replied that the closest to them was the territory of Bawand in the east, but it belonged to Regalti. The hero recalled that it was there that the girl had once fought. Frem said it's less than 280 kilometers from here, and according to the latest news, everything is very bad there, because war is a terrible thing. The girl stopped and asked the boy if he really wants to get there on this boat. The boy replied that the galleys can deliver the boat there. Then the girl said, "If the weather is lucky, then it's quite possible." Shiro anxiously asked if it was dangerous. The girl agreed and said that going alone was indeed strange. Grem said she could prepare documents for him as part of his grant, but all of Bawanda's ports were blocked, and the capital had seen no major unrest over Glant recently. The boy thought of the capital and decided it had become safer since Khan had fled, although the city looked ruined. Then the boy asked about the documents. Shiro asked the girl if she would confirm his identity if she became his patron. The girl smiled and agreed, saying that the island became the property of the Empire immediately after its discovery, and since the boy lives here, he is now a subject of the Empire. Grem added that if she reports on Shiro as a dungeon researcher, the issue with his identity will only be temporary, and maybe the boy will even become the representative of the island, that is, its leader. Shiro did not believe them and was surprised by such a proposal. She thought and realized that he was not the only inhabitant of the island, but the main one is just a position. The girl thought about it again and reminded the boy that they pay money for this position, but you shouldn't count on a large sum. The main hero felt that he could be used for pennies, but still rejoiced at any guarantees in a world where he had nowhere else to go. Smiling, Shiro asked to formalize all the documents. The guys were swimming in the sea, and Lane asked where they were. The guy replied that it was a special place for fishing. Shiro replied that you can catch a lot of lobsters and abalones here, and suggested that the girls try it, while they were gazing out at the ocean with excitement. Lane agreed and started undressing. Grem became flustered, embarrassed, and removed only her shirt. The boy looked at the girls and sincerely hoped that, taking them with him, they would be able to have a good time on the island. The boy thoughtlessly said that they were beautiful, and the girls immediately became shy, asking him to repeat these words about them. Shiro smiled broadly, said nothing, and stepped onto the boat with one foot, having previously changed into homemade swim trunks. When the girls saw the boy, they were flustered and couldn't say anything. Lane asked about the boy's clothes, and he replied that you can't fish in clothes, and jumped into the sea. The girls watched as the boy had fun in the water. Lane, with a smile, easily lifted her commander and tossed him into the sea with a splash. Griham ended up underwater, puffed out her cheeks, closed her eyes, and hugged herself with her hands. The girl carefully opened her eyes and looked ahead. The girl saw Shiro swimming underwater right in front of her. Grem swam up to him. Later, all three gathered various interesting things from sea and had a great time there. Turning to the boat, Shiro told the girls how many fish they had caught. Turning to the shore, the boy noticed a company of girls and boys on the beach who were resting in the sun without armor. He thought the view was wonderful, but he didn't want to just lie down and waste time. The young boy came to when Grem was looking at him and ran away, loudly exclaiming that without this very beach day, the day would not be a beach day, and promised to return soon. Returning to the island, the boy quickly ran to the kitchen with a pot and water. The boy explained that you need to boil water with sugar to make syrup. Then he asked Goku to go and bring a lot of fruits, because they will be needed in large quantities, and he instructed Evo's team to drag the water barrels to the beach. The boy also remembered about condensed milk with sugar and goat's milk, thinking that the syrup would soon boil. Shiro ordered the golems to cut the fruits into small pieces as they carried the baskets of food. When everything was ready, the boy rode back to the beach on a cart full of products. The young man, along with the golems, began to set up poles for the canopy, and the girls approached him, asking the owner what he was doing and if he needed help. The girls set up a tent, tying it to large stones, and one of them asked if it was necessary to freeze the contents of the barrel, pointing to it with her finger. She used magic to freeze a mixture of water and sugar in a square shape, and the golems immediately appreciated it. The boy poured syrup over the ice cream, added fruits and condensed milk, and the ice cream from the dungeon island was ready. The girls were surprised by the new dish and said it looked very delicious. Having tried this novelty, the girls complained of a headache, but were delighted with its taste, saying that they could not have imagined that it was possible to eat such interesting ice cream. The boy was glad for them and thought that in their empire, ice cream was probably not very appreciated. One of the girls shouted for everyone not to approach at once, but to line up. But because of this, a crowd of people eager to try the ice cream gathered near the tent. The other girls, who were not resting on the beach, heard that the owner was giving something away and also wanted to taste the ice shavings. The line was getting longer. The boy noticed that all the soldiers on the island had gathered by the tent and hoped that no one would miss their turn while everyone was chatting around. He thought that since everyone had gathered, it would be good to organize something so that they could spend the weekend together pleasantly. The girl with dark hair down to her shoulders raised her chopsticks and announced that everyone had enjoyed playing with the dice, and now they had a new entertainment. The girl enthusiastically told about the Shiro Sonata Cup and the flag competition on the beach, and assured that the winner would be able to get a unique prize. The owner puts a special sunscreen on it. The guy got confused by this proposal and quietly sat aside. The boy understood why Lane and Rom didn't participate, as thanks to their improved bodies they wouldn't have equals among the other knights. Meanwhile, one of the girls, Cheryl, applied recovery magic, surprising the other sculptors, to provoke bowel movements in the stronger participants and slightly upset their stomach. The girl was disqualified. This made her cry, because she just wanted to win the prize. As soon as the command sounded, the girls flew past the boy with the speed of a whirlwind. The boy stood silently as the wind and sand scattered his hair. The boy was amazed that although the girls were ordinary soldiers, they had incredible strength. He even compared them to superheroes when one of them pulled out a flag and lifted it, proving her victory. The boy felt sorry for the girls who were fighting for the first place, and he decided that the prize would go to the first 3 winners. It seemed more interesting to him that way. Already in the evening at the hotel, the guy approached Graham and wondered if this weekend wasn't boring for her. The girl silently drank juice, and the guy leaned in closer, addressing her. Shiro noticed that the girl looked a bit upset and moved closer. Sitting down beside her, the boy suggested they have a drink together so she wouldn't feel so lonely, although the girl tried to object to something. Graham said something about oil and drank a glass in one gulp. The guy was surprised, and the girl started choking. Shiro lightly patted the commander on the back. The girl leaned on the table with her elbows, put her head on her hands and said with sadness that she envied the soldiers. The smiling guy took the girl's hand and pulled her to his room, and Graham asked the guy where they were going. The guy, taking the bottle, said that today he would give her a massage. It would be a special session just for her. The girl became flustered, but agreed. 2 giants were carrying large stones, and the boy was watching their work. The main character thought about the fact that today they are laying the foundation of a waiting zone for the soldiers, since he is not strong in military affairs. However, the locals will help with pleasure, and this can bring him a few magic stones. The boy looked at the tower and recalled that 25 days had already passed since the arrival of the research group. He understood that very soon Graham with the knights would set sail. The young man continued to manage the process, and Graham helped him. The gates of the dungeon opened, and knights came out of them. The girls greeted the owner and thanked him for his help during the construction. The knights were outraged that there were too many monsters in the dungeon and very narrow corridors. The main hero noticed that the exploration of the dungeon was not going very well. Among the girls, the boy noticed a familiar face and called Graham to himself. The boy waved at the girl with both hands, and she also greeted him in response. Shir said that they didn't work very well today, and Graham thanked her for her support. Lane warned that she was going to return to the hotel. The young man replied to the girl that it seemed they would finish the foundation today. They only had to dig a ditch and head to the coast. Graham smiled and was glad about it. The guy was glad that the girl was no longer worried next to him. But she understood that in less than a week, she would have to return to the capital of the empire. The couple walked through the forest to the hotel, and the guy decided to ask what had happened to the dungeons. The girl sighed sadly and replied that there were now a lot of monsters there, so the research was not going as well as they would have liked. But still, in the morning, they managed to create a safe zone. Graham said that they set up a barrier in the large room on the west side of the first underground floor to keep the monsters out. The barrier consisted of 4 pillars about 4 meters high and about half a meter thick, which were placed at the corners of the room for protection. The boy recalled that it was these pillars that the knights had shown him before taking him to the dungeon. The girl replied that she was glad because they managed to set everything up before leaving. The boy asked if they would leave in 5 days, and the girl agreed. The boy reminded that the food was almost over. He said that if so many people came again next time, he wouldn't be able to accommodate them, because there wouldn't be enough fruits and edible monsters for everyone. The girl replied that she wanted to inform the authorities so that the island could be open to everyone. The boy didn't understand and asked again what she meant. Graham added that she thinks of transferring the management from the government to the Adventurers Guild and letting them handle the research themselves. The main hero decided that due to the large number of monsters, she probably wants to ask the dungeon explorers from the guild to take care of it, as the magic stones that can be obtained from the monsters are usually the source of energy for the weapons. The hero asked if this meant that a steady supply of magical stones was more important than treasure. The girl smiled and said that he was very clever. Having thought it over, he realized that this praise didn't please him much, since in his past life his grades were average. Here, as he had found out, men were not allowed to attend school at all, and few of them knew how to read. The boy thought, if men were not taught arithmetic and similar things, then, probably, they could not count money or considered them worse than women. Graham fidgeted and tried to explain that she was not laughing at him, but on the contrary, considered him smart. The boy believed her, but understood that the environment in which you were born always affects a person. And him too. The main character looked at the girl and realized that even in this world, where a woman means something completely different, for him she is still the commander, as is customary in Japan. Smiling, the boy said that he is not very distinguished by his mind. After that, the boy also said that he was also spoiled, and this greatly outraged Graham. Guerra looked at the girl and saw that she had blushed and didn't understand what was happening. The young man said that he was a bit different from the other men she had known. The girl agreed and said that she felt it too. Shiro decided to confess that he had come to them from another world. The girl was stunned and looked straight at the boy, asking what he was talking about, after which an awkward silence ensued. The main character understood that it was hard to believe, but still said that it was true. The girl agreed, and the boy thought about the fact that she didn't believe him, although it didn't offend him. He just wanted to say it. The guy, spreading his arms, decided to tell all his secret thoughts, which greatly surprised the girl. The guy got confused and didn't even understand what he was saying, although he was ashamed of his thoughts. The hero fell to his knees. The young man promised not to touch them and not to disturb them, asking for forgiveness for his behavior. The girl called the guy. But why did he flinch? The girl asked if he wanted her to agree to something. Sparks lit up in the girl's eyes as she asked if he would be against being treated the same way. The boy agreed, although he was a bit bewildered. Graham blushed and began to worry while the guy was looking at her. The hero couldn't believe his eyes because everything seemed incredible. He realized that this world was different, and therefore the men and women here were not the same as always. He decided that everything was fine as long as it ended well. After the scuffle, she returned silently. Shiro bid farewell to the girl, hoping to see her at dinner, as she entered the house. The main hero recalled the events in the forest and remembered how the girl's voice trembled. To distract himself, the boy told himself that he needed to cook dinner and called out to Goku, asking if he had finished eating. The main hero prepared a cold soup with cucumbers and yogurt, and also vegetable sandwiches with mayonnaise, and warned everyone that lunch was ready. The girls started eating, praising the hostess's dishes, but were saddened that in a few days they would have to return back. One of the girls said that if they send another group of researchers, she also needs to be there. Since there are almost no willing healers to travel there, she will definitely be taken. The other girls laughed and said that Cheryl had fallen in love, and the healer agreed with them. The girl replied that she was much better off here, and the boy, while carrying the towel, overheard her conversation. Shira thought that there was a war on, and these people could be sent to the front at any moment. So for them, perhaps, real happiness now is to explore this dungeon. Lane raised her glass and wanted to make a toast. The girl said that now they should rejoice. The girls raised their glasses and pronounced a toast. All together they exclaimed about the southern paradise, and the guys stood aside and watched as the women drank. Grem took a swig of alcohol and exhaled. Later in the evening, the golems washed each other. The boy who was washing the wonder replied to the others that he wanted everything to be clean. He liked making brushes, as it was very simple, because he used coconuts for this, and also hung lanterns along the road. The main character opened the table with his characteristics and was delighted to see that his level had increased. The boy said that after that, he made 2 more mermaid golems and was already finishing the 3rd and hoped to make a speedboat. Suddenly, the miracle sharply jumped up and jumped forward, and its owner wondered what had happened. The guy asked if anyone was there, and a girl's voice responded to him. She wrote a familiar sign and invited him to come in, assuring him that she was already dressed. The girl in a nightshirt stood before him, and the boy asked what had happened, because it was already late. The girl stood in the doorway and looked at the boy, putting one hand on the doorframe. Graham replied that she couldn't fall asleep, decided to take a walk and heard a noise from the bathroom. The girl looked away and said she was waiting for him to come out, then shook her head. Graham said she wants to talk to him. The couple decided to take a walk, and the boy thought that there were so many stars in the sky that he couldn't even recognize any constellations, as if he didn't know what stars existed in this world. Shiro replied that where he was from, you wouldn't see that many stars. Graham asked Citro, pointing to the star, if she was from those places. The boy thought for a moment, because it's quite possible that Earth and this planet exist in one universe, or even that it's the same universe, but different galaxies. That's why he couldn't give a precise answer to the girl's question. The young man said he didn't know and asked if she believed him. The girl replied that she did, because she wanted to believe it. The girl smiled, looked at the guy and said that it makes sense to her. The guy smiled and asked if that meant he was someone more than just an acquaintance to her. The girl replied that thanks to him, it was so easy for her to communicate. Grem said that she had never spoken to men before and had never walked with someone like that. The guy looked at her and asked if she was shy because it seemed to him that she lacked confidence in herself. The girl remained silent about this, and then asked what he thought of her, since she was not tall. The young man replied that in his homeland, girls of low stature are considered beautiful and always attract attention, but here, it seems, everything is different, isn't it? Grem agreed with him and said that short women are not very valued here. The girl sighed and decided to confess that she still found it hard to get close to women. Ram herself didn't understand what she was talking about, but the guy didn't tell her that it sometimes happens that way. The girl just agreed. The girl replied that it seemed to her that he was the one who could understand all her loneliness. The young man thought that she had probably been through a lot. Shiro told her not to mind what others think. Personally, he finds her very charming, both outside and inside. The girl was taken aback by such words. Silence reigned. The young man was bewildered and lost in thought. Having thought for a while, he realized that the girl was waiting for him outside to make the first move. The night was very romantic, so the guy couldn't resist. He took her hand and thought about how timid she was. The boy escorted her into the thicket of the forest, and together they reached the gate. The girl realized they were near the dungeon and asked the boy about it, and he replied that they were alone here, and the sea breeze was blowing pleasantly. Shiro reminded her of how beautiful it was here, as if they were falling into the night sky, and the girl agreed with this. The young man looked at the girl and didn't understand what her consent meant, because she should have already hugged him, but the girl didn't leave him a choice, so he decided to act on his own. Perplexed, Shiro approached her. The boy leaned over the girl, and she, looking him straight in the eye, called him, "Go kiss Graham and take the girl by the hand." The guy himself took Graham's hands, forced him to hug himself, and in response also pressed him to himself. The boy mentally reassured the girl during the kiss, as if to say, everything is okay, he won't push her away. The couple continued to kiss against the backdrop of the night sea breeze. When the kiss broke off, the girl asked to do it again. Then they kissed again and shyly looked at each other, while the guy was waiting to see if the girl would make any move herself. The girl blushed even more and started to get more agitated, which the guy immediately noticed and was surprised. He didn't even suspect how much she liked me, because she got flustered again, and I had to make the first move myself. The boy suggested to the girl to create nice memories together. The girl asked again what he was talking about. Shiro suggested making love, which made the girl's eyes widen in surprise, and she herself was bewildered and confused. The girl blushed even more, and the boy thought that not every man in this world would dare to do such a thing, and replied that he just wanted to ask her about it. He reminded her that when she asked him in the forest, he replied that his feelings now are sincere. The girl was silent in response, and the boy asked if she was afraid. She said no, she wasn't afraid. Then the boy added that after this, little changes in a person. Only the illusions about the opposite sex disappear. The girl asked what illusions he was talking about. The boy replied that Grem was too complicated because they knew little about the opposite sex. Shiro showed her thumb and said that this way it would be easier for her to understand the relationship between a man and a woman, after which the girl hugged him even tighter. The boy replied that it wouldn't be his first time, but he might not be the best partner. In fact, the young man had never dared to do such a thing before, but thought that maybe in this world, women think similarly to the men from his native world. Suddenly the girl called the boy. Grem got flustered and said that she had no experience at all, and also asked if he was sure he had chosen the right person in her. She replied that it doesn't matter to him, and that he's not the kind of person who can sleep with just anyone. To this, the girl said that she already knows that. The boy replied that he would fulfill all her requests if they were reasonable, and the girl agreed. Ram asked what they should do now. Sipo started touching her hair and thinking about how soft it was. The boy suggested starting, and the girl agreed. The morning came, and the boy woke up in his room from the ringing of the clock. He glanced widely at the time. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. The guy, yawning, thought that he had slept for 3 hours, and decided that the previous night had been real madness. The main character recalled the face of the girl he had seen the previous night. The girl was on top, and the boy was already very tired and looked completely exhausted. He said he was barely alive. Ram asked not to make such a face, after which they swapped places. The guy thought that the girl's endurance in this world was also not like everyone else's, although it was hard for him to compare, because before that, he had only one. The boy wearily went to the bathroom to wash. On his way, he met Grem, and the hero greeted the girl with a good morning. The girl was buttoning up her shirt and was surprised by such an early morning encounter. The girl uncertainly took the boy's hand. Shiro replied that the whole platoon would understand and asked her to calm down. Grem sighed and agreed. Shiro asked if she was going to take a bath too, but she replied that she just wanted to clear her head, avoiding his gaze. The boy thought that, in principle, the body had already been cleansed. Then the young man said goodbye, saying that he was going to take a bath. After that, the boy turned around and looked at the girl. She realized that even after that he was still hungry and smiled. Shirin was tiredly staring at the sky with his mouth open, lost in his thoughts. The guy decided he needed to sleep because he felt completely exhausted and thought that even a shower wouldn't help. Cheryl saw the owner swaying and asked what had happened. The girl used healing magic on the boy. Cheryl asked the boy if he liked the healing magic. He replied that he felt better. Cheryl imagined water flowing into him, his head becoming clearer, and his body lighter. After the magic was finished, the boy even jumped up and glowed with joy, saying that he felt just wonderful. Shiro, while running away, said that he would go wash the dishes, because he had the strength for it. The girl was a little surprised and said goodbye to him. When the boy was walking back, a system message suddenly appeared. Shiro shouted along with his golem that Sama was over, and he would go to the beach, adding that everything else they would finish themselves. And the boy with 2 golem dogs and a bird headed to the sea, wanted to take a day off, but changed his mind, amazed by the magic. The sun was shining on the beach, and the weather was getting hotter. The boy was thinking that summer had already begun, and he was planning to get himself some sunglasses. This lad swam up to the boy, and he decided to start the test. The young man sat in the boat and, with the help of the golems, sailed. The main hero was amazed and praised his golems. The boy thought about what would be more convenient, a carriage or dog sleds. Then he ordered the mermaids to swim to the cave near the entrance to the dungeon, and the flying golem was to pass the command to the wonder team to approach the exit from the stairs on the rock by land. The young man sailed to the cave and asked the mermaids to return the boat. The boy climbed up the ladder to the surface and exclaimed that he was already there. Shiro saw the team's real wonder and thought, if this path is indeed faster, he will need a bigger boat to transport all the other ghouls. As the boy was walking back, he saw the girl with the cart, praised her for the good job, and asked if it was treasure. The knight replied that it was just trash, and said that they had stumbled upon a pack of skeletons, asking if the boy had heard anything about them. The main character replied that they were the bodies of former soldiers, knights, and similar creatures that had turned into monsters. The girl added that it was their equipment. The knight replied that sometimes bullets and armor decorated with gold or jewels are found here, but the boy said that this time he was not lucky. The girl agreed with him and joked that it's just a pile of junk that fell apart, waving an old sword. Shiro thought that this sword might have been glorious once, but now it's just a piece of iron, so it would be good as material for tools, and asked to take it. The knight asked why, and then added that it's unlikely someone would mind if such a pitiful thing were taken, and handed the boy a sword. Shiro took the sword and, trembling, stepped back. He hadn't expected it to be so heavy. The boy thought that such iron would last him a long time, but the sword was very dirty. Shiro thought that this sword fit well in his hands. He became curious about what kind of sword it was, and during the repair, he roughly understood what this item was before. With the help of magic, Shiro found out that this sword was actually an Excalibur, which, according to legend, was once owned by a 6th-rank angel. The blade contained holy magic capable of warding off any evil. The boy was surprised at such a find and decided to ask Graham about it. Today for dessert after dinner, there will be creme brulee and iced coffee. Caramel was prepared by Helena, who was famous for her ability to cast spells unnoticed. Thanks to magic, she managed to make a delicious dessert using very little fire. Graham was the first to try it. The girl simply melted with delight, saying it was very tasty, and the guy added that if she wanted more, there was an extra serving. The girl shyly replied that she wanted it too, but the boy thought she was cute. She recalled that he had wanted to ask her about the 6th-level angel. The girl replied that it was a guardian angel, behind whom stood the Order of Holy Knights, and he blessed those who fought against evil. Graham added that many powerful light spells use the power of this angel, among them the thorny light of heaven, which can only be applied by high priests or flower knights. He also noted that this spell can destroy hundreds of undead with a single blow. The guy thought about the 6th rank of angels and wondered if this angel could have a sword or something similar. The girl, stirring the caramel, asked what he meant exactly. Graham recalled that in all religious paintings, an angel holds a sword in his right hand, and it is said that this sword destroys evil and comes from the archangel Labai. The boy pondered and asked with excitement if it's true that this sword is now in the world of humans. Grem noted that the boy was well informed, and the legend claims that this sword belonged to Saint Knight Umberto. But she added that it's just a fairy tale. Shiro asked what would happen if this sword were found. The girl replied that it would be a real sensation, because it is one of the sacred objects with great power. Suddenly, a group of female knights gathered around the boy and began to inquire about what had happened. Shiro couldn't understand where this crowd had come from. Then the boy came up with an excuse and asked Grem to discuss payment later. When everyone left, the guy started talking about the payment. He lied and immediately apologized, saying he wanted to discuss something completely different. Meanwhile, the servants were clearing the tables after a company of girls had dinner there. The main hero drew his sword and confessed that he actually wanted to talk about the ball. The girl noticed the rusty sword in his hands, and the boy replied that this sword once belonged to an angel. The girl looked at the boy with an empty gaze. Cheryl noticed these eyes and thought that she hadn't seen such an expression on Grem's face for a long time, as if she was looking at a fool, and the boy even blushed from this. The main hero asked if she believed him, to which she replied that even if he said so, it sounded a bit strange. The boy, smiling, began to tell whether he had mentioned yesterday about his abilities, and added that he had learned about the sword precisely thanks to magic, moving closer to Grem's face. The girl was intimidated, and the boy said he could fix everything with his magic if she gave him 32 hours. Grem replied that she believed him and asked him to try, but wondered why he wanted to do it. The girl didn't understand. If this sword really belonged to an angel, then why had he told her about it? The young man replied that even without this sword, he would remain an excellent fighter, although the sword could not be sold. But as long as he was on, this would definitely earn her merit. The girl agreed, but wanted to object to something. She told the girl that he was still among the trash that one of the soldiers was pulling. The girl laughed and replied that he was very honest. The boy agreed and said that he would now fix the sword, so you can start casting spells. After that, the sword rose into the air and disappeared along with the light. The girl was surprised and said that the sword had disappeared. The boy warned that it was magic. Grem trembled and said distrustfully that she believed. She wrote that a man who possesses magic is too unusual for her. The boy bowed and said that in 32 hours she would understand everything. Then the girl asked where the sword was now. The boy himself couldn't answer this question, because he didn't know either. It was like magic. He could summon this creature wherever he wanted, and the sword would appear in any place within 10 meters that he could see. The young man replied that as soon as the repair was finished, he would go wherever she said. But not to the dungeon. He didn't want to go there. Grem asked him to pretend that she had found him right here. The girl sighed and still couldn't believe in the existence of the angelic sword. The boy laughed, and the girl said that until she saw it herself, she wouldn't be able to believe it, and apologized. Grem replied that he would leave the repairs to that guy, and he agreed. The girl wished everyone a good night. The guy got a bit angry and asked what she would be doing in the evening, and then warned that if she came, he would be waiting for her in his room. The girl agreed awkwardly, but the boy said they wouldn't be staying up late anymore, because she had to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Grem apologized for the previous evening. The girl, blushing, confessed that she couldn't restrain herself, and the boy, smiling, joked about her boldness and nobility. The girl apologized to the owner again, but he asked her not to call him that anymore. The main heroine thought that there were 4 days left until Grem's departure, and the angel's sword could be the perfect gift for her temporary lover. In 2 days, the boy received a notification that the angel's sword had been repaired, and he was asked to specify the location where it should appear. Meanwhile, the main hero was rejoicing and glad that the repair was completed. He came to Grem's house and reported that the sword had already been fixed. The girl invited him to come in. The boy walked inside, noticed that her things were neatly packed, and realized that she would leave the day after tomorrow. He spread his arms wide, and all around him everything sparkled with sparks. Before the pair appeared a brilliant sword. Grem was very surprised that it was indeed an angel's sword. The guys looked at the sword, and the guy felt that a strange magical power was coming from it. Grem asked if it was really possible to take it, because she wanted to report it to the Empire. The guy smiled and said she could do as she pleased. The girl hugged the boy and sincerely thanked him. Graham took Saro by the hand and offered to swim with her to her shelter, promising to take care of everything herself. The young man reminded her that they had already discussed this many times in recent days. But she, as a commander, cannot break the rules. The main character said that he doesn't want to be either superfluous in someone else's life or heartless. He believes that he won't be able to be happy if he rejects his lawful wife, and therefore asked to love the man who will become her husband. Grem lowered her eyes and, trembling, said that she didn't want to become another man. The girl burst into tears and said she would stay there with him then. The boy hugged her even tighter, and she punched him in the chest with her fists. Shiro replied that she would be punished for dereliction of duty, and she understood that well, but the girl just remained silent and trembled. The boy added that the days spent with her had become a real treasure for him, and happy memories were the most valuable thing a person could have. The boy closed his eyes and replied that he was glad to meet her, but the girl didn't say anything. Ram stepped away from the hug, wiped her face and said he had been rude. Apologized. The boy smiled, suggested going to have breakfast and promised to cook her favorite hot sandwiches. The girl continued to cry, holding back tears, but still smiled at the suggestion. The sun was shining brightly and the sea was calm. The boy sat on the shore wearing sunglasses. The young man had fished with his guard dogs and thought that after repairing the angel's bullets, he had almost no strength left, and it would take about 20 hours to restore them. The boy knew he would soon part with the girl, and he already felt emptiness in his heart. 3 of his clay mermaids swam ashore to him. The main character thought about the emerald green sea, the blue sky, a calm and slightly sad world. And it was exactly this that seemed to him the most beautiful. A large passenger ship arrived, and a crowd of people gathered at the pier. The girls thanked the boy for shelter, and one of them, Layla, hugged the owner. The other girls indignantly asked to be hugged next, and Lane simply watched and smiled at the scene. The boy approached the girl with dark hair, who was a head taller than him, smiled and hugged her, which greatly surprised the girl. Lane smiled and thanked the owner for everything. The guy looked at her and wished them to take care of themselves. Graham stood with her back to the owner and was silent. The young man looked at her and remembered that the real farewell was yesterday evening, but now it was hard for him to find words for his feelings. He thought that this might be their last meeting and called out to the girl. Grem turned around and smiled, putting on her sunglasses. The girl agreed and said goodbye, promising to meet. The boy nodded in agreement in response. The girl swam in a boat to the liner, and the boy from the pier waved to both of them with his hands. Grem smiled and waved goodbye to Shiro. The captain asked the girl why she was wearing sunglasses. Someone from the team noted that the sun had been very bright lately, but Graham herself didn't respond. She just smiled silently. She stood up, smiled, looked at the girls and remembered Graham, thinking that she had acted more confidently, but was sure that he had noticed her tension because of this. Yesterday evening, Graham was with Shiro and cried bitterly, and the boy gently wiped away her tears with his finger. Shiro reminded her that she was crying again, without removing her hands from her cheek, and the girl thanked the boy for this. But as soon as she remembered and said that tomorrow she would have to say goodbye to him, she became even sadder, and new tears appeared on her cheeks. The boy told her that she had cried so much that her eyes had become red, and because of this the girl burst into tears again. Cheryl replied that with such an owl-like face, she couldn't appear in front of subordinates, and the girl herself understood this perfectly. Recalling this, the boy put sunglasses on the girl, which greatly surprised Graham. The girl replied that everything would be all right, and apologized to the boy who was sitting across from her. Shiro took off her glasses and began to speak. The boy replied to her that now she can cry as much as she wants. At these words, the girl sadly smiled through tears, looking at Shiro. Shiro, along with his golems, gathered on the shore to bid farewell to the knights. The boy didn't even notice how a tear rolled down his cheek, and he became very sad. Shiro turned back, sat down on the street, and looked up at the sky, thinking that his life had suddenly become empty and sad. The boy couldn't even imagine what would happen next, but he suspected that someone with a message on the Wyver would come to him again. After all, Grem said that someone from the Milano team would visit, and the boy was curious about which girl he would meet this time. Shiro opened the notification window and thought about how he created the 4th Semu, and Golan production increased again. But there was another Golan that the boy had blocked. The boy saw that there was a first-level Earth-type gallium here. It helps to fight rats and other small pests that destroy crops. Such a gallium can penetrate into hard-to-reach places and copes well with thefts. He realized that before him was precisely the gallium. Before that, the boy had tried using Goku and Mira to get rid of the rats in the field, but it had hardly helped. So he decided to create 5 Earth golems and named the first one Wiggles. The boy smiled and looked up at the sky again. By himself, Shiro admitted that he now feels empty, and hopes that the gathering won't take much time. Meanwhile, in the port city of Malaya, the girl in the hood walked along the narrow alleys between the houses. The girl walked silently, thinking about how she had changed her life from a captain to one seeking revenge, because she couldn't leave the idea that she had to stay on that island. The girl slightly pushed back her hood, thought for a moment, and remembered the name of the main character. Shiro. The girl covered her face again, thinking that she had managed to reach this city without incident, and that she should thank Shiro and his magic for that, although she would have liked to stay here. But her gaze became even more angry. She decided that she must take revenge. The girl was thinking about Janice. Meanwhile, another girl was walking down the same streets and was in such a hurry that she was almost out of breath. The girl in rural clothes with bags in her hands hurried, thinking that Janice would get angry if she was late. The girl in the cloak stood in the center of Milte, on a ledge with a carved gargoyle, and watched the city and its inhabitants from above. The girl managed to notice a passerby who resembled a man with a tail, and thought that she had finally been caught. The girl stood up from her seat and thought that this city was the base of their pirate team. But to everyone else, they were considered an ordinary trading ship, and it was here that traders came to service the ship and look for new crew members. But the girl noticed that they were not in a hurry, but were trying to catch men. The girl in the cloak was sure that everyone thought she was already dead, while Butin was picking up unknown pastors. The girl began to recall what had happened on the ship, where she had been struck in the back. With fury and a hoarse voice, grinding her teeth, she exclaimed a name. Bhutan. The girl angrily looked at the passerby. They say that after Jenny she is in second place on her black list. She couldn't take her eyes off her. The girl watched as Bhutan walked off with a cute and shy-looking loose girl. She thought they were heading to the storage rooms to avoid paying for a room, and decided that this girl was very stingy. The button slammed onto the box and stretched out her right leg. The boy did not understand what was wanted of him, and the girl with a sly smile ordered him to take off her shoe. The boy asked again what it was about, and then the girl angrily shouted, demanding that the order be carried out. The boy obeyed the order and took off his boot, after which he saw the commander's stinking foot. The guy asked the girl what she wanted from him. She agreed and ordered him to lick her foot so that it shone, and at the same time enjoyed the situation. The girl in the cloak watched this, frowned, and discussed something. The boy wanted to object to her and offer another option, but she interrupted him and asked what he wanted to say, that he would not carry out the order. The nice guy got flustered and said he had meant something entirely different. But at that moment the girl unexpectedly kicked him in the groin. The girl in the raincoat continued to watch, thinking that nothing had changed, until the other girl shouted that she was paying, and the boy should do everything she said, and further beat him and threatened to force him to lick her entire body. The one who stood aside and saw everything did not know how to act. If she interferes now, the girl may take the boy hostage. She knew the character of that girl well and did not want to involve the man, with whom she had nothing in common, in this story. Gathering her courage, the girl jumped forward towards them, thinking, whatever will be, will be. At this time, the boy with tears in his eyes was licking his toes, and Putin was praising him and blushing, assured that he had a talent for it. Suddenly, the girl in the cloak quietly, like a shadow, loomed over Putin and grabbed her rival by the head, tightly squeezed her hand and apologized for spoiling her fun. Putin didn't even have time to understand what was happening, when anxiety enveloped her. Unable to turn her head, Bhutan shouted at her abductor that she was an officer of the Janus pirates, and groaned in pain. The girl in the cloak replied that someone like her couldn't possibly be a Janus officer. Bhutan asked if she needed money, and if so, she had it and was willing to pay. The girl agreed that it was a good idea, and reached into the back pocket of Bhutan's jacket, pulled out a packet of money, and tossed it to the boy, who had already begun to walk away. She ordered him to take the money and go home. The boy obeyed her and ran off. The woman asked what they were going to do with her. The dark figure looming over her said that even someone as stupid as her could recognize this voice, and asked if she recognized it. The woman tried to remember. She suddenly realized that she was trembling and stuttering, unable to believe what had happened, and then she abruptly asked if it was the captain. The girl threw back her hood and irritably hissed that she had guessed right. The woman opened her mouth in horror and with a trembling voice asked him to stop. Her face was wet with fear. She screamed that she hadn't done it, but the hand still clutched her hair. The girl clenched her fist tighter and asked if it was true that it wasn't her, that someone else had betrayed her. The woman screamed that it wasn't so, that Janus had forced them to do it. The captain, gasping for breath, replied that it didn't matter now, and asked where Janus was. As they were shaking her, the woman tried to think of how to respond better. She asked if they would spare her if she told them everything. The captain was silent for a few seconds, and then replied that she would think about it. The woman said they stopped at the Three Blackbirds. It's a new restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant was Janice's lover. She also said that they were going to play cards that day, so all the officers were drunk. The woman laughed and said she just wanted to find a man. The captain ordered her to be quiet and ask where the hotel was. She replied that the tavern was on Longlin Lane, and, nervously laughing, asked if they would forgive her now that she had told them everything. Fingers were twirling on the woman's head, who didn't understand anything. The main heroine, clutching her hair in her hands, replied that she had already said she would think about it, and then indignantly said that it turns out, for her, she is already somehow dead. The woman had time only to shout out a question about what it meant, and began to beg to stop it. The heroine clutched at her head, and suddenly a deafening explosion sounded. From the strong flame flare, her cloak was torn apart. The fire in the heroine's hand went out, leaving only smoke. She looked down and said she had crossed out another name. The girl turned around and walked away. The woman remained lying on the ground. The main heroine approached the building. She wondered if it was the same Three Blackbirds restaurant and quickly assessed that the establishment seemed to be closed today. The girl peeked through the gap between the half-open windows and saw a company at the table, headed by a woman with black hair. They were playing cards. The woman seriously threw the cards on the table, said there were 7, and smiled. Someone exclaimed loudly that the captain was simply on a different level today. Everyone laughed. The heroine scowled upon hearing the woman being called captain. She called out to a man named Roy and asked him to bring another bottle of rum. The man asked if they needed another one. The heroine, looking at him, wondered if he wasn't Janice's lover and noted that he was quite nice. He had a nice face but looked unhappy. Roy apologized to Janice and said that the bottle he had given earlier was the last one. Janice scowled and asked if he was deliberately trying to make her look bad in front of her subordinates. Roy replied uncertainly that the liquor store was already closed at this time. Janice said that her boyfriend should take care of it and asked if it was really so. The young man replied that he would see what he could do and hurried on. The subordinate said that the captain should not be surprised if he runs away from her. She replied that the subordinate does not understand anything, and that one needs to be tougher with a man. She added that the main thing is to show him his place from the very beginning, both in everyday life and in personal matters. The subordinate noticed that the captain was simply wonderful. She smiled and said that she could tell him something. The main heroine looked at her distorted face and got angry when she called her name. Janice smiled and asked if her subordinates wanted to know what a truly polite man was like. Everyone inside the building was laughing. The main character jumped onto the roof and hid. She thought that after Janice's lever worked, there were only 4 left inside: Janice herself, Futch, Anna, and Hillary. The girl thought that Janice was being cautious, so there might be traps around. She considered what would happen if she were to suddenly attack with explosive magic, but she abandoned the idea because it could easily be noticed. She thrust her hand into her pocket, pulled out the magical artifact, and said that now was probably the best time to use it. The main heroine thought it was her trophy from the trading ship. This ancient relic contained sealed ancient gravity magic. According to legends, this force is so powerful that it can crush anything. Having changed her position, the girl realized that she was right under them, and thought that the artifact would turn on in 3 seconds. It was enough to give it just a little energy to remain unnoticed. She stood up and turned on the magical artifact, thinking that she had nothing to say in the end, but some thoughts were still spinning in her head. The girl, as the wind played with her cloak, thought that people without love could never become truly happy. In her head, the faces of those she wants to take revenge on are spinning, and she wonders why Janice and the others, living as they please, seem to be refusing happiness themselves. The main heroine jumped off the roof. She had thoughts swirling in her head that she had already taken revenge, and now her life as a pirate and avenger was over. Her cloak was torn off by the wind and carried away. The heroine was convinced that she had already decided how she would live on. Having left the alley, she pondered what it would be like to become an adventurer, and set out to explore the dungeons on the island of Monte Cristo. The main heroine pondered, maybe this is not quite the right life, but at least this time she won't end up on the side of the criminals. She thought she would be able to become famous, earn money, and possibly create a normal family. The girl remembered the smiling boy, and a smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, the artifact turned on and began to expand, enveloping the entire building. It had grown to enormous size. The girl moved forward, not even looking back. An explosion rang out, and a crowd quickly gathered near the restaurant. People watched in horror as part of the building collapsed instantly, leaving behind a huge hole. The girl went out onto the embankment. Roy ran down the narrow street, breathing heavily. The young man thought that he had finally bought rum. forced the store to open, and received a fairly cold reception. He did not even have time to catch his breath properly. Sweat was dripping from his face, but he thought it was trivial compared to what Janice was capable of. He lowered his head and wondered how much time he had spent beside her. Roy recalled their first meeting. Back then, she gave him a smile and extended her hand. He recalled how Janice had helped him when, due to his mother's debts, he found himself in a difficult situation, but then thought that saying she had saved him would be an exaggeration, since his life after meeting her hadn't changed much. The guy recalled how he had reached out and felt relieved. He thought it was good that he did, because being the boyfriend of charming Janice seemed much better than what had been waiting for him initially. Roy recalled his relationship with Janice and remembered how she often got angry. Even if she didn't like something a little, she could hit him or throw something at him. Roy thought that she often scolded him quite severely, but he still somehow tolerated it every time. He had a thought spinning in his head that no matter what, after beatings or when he did something Janice liked, she became very kind to him. He ran, understanding that there was no other way out anyway, and that he shouldn't anger her. The guy approached the ruined building and in amazement dropped the bag. The man shouted, asking what had happened. The young man replied that he didn't know himself, as he had just returned, and was also wondering what had happened here. Another explosion rang out on the spot. The house was on fire. People were screaming, asking if it was because of the lamp. Someone called for women who knew how to handle water magic to gather. The building was burning before everyone's eyes. People silently watched it. Roy didn't understand if it was some kind of magic or something else had happened, and wondered if there was anything left there. He headed towards the building, thinking that he had to save everything that he still could, before everything collapsed. The young man thought that the building could collapse at any moment. Janice had a lot of silver coins, so at least he could save them. He stepped on something and screamed. The young man thought that because of the explosion, people had become completely unrecognizable. The young man looked around and aloud wondered where his coins had gone. Perhaps they had melted. Suddenly someone called him in a hoarse voice. He asked if it was Janice, and he saw that Janice was under the rubble, and he shouted to her. A young man approached her and began to tremble. She asked what he was doing and ordered him to quickly call a sorcerer. Roy replied that the doctor would come only if paid in advance. Janice said that her purse was within reach. He opened his wallet and thought there were not only silver, but also gold coins. Janice called him to hurry up and said to run. Roy nodded and moved on. A young guy ran down the alley. He thought the healer's house would be just nearby if he turned left at the corner of Lupanto Square. He was sure she wouldn't want to go from house to house at such a late hour, but for the 7 silver coins lying on her table she would surely agree. The crowd ran further and further, barely catching their breath. He stopped to catch his breath and decided that he had almost arrived, because he saw the square. He had thoughts swirling in his head that if he didn't hurry, Janice would get angry and start arguing again. But Roy understood here. He wondered if Janice wouldn't start hitting him after what had happened to her. The boy remembered well what she looked like, all covered in blood, burned, with broken bones. Roy noticed that she was not like herself, no longer looked confident and ruthless, but on the contrary looked weak, as if she could die at any moment. He wondered if she had the strength, if she could raise her broken arm to him, if she could command him as always and insult him with words. The young man held a wallet in his hands and looked at the crossroads in front of him. He thought that to the left was the house of the healer, and to the right was something unknown. Roy was confused, because for the first time he had a choice that he had not had before. He clutched his wallet to his chest and thought that he did not know what awaited him ahead. His face lit up, for he thought this was a real gift from God, the best chance in his life. He quickly rushed forward. Roy decided to go to the right. The island seems small when you look at it through the clouds. The young man stood and looked out at the sea, thinking that it had already been 3 weeks since Grem and her squad had left the island. He sighed, though he thought he had long since ceased to be sentimental. But still he missed them. He very much wanted to talk to someone, even to Liana. He thought that Grem would ask to make the dungeon open to everyone, so soon many adventurers would gather there. The young man clasped his hands on his chest and said that in that case, one had to be ready to accept them. He smiled because he wanted to look good. Suddenly among the girls there might be someone nice, and maybe they would even have a serious relationship with one of them. The hero turned around and said it was time to start rebuilding the cave, because he was sure the guests would appreciate it if everything was more stylish and luxurious. The mechanical dogs followed him. He raised his hand and shouted that they want to do everything in the style of a tropical resort. The dogs cheerfully barked, as if supporting this idea. The young man looked at the status window and pondered his achievements. saying that he had been baking bread for Graham's squad all the time lately. The hero looked at the status window and saw that he had raised his level to the maximum. He added that thanks to bonuses from food production and magic creation levels, he can now cook bread in just 44 seconds, although it used to take a whole hour. The young man took a bite of the bread and said that due to the improved quality, it had become even tastier than before, and now he could become a respected baker anywhere. The bread was indeed very delicious. He added that the production of medicine had reached the 4th level, so now he could make alcohol. He immediately brewed sake, and by evening he was imagining enjoying white kabujime fish under cold sake. The young man exclaimed that it was with such thoughts that they drifted a little further from the shore. He wanted to catch something big. He added that if he just wanted to catch fish, he could have entrusted it to Seima. He spent his time on the boat with pleasure and said that it was his hobby. The young man closed his eyes and said that his first fishing trip on the day he came into this world was his first experience of catching fish. He didn't even believe that he was now so enthusiastic about it, and it seemed quite ironic to him. The hero mused aloud that fishing was a good way to pass the time, since hours stretched very slowly on this island. He recalled the books that Graham and the officers had read and then left behind. They came in handy for him, and the young man almost finished reading all of them. Gradually, he began to get acquainted with the culture and faith of this world through various genres. The hero recalled how he found books for adults, but he didn't really like them, probably because the roles were swapped, and all the plots were about how men served women. The young man said aloud that, in his opinion, this was real fantasy in our world, and wondered if such things had ever even occurred to officers in their dreams. The hero lay in the boat and thought, "There are no fish again. I'll have to ask Sem if it's possible to add a roof to the boat or make it a catamaran, or maybe reinforce it to transport golems." He had a lot of different ideas. Suddenly, someone turned to him and asked him to wake up. The young man was surprised. Before him stood a stranger with a bandaged face. The hero took off his glasses and asked who it was. He was curious if anyone could reach the island by sea. The stranger said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and she had missed him. The young man asked again who she was, because it seemed to him that he had already heard her voice somewhere. The hero wondered why the woman was hiding her face. The woman was interested in whether he really didn't remember her and said she was offended. She sighed and added that she was acquainted with his expensive lover. The young man wondered who she was talking about, Graham or Chris. The woman clutched at her face and began to laugh nervously. She abruptly began to tear off the bandage and shouted that apparently he really didn't recognize her, but they would definitely fix it. The bandage was removed, and before the boy appeared, her burnt face. The hero was frightened. Janice told him that she couldn't find a good healer and asked him to search more carefully. Then she turned to him on the side where there were no burns and asked him to look at that face. The young man looked at her intently. It seemed to him that he had seen such pale skin somewhere before. And suddenly he exclaimed loudly, realizing who this woman was. The hero said in a trembling voice that she was with Cecilia. The woman, smiling, exclaimed that he had guessed correctly, named her name and added that she was her deputy. The frightened young man asked why she had come to the island. The woman just smiled. She said she came to him specifically, and that was understandable. Janice asked where she got those scars. The hero was shocked and didn't want to ask about it at all, since the girl had left the island to take revenge on them. But still, he asked if it was Cecilia's doing. Janice threw up her hands and screamed that he had guessed 100%, because no one except Cecilia could use gravity magic, which means she must have used their secret sphere. The woman added that Cecilia had made a mistake because she was still alive, although the girl thought otherwise. Janice licked her lips and said it was her turn now. She said that she wouldn't harm her right away, but would first make her and everyone around her suffer. Janice said she would start with him. The boy with a tremble in his voice and fear asked why she had chosen him. Janice replied that she had already somewhat figured out the situation. Cecilia had gotten drunk and started telling everyone about her feelings for the hero, and everyone had heard. The woman said loudly that she likes his face and it brings her pleasure. She reassured him, asking not to worry, and added that she would have a good time before getting rid of him. Janice said that when they're done having fun, she'll send it to Cecilia with a note that says, "Thanks for the treat." The hero called the Sims and ordered them to get rid of the woman. The Sims with tritons jumped out of the water and attacked her. She calmly dodged their blows and immediately responded with her own. The Sims collapsed and fell into the water again. The woman noticed that the attack was very strong. She smiled and asked if that was all the hero was capable of. The column of refugees was set on fire. The golem fell into the water. Janice said that you need to be careful and asked if this really applies to all golems. The hero was tied to a pole. Janice asked what he would do next. The boy was confused and didn't know what to do. None of the Sims responded to his call. He pondered how this moment was similar to his first day in this world, and asked himself why he had to be punched in the gut. The hero felt that it was hard to understand what was really going on and whether it was not just a terrible dream. The young man thought that the peaceful days on the island had probably relaxed him. He realized that he had wrongly considered the island to be safe. Janice told him that she could have just beaten him until he cried and begged for mercy. But she found another solution to the situation. To the hero, everything she said seemed disgusting. The woman said that he had beautiful skin, and it would be a pity to remove it. There are always other ways to solve this issue. The young man couldn't think of a response and sadly fell silent. She asked what he thinks of her, whether he considers her beautiful. The young man replied that Cecilia was more beautiful than her. The woman laughed quietly and cast a spell. The hero with irritation realized that even this moment had already occurred and was repeating again. Janice said she would quickly break him in and teach him to beg for mercy. The hero decided to think about imagining sheep and counting them in his thoughts, not feeling any emotions at all while doing so. He thought of counting the clouds in the sky, but excitement and fear wouldn't let him be still. Janice said that as soon as she thought he had given up, a sweet smile appeared on his face, which showed she wouldn't start until he started resisting. The hero realized that everything was in vain, and now he had to look for a way to escape. The woman licked the blade and threateningly raised it to the boy, saying she would get rid of him if he didn't please her. The hero glanced at the knife out of the corner of his eye and noticed a small notch on the blade. An idea struck him. He understood what to do next. A system window with the knife's characteristics appeared on the screen. The restoration took only 4 seconds. The boy mentally activated the repair spell. The knife in Janice's hand glowed. The recovery process began. At the same moment, the blade disappeared from her hand. She was amazed at what was happening. Janice screamed and asked what was happening. A message appeared on the screen that the knife had been successfully restored, and she needed to choose where it should appear. The hero initially thought to strike her with the knife in the chest, but changed his mind. The blade pierced her leg, and Janice screamed. The young man decided that next he had to get rid of the leather belt with which he was tied. The belt instantly disappeared, and the hero freed his hands. He jumped up sharply, and Janice asked him how he had managed it. The system window informed the hero that it would take 8 seconds to repair the short sword. As soon as the skill was activated, the sword immediately disappeared from the woman's hands. She got very angry. Janice flailed and waved her hand, from which explosive magic burst forth. The hero thought that he wouldn't have time to do anything, and that he needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. It seemed to him that his life had turned out to be too short. Suddenly, a large fireball erupted around Janice. The hero covered himself with his hands and watched in amazement at what was happening. The shockwave swept Janice overboard, and she ended up in the water. The hero nervously smiled and pondered what had just happened to him. He raised his eyes to where the blow had come from. A human figure was hanging in the air. It was a girl with a suitcase in her hands, holding onto an umbrella that was flying in the air. The boy thought, "Who is she?" The hero looked at the girl, not knowing what to say. He wanted to say something, but suddenly screamed, realizing he was standing naked. The girl looked at him with emotions, and he, quickly putting on his clothes, asked if she was the one who had saved him. The girl nodded. The boy smiled, thanked her, and named his name. The lifeguard landed so that her feet were right on the boat. The girl named her name. Her name was Sierra. He looked at her face. Her eyes were brown but almost red, and her skin was very pale. Shiro was surprised at what had happened to her because she looked completely lifeless. The boy noticed her ears and wondered if she was really a human. Charred Janice was swimming in the water. Smoke was coming from her. Shiro asked the girl about Janice's condition. She replied that the woman had died. The young man, perplexed, said that now everything was clear. He asked how she ended up on the island. She replied that she was traveling. Shiro wondered if she was traveling alone. Sierra said she was, just exploring the area. He found it interesting. The girl was traveling the sky by herself. Shiro said he ran a hotel on the island, and added that he'd like to invite her there as a thank you for her help if she didn't mind. The girl nodded. The hero was surprised. Even with an umbrella, she was in a heavy dress under a black cloak, and he wondered if she wasn't hot. They reached the island. Shiro ordered the Chimas to go for the small boat they had left at sea, and also said that ships 1 and 2 and Cuckoo should be sunk right next to it. When he finished giving the order, he looked at Sierra, who was still sitting in the boat. The girl dipped her hand into the water and splashed. Shiro sat on the mechanical horse and said that the hotel is inside the island, so they will go there on this very thing. The girl flew up to him and sat on the horse in front of him. The hero was very surprised at her behavior. The guy wondered if she was bothered by the fact that he was almost naked. She wrote to him if she was hungry. Sierra replied that yes, she was hungry. The hero said that now they would eat and asked what she liked. Sierra calmly replied that she likes blood. Shiro was very surprised by her answer and couldn't think of what to say. He wondered if he had misheard. If she had really just said she preferred blood as food. That couldn't be true. Shiro didn't want to believe it. The girl said that she likes Group B. Here I loudly asked if there is a blood type system in this world. Sierra replied that people don't know about that. Such information is only available to vampires. Sharat began to understand that if she combined the excitement she had caused him with what she was telling him now, there was only one conclusion left. The boy asked if she was a vampire. The girl replied that yes, she was a vampire. The hero tensed up, thinking that she might indeed be a vampire. But one thing is clear. Whoever she was, the girl had saved his life. The problem was what would happen next. He started to feel anxious. Shiro uncertainly asked if she didn't like sucking blood or something like that, and then tried to avoid the answer, saying it was a joke. The girl frowned and said she didn't like it. She wrote, "Grind in surprise." The girl added that she is very unpleasant when her skin is torn, and it causes her disgust. She said she didn't like being bitten, cut, or having her head blown off by wind magic. Then Shiro asked how she drank blood then. Sierra replied that she drinks from a cup whenever she can. The boy said that this means she is a vampire, but kind to people. Now he breathed a sigh of relief. Sierra said it was a lie, and that she could get rid of anyone without hesitation. Shiro got nervous and tense again. He didn't understand her at all. The girl said she didn't like to cut. Most of all, she loved to fry or freeze, and clenched her fist. Shiro was even horrified by these words. He hesitantly asked her if she really wanted to kill him. Sierra wondered why she would do that. The boy replied that she might want to kill him to drink his blood. Sierra said with irritation that getting rid of someone was only half the trouble, but she just couldn't seem to squeeze the blood out of herself afterwards. The hero, however, thought that everyone had their own difficulties in life. The girl said that she saw a man who could use magic for the first time, and she found it interesting. Shiro wondered if she had seen him fixing something, and if she was really interested in him. It could already be considered a small victory, since she hadn't even thought of getting rid of him. The young man thought he had to do everything to please her. They approached the entrance to the hotel. Sierra was sitting at the table and waiting for Shiro to take a shower. The young man sighed and thought that first he needed to wash. He wondered if Janice had any diseases. He wondered what to give to Sierra, and came to the conclusion that she craves blood. The young man thought he was afraid of pain, but still had to do something, so he wondered if it was possible to create blood using creation magic. He opened a systemic window and realized that this is possible thanks to a branch of medicine that allows creating blood for transfusion. Shiro says aloud that she can't be made to wait for long, so she suggests making only 50 milliliters and serving it as an aperitif, and then preparing some dish using the blood. He glanced into the room, apologizing for the wait. Sierra had settled onto the couch and was looking at him calmly. He stretched out his hand, saying that the dish was ready, and invited her to sit down at the table. The girl instantly jumped up and sat down on the stool. The guy said we should get started. He put a glass of drink on the table. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. The girl leaned over and peeked inside the glass. Shiro apologized, saying that everything happened unexpectedly and he didn't have time to prepare, adding that the drink contains her favorite Group B. She asked if it was his blood. The boy replied that he had created this blood with magic, and explained that he knew how to use creation magic. The girl sniffed the vial. Shiro said that it was indeed blood and it wasn't poisoned, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl tried the drink with relief. She blushed a little and said it was very pleasant. Shirobo laughed that he got a rare negative RH factor for her today, and then added that it was a joke. Sierra laughed. The girl said it was a long time ago, and raised the glass to her lips. She drank it all to the last drop, even licked the walls so that nothing was left. Shiro was amazed. He didn't expect her to suddenly become so bold, as she had behaved completely differently before. The girl turned to him. Sierra extended her glass and asked to pour some more. He apologized and said that preparing the same portion would take about 40 minutes. Sierra said she understood. The girl added that it's completely normal. Such a treat takes a long time to prepare, and the whole thing is that she really wanted to eat something delicious. Chihiro noticed that the girl looked different and offered to make her another cup if she waited until he finished eating. The girl stretched and replied that she didn't mind if he said so. The guy recalled how she got so much energy as soon as she drank blood. Sierra said she was already waiting for delicious food, and then suddenly remembered something. She pointed to her open suitcase. The girl asked him to open it and asked if there was a blue bag inside. Shiro immediately noticed it and noted that it was the same size as a bag of rice. The young man untied the string on the pouch and opened it. Seeing how many coins were there, he exclaimed in surprise. Sierra said she had decided to stay on the island for about a month, and added that the boy could take as much money as he wanted. Sierra wondered if the girl was rich. On the table stood a dish of blood sausage and pickled bell peppers. Shiro said that a night with 2 dinners costs 5,000 lemons, and drinks need to be paid for separately. The girl replied that there's no need to go into details. He can take as much as he thinks is necessary. The young man said that he would then take 150,000 lemons, and they would settle the difference later. The girl replied that he could do as he pleased. She said that the food was very delicious. He thanked her profusely and said that he had done everything with his own hands, without any magic. Sierra replied that the only thing missing from such a dish was alcohol, and wondered if he had any. The hero was perplexed. He looked at the girl and began to wonder how old she was, and whether he would end up in prison because of this. Shiro asked if she was sure she could drink alcohol. He said that children shouldn't drink alcohol. Sierra was surprised. She asked which children he was talking about. She laughed and wondered aloud if she was still a teenager. Sierra said confidently that she was older than him. She was 42 years old, and it was the perfect age for a vampire. Shiro was surprised by her words. The girl asked if he was older than her, watching his reaction closely, and added that by appearance he was already 50 years old, if counting in vampire years. Shiro thought that people of her type usually looked younger. She looked at the vampire who was sitting confidently on the stool and wondered if she was really 42 years old, for she looked like a teenager. The young man said that if she was already an adult, she could calmly drink alcohol, adding that they had wine, beer, sake, rum, and much more. The girl exclaimed and asked what sake was, and added that she had never heard of it. Shiro replied that this drink is from her homeland, made from rice, and it contains neither alcohol nor sugar. Sierra said the description sounds interesting and asked to bring the drink. A young man turned to a hobbit named Gollum and asked him to bring a jug with a beverage from the cellar. Gollum nodded in response. Sierra watched as the creature left the room. The girl said that Shiro has a servant. The boy asked who a servant was, as the word seemed strange to him. He added that Goku was a gallium that he had created himself. The guy asked who she meant by the word leaky. Sierra started telling what this title means in vampire society. The girls told that they give their blood to special people, endow them with a part of their strength and force them to help them in return for this. Rain imagined what it might look like. Sierra added that for this to happen, someone had to bite a person. Shiro was surprised and immediately imagined how this could happen to him. The young man wondered how the girl could not bite people. Understanding that because of this she could not have servants, he began to ask about it. The girl agreed, but irritably said that she didn't even have a single servant. A stifling silence reigned in the room. Sierra had shared her secret and was upset, and Shiro didn't know how to support her. It was at this moment that a golem named Goku entered the room with a bottle in his hand. Shiro lifted the bottle and cup and cheerfully exclaimed that at such moments, you need to drink sake to lift your mood, adding that it's not worth leaving the glasses empty. Sierra tried sake. A drop of the drink slid down the edge of her lips. The girl said that such a taste was new to her, and she really liked it. Shiro smiled and thanked her for the kind words, adding that it was pleasant to hear that. The girl, chewing, said that this drink goes wonderfully with blood sausage, and then asked what would happen if you mix sake with blood. Shiro hesitated, but replied that there was still blood at the bottom of the glass. The young man asked the girl if she was sure she wanted to mix blood and sake. She replied that everything was all right, and asked him to just pour the drink. When the glass was full to the brim, the girl licked her lips and said it looked delicious. Shiro thought that all this looked quite strange. Sierra tasted the drink and proudly said that, as she thought, it was drinkable. It was safe. The boy decided that a vampire cocktail could be made from this drink and named it Bloody Sierra. As he poured sake into the cup again, the girl said she wanted to make Shiro her servant. A young man sat down on the bench and said that he would not agree to become a lackey, but would do everything possible to fulfill her wishes while she was at this hotel, fearing that she might turn him into something if anything happened. Sierra, with a smile, asked if he was really going to fulfill all her desires. She stood up, and something frightening wafted from her. Shiro asked what she was going to do. The young fellow trembled with fear, wondering if she had become so angry that he had refused to become a footman. The girl suddenly laid her head on his knees. Shiro just awkwardly raised his hands, not understanding what was happening. Sierra asked if she had correctly understood that he had promised to fulfill all her desires, and added that today she wanted to pamper herself a bit and lie on a man's lap. The girl added that such days happened to girls several times a year. She touched his chin and thought that she was already 42 years old. Sierra said that today she wants him to pamper her like a little sister. He thought widely that he didn't have much experience with younger sisters, but at the same time it could be interesting. He promised the girl that he would make her dream come true. She opened her eyes in surprise when she saw Shiro smiling. Chiara smiled, raised her hands up and said that she never thought to find the real paradise at the end of a long journey. It seemed incredible. She took the bottle, stood up, and asked if the young man would join her. Shiro agreed, but asked to be given just a little. The hawk was asked if it was true that she had been to many places. Sierra replied, yes. She told that she had been traveling the world for about 7 years already. The hero asked her to share interesting stories, because he himself knew absolutely nothing about this world. The girl asked what he meant when he said that he knew nothing about this world. The boy replied that he really knew nothing, because he had been transferred here from another world with the help of some magical spell. She stared at him in amazement, her mouth wide open. Shiro once again noticed that strange gaze after those words, but he was already used to it. The hero told the girls that no one believed him, but it was the truth. Sierra scratched her nose and giggled quietly. He told her that nice girls shouldn't pick their noses, and that he didn't care if she didn't believe him. Then Shiro asked her again if she didn't have any interesting travel stories. She pouted and asked him what he thought of the story of how she happened to meet a rare creature, adding that it happened in a small eastern country called Holland. Sierra, trying to scare him, said that maybe he wouldn't believe her or trust her, but she had met a real werewolf. Shiro was amazed at how he reacted to her story about an ordinary werewolf. He didn't even get scared or surprised. The young man simply asked if that was all she wanted to tell him. The girl irritably exclaimed, asking why Shiro was not afraid, since she had just told him about the werewolf. The boy awkwardly smiled, trying to come up with an answer. He said that the vampire told him about the werewolf and asked if she was also a rare monster. Sierra was yelling about how he had reacted very strangely to her story. She hinted that she had another story and asked what he would say about it. The girl began her story, saying that everything happened in a small district in the south, which consisted of several islands. On the floor lay 2 empty sacks with bottles. Sierra tried to pour some more, but only a small drop came out of the bottle. She said she now understood why Janice had attacked the main character and treated him cruelly. Her speech was barely intelligible. Shiro thought with irritation that he wished she would help him right away, rather than just watching. Shiro admitted that at first she didn't even understand what was really happening on the boat. She added that she had decided to sneak a peek at what they were doing. As the girl was telling this, she hiccuped and got her words tangled several times. The teacher asked aloud if she had really been spying. He asked where she was watching from. The girl explained that she had turned the same color as the sky thanks to color magic, and added that she had come up with this spell herself. Shiro believed that it was indecent desires that drove magic forward. Sierra just laughed at this. The boy said he needed help when he was tied to the mast. The girl replied that she thought he liked it, and she was curious to watch. He screamed and asked her to stop. The girl laughed and said that she had heard their conversation, decided to help him and asked him not to be offended by her. She finished her glass and said that Shiro was very calm for someone who had been through so much hardship. The hero replied that he was from another world. He asked if Sierra understood that his views might differ from the locals. Sierra said he should be ashamed to say such things. The girl turned to a golem named Goku and asked him to bring another bottle of sake. Goku remained in place, and Sierra addressed him again. Shiro said he wouldn't listen to her orders, and asked the golem to bring another bottle of sake. She looked at Goku walking away and said that she really wants to have her own assistant. Sierra lay on the floor, shaking her hands and feet and longing for him to be nearby. She thought that if he were here, they could play brother and sister, and he would read her a bedtime story. Shiro hinted to her that she was already grown up. The girl screamed that she wanted to be pampered because now she had an older brother who always took care of her. The boy calmly said that she was older than him. The girl, however, did not calm down and shouted that she still wanted to be a younger sister. She calmed down and looked at him, saying that vampires live for 300 years. The girl asked the hero if this means that she is 18. If you translate her age into human years, the guy pondered. The thought flashed through his mind that if she were human, she would be 15, 18 years old, and her skin was as smooth as a teenager's. Sierra laid her head on the bench. The little girl lay down beside his feet again and, beaming with happiness, said that her older brother always spoiled her. She meant herself, but the boy couldn't say anything in response to these words. Sierra, referring to the young man as her older brother, asked if there were any interesting places for tourists on the island. She thought such a question was indeed interesting. He replied that he didn't know if it could be called a tourist attraction, but there are dungeons on the island. The girl squealed with delight and, repeating the word dungeon, rolled her eyes. She was written to and asked if she wanted to join. She replied that there was no point in running and fighting monsters. It's unreasonable, and besides, she had a lot of money, so she didn't need it. The boy noticed that having money just like that is great. The girl said she had no problems with either money or men. She added that vampires, unlike humans, do not marry each other, so they can fall in love with whoever they want. Shiro said that she would quickly get tired of living with the same man for 300 years. Sierra said that vampires have children very rarely. Most of them live their whole lives without kids. The boy smiled in surprise. The girl said that's exactly why she wanted to try to evoke sympathy in him. Shiro replied that they had just met. Her thoughts seemed strange to him. She scratched her face and averted her gaze. Eventually, the girl told him not to be afraid, since according to vampire rules, they were forbidden from having relationships with anyone except those who had already become vampires, and she wouldn't force him into it. Sierra added that besides that, she had no experience with people. Shiros responded by saying that he had never had to deal with vampires either. He asked if humans and vampires interacted normally. The girl replied that it was normal for them. Everyone worked and got along with each other. Shiro asked what they did when they needed blood. She said that most often they bought it from people. Sierra added that vampires can take blood not only from random people, but also from their loved ones or assistants, but she herself had never tried it. She also said that assistants live as long as ordinary people. Shiro replied that it was very enlightening. The young man was delighted to learn that there was no enmity between vampires and humans, and confessed that he had been worried. What if she would quarrel with the adventure seekers from the Empire who had arrived on the island? She replied that there's no need to worry, it will be easy to handle them, but she's not going to argue with them at all. Shiro replied that it was good that she said so. The girl snarled and said that everything depends on their behavior. The boy asked her if it was true that she was a good girl, if she knew how to find a common language with everyone, and, stroking her head, tried to reassure her in advance to avoid possible quarrels. The girl closed her eyes and happily said that she would get along with everyone. She quickly fell under Shiro's influence. There were already 4 empty sake bottles on the table. Sierra, half asleep, called the main character older brother and asked to drink a little more. The guy looked at her and thoughtfully said that she had already drunk 4 bottles and still called him older brother. Although she should have been 17 years older than him, he just sighed. The hero lifted the girl in his arms and noticed that she was very light. Sierra slept soundly and even snored. Shiro thought out loud that if you look at her now, you can decide. This is just an innocent girl. He carried the girl in his arms, and the golem walked behind, holding her suitcase above its artificial head. The hero took the girl to the hotel's guest room and carefully laid her on the bed. He looked at the girl who was calmly sleeping and thought aloud that she probably hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, which is why she got very excited and therefore drank too much. The hero opened a system window, in which a message appeared. It was necessary to donate 1 liter of blood in order for her to be able to do this. He said that he would divide the blood into 3 portions and freeze them. He took a last look at the girl who was sleeping and realized that he was happy too, because he had finally received the dose of conversation he had been dreaming of for so long. He thought it was easy to communicate with Sierra, probably because she was older. But he was also sure that another reason was that they were very similar to each other. Lying in bed, he admitted to himself that he also had a secret desire. Shiro imagined how he would like to play the role of a younger brother, and his older sister would take care of him. He thought that having a younger sister was also good, but still remained among those who prefer older sisters. While Sierra dreamed of her older brother, the hero thought they were similar, but think differently. Before falling asleep, it occurred to him for a moment that their strange relationship did indeed look funny after all. Sierra sat on the bench with a smile, waiting for Shiro. A young guy walked into the room and was surprised to see her. The girl greeted him with a good morning and said that this morning was very cheerful. She was in a great mood. Shiro felt a bit nervous, recalling how the vampire had wished him a good morning and said it was cheerful. Sierra looked at him with interest, waiting for a response. The hero asked her if the morning sun didn't bother her, and explained that in his world, vampires weren't too fond of the sun. The girl replied that he was talking about his world again, because in theirs, vampires were on a first-name basis with the sun. She told that about 300 years ago, a brilliant vampire came up with magic that protects from light. Now a thin veil of dark magic is applied around the body, which works like a shield and protects from sunlight, so there's nothing to be afraid of. She said that many older vampires still preferred the night, because they considered daytime life a shame. Sierra disagreed with this and even joked about it. It seemed interesting to Shiro that even among vampires there was a difference in generations. He asked the girl if she used light magic now. She responded with a protest, explaining that she could use this magic. But she had another way to protect herself from the sun, and that was what she used. The girl stretched out her hand and showed a bracelet on her wrist. She explained that light magic is activated automatically as soon as she puts on this item, and added that there is currently a high demand for magical artifacts. She wrote that she understood everything, and noted that it is very convenient. Sierra added that this special artifact even allows vampires to tan, but she herself wasn't very interested in it. Shiro was impressed and saddened by this last phrase. He considered it unfair, because he himself would have liked to see a tanned vampire and imagined what a tan would look like on a girl. Shiro thought that a Gyaru vampire was a real rarity, although he liked completely different types of vampires. He thought that elves with dark skin could look very interesting, and began to dream about it. The girl called him, tearing him away from his thoughts. The young man exclaimed, asking what she wanted to know. The girl said she wanted to take a bath. He asked if she needed hot water. Sierra replied that she could easily heat the water with magic, so she just needed a tub of water from him. She approached the building that was used as a bathhouse. He told the girl that he had brought her a basin so that she could heat up some water. The girl came out of the forest without clothes and thanked him. The young man turned away, thinking that he had just imagined what he shouldn't have seen. He felt embarrassed. The girl tilted her head in surprise. She asked what it meant and why he turned away. Sierra walked past the boy and asked what had happened. The boy replied that nothing had happened, and that since he had brought her the pails, everything now depended on her. She laughed and asked if the hero wasn't embarrassed. Sierra smiled, thinking that he had looked at her and was probably wondering what she meant. She called him brother, and asked him to help her wash her hair. He scowled, stopped and asked if she had taken up those family amusements again. The girl with a smile replied that she likes this situation, and asked him not to be rude. The water in the basin had boiled and a thick steam came out of it. Shira said she would just pour water on the girl. She nodded in response and said that she hadn't asked for anything more from him. The young man said that first she would have her head washed with water, and asked if that was right. She replied yes, and closed her eyes. She poured some hot water on herself and started washing her hair. He asked if she had already washed her head. The girl replied that she had. Then he brought her a hair care product and said that she had very beautiful hair, so he wanted to apply it to her hair. They poured dish soap on her hands, and Sierra asked what it was. Zero replied that it was shampoo, and told her to lather it in her hands and apply it to her hair. Chiara sniffed the shampoo and said it smells wonderful. She explained that the shampoo was made especially for her with the scent of roses, and also added that there are options with the smell of berries and tropical fruits. The boy thought Grem liked the smell of berries, and Lane preferred the scent of lavender. Shira warned the girl to be careful, because shampoo can get into her eyes and then they will sting. Sierra replied that she understood everything. He had warned her in advance that he would pour water, and indeed he did. The boy thought that the slugs probably liked the scent of roses too, because they seemed satisfied bathing in the shampoo foam. Sierra finished washing her hair, and Shiro said everything was all right, calling her a real beauty. The girl smiled and thanked him for his help. Shiro got a towel and called her over to him, saying he would help dry her head. She asked if he really wanted to do that. The boy asked her not to be shy. The girl threw herself around his neck and joyfully called him brother. She turned around and smiled. He wiped the sweat from his brow and promised to be careful and not to mess up her hair. The girl said that she was easily amused by tickling, but suddenly she felt something and suspiciously narrowed her eyes. The girl threw off the towel from her head and looked towards the forest. Shiro was surprised and couldn't understand why she was behaving this way. He turned to her with a question. The girl seriously pronounced his name. Sierra said she felt someone's presence. The guy got confused and asked where she felt him. She replied that he was almost next to them. Shiro began to worry, not knowing who these people were, ordinary guests or pirates like Janice. He tried to calm down, remembering that Sierra and the Six Wonders were by his side and could help. They peeked out from under the tree onto the path and saw some unknown shadow approaching them. Taking a deep breath of relief, recognizing the man, he told Sierra to see who had come. He joyfully exclaimed Louisa's name. The girl smiled and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Sierra asked him who the girl was. Sherp replied that her name was Louisa, and she was a dragon rider from the Institute of Land Management and Geodesy. Louisa looked at the building behind and sincerely admired it. She admitted that she had heard about this place, but to see it with her own eyes was a real wonder. The dragon scribe jokingly asked, "Is that a toilet?" She recalled how he had dreamed of building a stone sauna for Captain Milano, Liana, and Louise. It was from these dreams that everything had begun. Now these desires seemed a little senseless to her. Louisa turned to Shiro and asked what had happened to him. He replied that he hadn't seen her for a long time, and he was overcome with nostalgia. So he remembered those times. Louise said that she understood him. Shiro asked if the girl was here alone. She happily replied that yes, she was alone. Louise said that it was decided. Now she would be in charge of communication, and Liana got very angry and started to feel jealous. The girl told that she got into trouble. She got lost and was forced to spend the night on a small reef. She said that she found herself at dawn when the clouds parted and finally arrived on the island. Shiro said that he understands why she came so early in the morning. The guy asked if she wanted to have dinner and eaten. She replied that she hadn't eaten yet, and confessed that she had been waiting for him to cook for her while she flew to the island. He took her by the hand and said that he would now prepare breakfast for her. The girl was taken aback by such a surprise. Sierra silently watched them with strange feelings. They looked at her, and she thoughtfully wrote something down. Sierra irritably asked, "And what about my breakfast?" She didn't like sharing Shiro's attention with anyone else at all. The young man replied that, of course, he would prepare food for her too, and also asked her for one favor. He whispered quietly in her ear that the blood would be ready in 7 minutes, and asked her to divide it into small portions and freeze it. Sir let out a deep sigh and confidently stated that she would do everything as he said. The plates on the table were already empty, and the utensils lay on them. Breakfast turned out to be wonderful. Louisa said with satisfaction that the breakfast was delicious. Kiro replied that it was always a pleasure for him to help. As Gollum cleared the dirty dishes, the girl said she would get straight to the point. Shiro sat down at the table and prepared to listen. She laid the papers on the table and said that they had been requested by Mrs. Lotta Grem. These were documents that confirmed the identity of the main character. The young man felt gratitude towards Graham. He wondered if the girl had really done everything possible for the Empire to be able to protect him. Louisa stretched out her hand and pointed to the next document, explaining that it was a letter of thanks for his help in exploring the dungeon. The girl asked if he could read it. He asked her to let him have a look and said everything was all right. He thought the soul had somehow given him the ability. Shira asked what the phrase middle-class representative meant. Louisa thought about how to explain it to her in simpler terms. The girl explained that people are divided into lower, middle, upper, and noble classes, and the opportunities you have depend on your status. If you belong to the middle class, you can pass through checkpoints and choose a profession on your own. Shiro clarified if he meant only women. Louise was taken aback and didn't know how to respond to this question. She cast down her eyes and replied that it wasn't quite so, but in essence Shiro was right. The boy wanted to fight this, as he was from Japan, where freedom and equality are valued. But he understood. The world would not change just because of his desire to prove something, even if Grem tried to support him. So he was ready to endure. Yes, Louise. If she had heard anything about Grem, the girl inhaled in surprise and replied that yes, she had. She had even been given an award for finding a lost sword during the last dungeon raid. Shiro asked if it was true, adding that he understood why she would need a sword. Louise said that Grem gets along well with her leadership, and there are rumors that she will be promoted soon. The young man smiled and said that he was pleased to hear this, because he owed her a lot, so he was very happy. He thought that he was absolutely sure. The girl could have achieved even more, but he didn't know if they would meet again. Louisa said that the Empire had handed over the management of the dungeon to the Guild of Adventurers. Shiro laughed and confirmed that this was indeed the case. The girl said that the guild memberships have already set sail and are supposed to arrive this week. Shara was surprised and loudly asked if they would really arrive so quickly. Louisa replied that the foundation for the barracks was already ready and there would be a guild there. It needed to be completed before the adventurers arrived. Shiro recalled that it was exactly there that he used Evo to help. The girl took out her notebook and read that about 15 workers and 30 carpenters would be arriving soon. Shiro said that it seemed the island would be getting very crowded soon. Louisa added that it seemed more traders would arrive. She went on to list that there would be food ships, arms traders, and buyers of magical gems. Shiro was amazed and noted that the number of guests sounded frightening. The girl explained that the appointed guildmaster was a legendary adventurer of the highest level, and nothing bad could happen as long as she was around. Then Shiro wondered what was so legendary about this adventurer. Louisa replied that her real name was Elsa Birkin, and this woman had quit adventuring due to her age. But it's said that in short skirmishes lasting less than a minute, she's still the strongest in the world. The young man asked Louise if she had met this woman before. The girl replied that she had, and added that this woman was very energetic and made a strong impression. She added that her dreams, despite her age, were simply incredible. She wrote and tried to imagine what this woman looked like. Louisa said that Elsa was not only appointed as the head of the guild, but also given the duties of a governor with police and administrative powers. Shiro asked if it was okay. She replied that she was handling it, and there would be no problem. Having thought it over, he decided that for now he just needed to keep an eye on the situation. If something happened, he would flee the island and try to restore what he had lost in the simulation. He was preparing for the worst possible turn of events. Louisa looked strange, and the boy asked what had happened to her. The girl changed her clothes and went out into the street, apologizing to the young man for having to borrow his clothes. She yawned and said she could hardly sleep on the reef. Shiro assured her that he would wash her clothes while she slept, and advised her to rest. The girl agreed and thanked him. Shiro walked into the room where Sierra was already waiting for him. She noticed that he was being very polite and courteous to Louise. The young man said he had known the girl for a long time, and asked if Sierra thought she was cute. She laughed and admitted that she didn't think he liked girls like that. She stepped aside and asked the girl not to be angry, and also told her to give her dirty laundry so that he could send it to the wash. She jokingly asked him if he was sure he really wanted to do this. Gallum was carrying a basket of dirty laundry on his head. Shira thought that it wouldn't actually be Goku doing the washing, but his team, so he mentally wished his subordinates good luck as he watched them leave. Snakes lashed the water, splashing it onto the grass. Having thought it over, now Wiggle waters the beds instead of him, and it really helps. He thought he had already gathered a lot of island onions and leeks, but soon there would be more people, so the fields needed to be slightly expanded. The young man thought about what could be prepared from these cucumbers. At first he thought of making pickles, but he rejected this idea. Instead, he decided that they could be used to make tartar sauce. Recalling this sauce, the boy began to ponder the recipe. He mentally noted that Luis ate everything in a row, while Sierra, it seemed, could not tolerate meat at all. He wondered why cooking meat was a usual thing for him. Looking at the girls' clothes, he thought about how different their preferences were. At last, he loudly announced that he had decided to cook fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and called the golems to catch the shrimp. Louisa, fully equipped, sat on the dragon. She thanked Shiro for the food and wished him to take care of himself before saying goodbye. The young man shouted after the girl who was running, asking her not to get lost this time. She replied that she would try. Shiro said that there was still a lot to do before the guild arrived. Golems to make and the guest house to update. She watched him silently as he seriously got to work. The girl said she could help him. The young man asked if it was true, and said it would be incredible. Then he wondered if she could come up with an interior design, explaining that he had no sense of style. The girl agreed. It has been several days since they started rebuilding and updating the hotel. He yawned widely, looking around. The setting in the room was neat, simple, but at the same time very stylish. He understood that he himself would never have done it that way. Sierra was pleased with herself. The guy said that everything was simple, but the design felt character and calm. It really impressed him. Shiro asked, if she was able to achieve such a result, then she probably comes from a good family. The girl began to blush. She slightly pursed her lips and replied that everything was not quite so. Having seen her reaction, the hero thought that she was definitely from a decent family, but she seemed to not want to talk about it. Shiro looked at the results in the system window. He said that he had done a lot and had raised his level again. Having thought it over, he realized that a new bonus called Accelerated MP Recovery had appeared, so his MP recovery speed had increased. Moreover, he had been constantly making blood for Sierra, so his medicine crafting skill level had also risen. He mentioned that another new product has appeared. Shiro created a new first-level hedgehog golem. It was a wooden golem adapted for battle. It had almost no strength or defense, but it was very fast and could attack with long iron spikes. Shiro decided that it was necessary to replace the golems that Janus had destroyed. namely the first and second ones, since he was unable to repair them with his repair skills, so golem production also accelerated. The boy told Sierra that the new golem's name is Harry. He looks like something in between a hedgehog and a porcupine, and also resembles a medium-range combat weapon. They even checked how far Harry can attack, a whole 50 meters. It's really impressive. Shiro asked the girl what she thought of the new golem, hoping to hear an honest assessment of his work. She smiled and, laughing, said that she could simply dodge his blows and crush him with her foot. Shira said that she knows. She is strong, but she wants to understand if it will really help if she has to fight with other women or even monsters. She asked him to think about it and added that with ordinary opponents, he will cope due to his size. She added that the boy would have more chances if he united Harry with the dog golem. He asked if she would then teach Miracle and Harry military training. She asked back if he really wanted her to do that, and sighed discontentedly. Shiro said he would be in her debt, would prepare any dish she wanted and pour any drink. The girl thought for a moment and asked if he thought she was that obsessed with alcohol. The young man did not know how to convince her and pondered. He admitted that it was also hard to call this girl a materialist. Shiro, who was ready for anything to achieve his goal, asked her how she felt about playing brother and sister again. She looked at him and asked him to explain in more detail. Shiro was delighted, thinking that she had believed his words. The boy replied that he could carry her on his shoulders all the way to the cave. She asked again if he really wanted her to ride on his shoulders. He added that he would pamper her as long as she was hungry, and even feed her by hand. Sierra wondered what else he could offer her. The young man replied that he would lie down beside her and tell her stories when she fell asleep. For example, stories from his homeland and the like. She thought about it and tried to respond. The girl suddenly exclaimed that they definitely had to try it. She said that she would defeat the golems, but would do it carefully, in order to prepare them for her brother. She jumped onto his shoulders and exclaimed joyfully. Shiho thanked her, and promised to cook omelets for lunch, her favorite dish. The young man thought that the girl had told him that she would be turning 43 in 2 months, and decided that she was already a mature enough woman, probably lacking attention, so he would be as polite and kind to her as possible. Shiro gathered all the golems on the island and ordered them to listen to him. He pointed to Sierra and said that from now on she would be their mentor, and now they had to obey her. The girl hovered in the air with a menacing look. She ordered the first robot to step forward. The mechanical dog obediently took a step forward. Shiro was delighted that the golems were listening to her and asked if that was enough. The girl replied that it was, and from now on everything depended on how well they could learn. Sierra started with a reaction speed check. Shiro thought that the golems would learn through trial and error, and in order not to lose the already trained golems, he would have to repair them. He learned that new golems can learn from the old ones through synchronization if they are connected directly, and as long as they are all not destroyed, their use is getting better. Shiro also believed that the 7 were now 5, and he was forcing them to manage Janice's small ship, because in his opinion, the vessel would soon be able to sail between the islands. He thought he could ask Cuckoo, who had been restored in some way, to go in search of another island to make it a backup evacuation site for the future. Shiro thought seriously about what he would do in case of unforeseen problems. In this world, dangers lurked everywhere, so he couldn't relax. He had to think everything through carefully. 2 days had passed since the start of training. Sierra, along with the main hero, watched the ships arriving at the island. The girl asked if these ships belonged to the guild. Shira said that they had finally reached the island. The girl asked if this big woman who shows directions on the ship is Elsa. Suddenly, this woman jumped from the ship into the water. She was falling, but very quickly approaching the shore. Shirin could only scream, asking if she had really jumped and what was happening in general. Having seen what she was doing, the boy exclaimed and asked if she was really running on water and added that it looked scary. Sierra calmly said that she moves very unusually. She lifts her left leg while her right one has not yet touched the ground. Shira grabbed her hand and with a trembling voice said that only a person without fear can do that. The woman pushed off from the water, raised splashes upwards and jumped into the air, where she did a somersault. It was at this moment that she stepped onto the shore and, smiling, looked at the people who were meeting her. She loomed over Sierra and Shiro and asked the boy if he was the same Shiro Senate she had heard about. The woman introduced herself, said her name was Elsa Birkin, and that she had been appointed as the head of the local guild branch. Shiro was shocked by her appearance. Shiro, meanwhile, remained calm, as always. He recalled that he had heard. This woman was already over 70, but she looked no more than 50 and was a very energetic grandmother. Shiro gathered his thoughts, extended his hand and said it was true. His name is Shiro Senara, and it's a pleasure to meet you. The woman extended her hand in response and said it was nice to meet him too, and also added that she would like him to show her the island right away. The young man thought that instead of resting with a cup of tea, she was one of those people who preferred to finish her business first. He said he would show her the camp that the research team had used on their way to the dungeon. She looked at him thoughtfully. She suddenly burst out laughing, crossing her arms over her chest, and said that she was amazed at what a special man Shiro was. They were riding in a carriage, and the boy asked if they should wait for the others. Elsa replied that the others still had an hour's ride to the pier, and she wanted to learn about the island sooner. The woman, looking around, said that she had already studied and memorized the map, but she needed to see the area with her own eyes. They crawled along the path one after another and waved their hands. Elsa asked if it was true that these were golems helping with the construction, and what they were doing, because from the side it seemed like they were just walking. Shiro replied that these were Evos, and he had ordered them to lay a path. Elsa nodded, understood, and, sighing, said that everything was exactly so. The young man believed that the road would be uneven if cars didn't drive on it, so someone had to compact it from time to time. He also immediately understood everything, and it seemed to him that the woman had also quickly grasped the situation. Shiro said that a lot of time had passed since the researchers left, and the road to the camp had become a bit worse. Elsa added that the traders would arrive soon, so everything would quickly return to its usual state. She noticed that her guild could become a competitor to him in business, and smiled. Shiro smiled and said that he only has 6 guest rooms, and he's not very keen on getting into this business. She exhaled and asked if it was true that he charged 5,000 per night, and with regret said that it was a fair price, but no beginner could afford it. Shiro asked how much they charged their clients, just like his competitors. The woman laughed and replied that for a large bedroom they charge 500 lemons, and this price does not include food. Thinking broadly, they could make a guild for everyone, and their hotel for wealthier guests. And he smiled, remembering that his hotel could hardly be called luxurious. They arrived at the place, and the guy said that this was his hotel. Elsa peeked into the room and gasped in delight, then evaluated the bath, and then with pleasure and joy enjoyed the drinks at Shiro's restaurant. The woman burst out laughing and said that the rooms are simply stunning, as is the bath with drinks. She added that it's amazing, given that the island is very far from civilization. Shiro thanked her for such an assessment. She frowned and decided to ask if he provided food. Shiro didn't understand what was being talked about, and asked again what kind of feeding it was. Having assessed his reaction, she nodded and said she understood everything. Shiro averted his gaze and realized she was asking if he was doing his job well. The boy said he didn't like being around those he didn't love. Elsa put her hand to her face and added, "If someone hungry suddenly appears, she will definitely help them get in line." Sierra, who was standing by the wall, scowled. Elsa said that everything was all right. She had seen that he had a reliable guardian, so it seemed like she had nothing to worry about. Sierra said sharply that she wouldn't let anyone touch Shirosu. She was always ready to defend him. She added that if necessary, she would reduce to ashes anyone who dared to argue with her. Elsa covered her face with her hands and said that quarrels with hostility were generally forbidden. Sierra smiled and showed flames in her hand, hinting that she needed only a reason to act. She made it clear, it's not worth joking with her. It's better not to tempt fate. Elsa scratched her head and sighed, upset by what she had said. The situation was getting more and more complicated, and it was really depressing her. The woman said it would be bad if everyone were so passionate, and asked if it was true that everything could be resolved more calmly. Shiro just threw her a glance, thinking she was waiting for his agreement, but in reality he didn't want to. At last he replied that everything was all right, and he wished that everyone would follow the example of Mistress Elsa. The woman let out a sigh of relief and said that everything was as it should be. Sierra discontentedly stomped her feet when she wasn't supported, and asked Shiro if he really agreed with the guildmaster, then told Miracle that they needed to go to elegant training with the other golems. Ivao helped newcomers unload cargo from ships in Union. Zero also decided to join. He unloaded boxes from a boat that had just docked and carried them across the bridge back to land. The women said that the golems were very convenient helpers and thanked Shiro for bringing them. He ordered Iwa to where to put the cargo, thinking about how everything started moving after Elsa's island check. A young man opened a bag of money and remembered that he had asked to be paid only with magic stones. Now they had even more golems, so he needed to collect as much magic stones as possible. Before Shiro appeared a short, plump woman with a tired, sweat-stained face. She asked if he was Shiro Sanada. Shiro confirmed it and tightened the grip on the bag of money. The woman apologized for greeting belatedly, smiled, and introduced herself as Mrs. Damus, and also said that she had some business on the island. She told that she is a merchant and deals with the sale of weapons, tools, and food. In addition to this, they have taverns and other services that people need. Shiro listened to her attentively. He recalled that one of these ships was a merchant one, and he replied to the woman with a business-like smile of a businessman, emphasizing that he highly valued her politeness. The young man added that if she had any questions, she could freely approach him with anything. The woman thought for a moment and in response remained silent. She sincerely thanked, said that there were people from her institution here, and turned back, calling out to them to quickly greet the owner of the island. Shiro, having seen these people, was completely bewildered and thought, what does all this mean? He did not expect to see anything like this at all. Before him stood a group of 5 men in simple, worn-out clothing. Some were smiling, others showed no emotions, but all looked very tired. Shiro recalled how he first met the men of this world. He still couldn't believe his eyes when he saw among them people of different ages, from 20 to 40 years old. She recalled an old man with a haircut that resembled a barcode and wondered what he did on the ship. The man was looking at her with his deeply set eyes. Nistama apologized, saying that their appearance was far from ideal, but the merchants could only hire them, as only the young and strong agreed to come to such remote places. The man with a haircut in the form of a barcode nodded and said he was glad to meet. Shiro replied that it was also nice for him to meet. He thought that this man was very similar to the head of the administrative department, Yoshida. A young man asked how these people felt, because they looked very ill. The old man replied that they felt that way because they could leave for another world at any moment. Shiro exclaimed and asked if it was true that they had been transported here in the hold where cattle were usually carried. The young man whispered to them what he had heard. Men are not taken on the ship in general because they were considered animals. It would have protected them from evil. Shiro was frightened and pulled out a bottle of healing potion. It wasn't very strong, but it would somewhat alleviate their condition. He told them to drink the potion to feel better, and assured them that there was enough for all 5 of them. Shiro said that people should help each other. All 5 of them looked at him with tears in their eyes and with gratitude. The elderly man stretched out his hands, took the drink, and in a weak voice called Shiro master. The boy recalled that he seemed to have heard that Yoshito, the head of the General Affairs Department, also liked to drink. Lady Dama told the men to return to their seats when they finished talking to Shiro. They bowed their heads, feeling guilty.